His 2-2.
Again, sticking with that breaking ball again. Shadowell is a guy who can make contact on that elevated pitch. Trying to get him to chase something below the strike zone. We haven't seen that change up a whole lot to these lefties either.
This will be just the second time this year Kirby has thrown 100 pitches in a start. And he wants another new ball. Trying to finish his night on one more pitch. Kirby spins off.
I think you stick with that breaking ball. I know the changeup has been good. He's been going to that to get some strikeouts, but it's got that good feel. It's below the strike zone. It's going to swing and miss right here.
Kirby lets it rip. Oh, he got him! T-Mobile Park rising to its feet to celebrate a magnificent performance from George Kirby. 8 brilliant innings against the Angels tonight. Complete domination from Furious George.
Probably can't handle it.
No, they're all they're flying off YouTube. They're like, oh, it's just making me too hot and bothered.
They're probably Google searching. Is there any pictures of him with less clothing on?
Yes, I need shirtless Chuck Powell photos.
Because that collared shirt's got my mind wandering.
Oh, I am all a Twitter.
So sorry about that, ladies. And I do mean that sincerely.
I was going to say, do you mean that?
Oh, not really.
Yeah.
Not really. I hope to have gotten you.
Soak it all up. Take it all in.
Let's put it this way. I don't know if I've gotten you hot and bothered, but I hope I've gotten you hot or bothered.
One or the other. I think that's fair.
So either way, I feel like I'm winning here on this Tuesday. Well, welcome into the show. We got a lot of things planned for you during the course of the radio program, and I will fight through the fact that I got takeout pizza last night and had too much salt.
You're
I'll do
gonna
it for
be
you.
Fine. You're
I'll
going to
do
be
it for
fine.
you, everybody.
You've got this.
So we're going to get things going with the Mariners. There's a couple of other big major topics, certainly that are beginning of the show worthy. And I want you, the 6 o'clock audience, to know that usually we do come out of the gates with what I feel is the biggest, juiciest topic that we can't wait to talk about today. But I don't want it to always be baseball. And yet, when you go so hard in on the team coming off such a bad loss, then it doesn't seem fair to me, Ashley, to come in after one of the more complete wins of the year and sort of wait till Mariners morning after.
I would agree.
Yeah, so let's celebrate our local baseball team a little bit because that was a nice victory last night. Complete victory. That's the best George has looked, I think, all season long. To go 8 strong innings, for him to make the job of the bullpen easier on Dan, even though I think he still screwed it up.
I'm so glad you said that.
Yeah. I mean, you were just going to sit there and wait for Ferrer to see if he had it or not when you've got your closer. You didn't even think about getting him ready in case there was a little bit of traffic.
Is it funny that I thought, did he go with Ferrer so that if he put in Mooney and then he felt like he had no choice, like he was like,
oh, you're committed
no,
once you put in Mooney.
Right. So
yeah.
I was like, so did he go with Ferrer? So if that was the wrong choice, he could still bring Mooney out.
Well, I think he went with Ferrer because he thought the game was over and let's save Munoz for tomorrow. I mean, that's usually the game plan. Like, we'll save Munoz and save him and save him and save him until there's a save on the line. He's got to have a stat. Otherwise, he can't focus.
Otherwise, why is he here?
Yeah. So, all right. I said I was going to start positively, but I didn't think there was still something wrong with that, frankly. But offensively, you put 6 runs on the board last night. Not a mere 3. We doubled that.
Yeah, 3's in the rearview mirror.
yeah.
Suck it, 3 runs.
Oh, yeah. It's as if they put on a collared shirt this morning under their hoodie.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, they are done with that chapter in their lives of looking scummy on a Monday afternoon,
Yeah.
Monday evening at the ball yard. And then the hitting of Cole Young, which showed up last night. He was the hitting star. So between Cole Young and George Kirby, I mean, that's kind of this game of baseball. You get a great starting pitching performance, and you get one guy that shows up at the yard and is ready to hit. You can win a lot of games that way. You know, that's why those aircraft carrier, Aaron Judge types, Shohei Ohtani types are so damn valuable. That's why Cal was so damn valuable last year is, you know, that you get that kind of guy in your lineup and he can carry you a few games. And it's not yet Cal for us, but Cole Young certainly showed up and provided all the offense that we needed. 3 for 3 last night, 2 home runs. He looked locked in. He just went to the plate looking sure of himself and crushed Brian Johnson and Mitch Ferris, the left-hander that they threw. So good formula last night. We haven't seen a lot of games like that this year, but last night we were the better team on the field. We played like the better team on the field, and George and Cole led the way.
Yeah, and I definitely did get nervous when they got that run in the first inning, and I thought, oh, George is going to be annoyed. He's going to be or is he going to be fine? Is he going to be annoyed? What's going to happen? Then when he gave up the home run later, I thought, oh, now he's going to be really annoyed. But luckily, offensively, we had our plan, as you said, and Cole Young came through, and Cal came through with that hit after the error that they took advantage of, and it was great.
I don't think George gets bothered when they get hits off of him. He knows that's part of the game, and he knows that they're good too, and their quality. What George gets annoyed by is when they get something that they shouldn't have gotten.
Yeah, that makes sense.
When they get a bloop, or when he feels like his guy should have made the play. That's when you got to worry about George. But to get a clean double to start the game and then score and then that to me doesn't rattle George. I'm only worried about George when he gives up stuff he feels that should not have happened.
That makes sense.
And that's why I've always preached that you got to get out there with him immediately. I think you got to do the same thing with Brian Wu now, especially on the road, because it gets in his head, well, this is going to be one of those kind of nights.
Yeah.
You know, you can just see it on George's face all the time. I mean, even the lack of run support. I mean, when he looks up there and sees, oh, I've only given up 2 and we've only got 1. Yeah, that's typical for me. Woe is me.
Yeah.
That's the George. Like,
that's where he gets irritated.
I don't mind the furious George. I don't like the whiny George.
Yeah, irritated George.
So to me, that's when he gets in a little trouble. But it was great seeing him last night, all smiles. You don't see that a lot from him, even though he's a great young man. But he was, that was joy. That was pure joy.
He looked so relaxed in the dugout, too, standing there.
That was the best his stuff had looked. I mean, his sweeper was fantastic last night. I don't know if I've ever seen it look better, but he was fantastic last night. And then little brother Cole Young stole the show offensively. But I went really hard, and I've been going really hard on Dan Wilson. And it's very funny because we got done with a show yesterday, and I did 4 full segments just ripping Dan Wilson for his bullpen decisions. And you try to deliver in sports talk radio like what people probably have on their mind that morning, and I won't always go 4 full segments on any topic on any given morning, with the exception of the day after a Seahawks game. We go full show on that.
Right.
But I don't normally go 4 full segments blasting away at something. And I was kind of exhausted by the end of the day. I was kind of tired at the end of today's show because of that. And I get done and I'm like, man, did I go too hard? Was I too hard on the Beaver last night? Was I too hard on Dan today at the show? And I get out the air and I open up the door and I literally look in and see my boss, and he's on the phone, and he gives me this look. And I don't know what the look was for, but at the time I thought the look was, what did you do to me? Like, I thought he was on the phone with somebody complaining that I went too hard on a local legend, Dan Wilson, on yesterday's show. And then we get to our meeting, and pretty much the conversation was I didn't go hard enough.
Yeah. It was so. Are we starting tomorrow's show with he shouldn't have a job?
Right. And so I know a lot of people have arrived at that conclusion. I really do try to keep that as the last resort.
Yeah, as it should be.
I'll go there. I mean, sports talk show hosts, we got to be willing to go there at some point, but I try not to use that. I'm not quick trigger with that. I did get there with Romar. I never got there with Pete. I was surprised we let go of Pete, and that ended up being the best decision in franchise history.
Yeah.
Best decision since they hired Pete was the decision to let go of Pete and go to Mike McDonald, as it turns out. And so I try to like save that for last resort kind of thing. But I'm kind of close just from the standpoint. I mean, I said a month ago, like, if it happened, I'd understand. I wouldn't be bothered by it. And so I certainly, after yesterday's ranting and the last month's ranting, and it's been ramping up for me here as of late, and I don't think he's getting better at his bullpen decisions, I certainly still am in the mode of, if they pulled the trigger, I'd understand. And I would probably not complain one bit. But I'm not ready to call for his job. And I do believe he brings a lot of good things to the table. And I think that he had similar struggles a year ago that we were discussing at this time. If I'm dismayed at all by Dan Wilson, it's that a year and a half, almost 2 years into his being a manager, he doesn't seem to be getting better at some of these things, like bullpen decisions. He seems to be getting worse. It seems to be a bigger problem for him now than the day that he took over as manager for Scott Service. So that probably is the source of my frustration and why I've been ramping things up as of late. But he took a team that was similarly as irritating a year ago, and then we ended up in the American League Championship Series under the same guide. And I've said it numerous times. In the second half of the season, his decisions started to smooth out because I think he was just managing for wins. Once he got to the point where he was just managing for wins and he didn't have to manage workload and innings and 1,000 different rules, all applying to every individual pitcher that have been handed down from on high, then I think that his managerial work got better as the season went on. But I think he's kind of at a point where he doesn't really know whether to scratch his watch or wind his ass at this point with pitching decisions. And I think that it popped up again last night. I know I tried to avoid levying any criticism against him today, but I even think he screwed that up last night in the ninth inning.
Yeah, and I do agree. I think the way that you approach it by not just getting angry and coming in and be like, he should lose his job. Because we have a lot of listeners that
we have a lot of listeners
that want that. That's after a loss. It's he
and they're
should
so
lose
tough.
his job.
They're so tough. Oh, if they were in my shoes, they'd do it every single day.
Every day. Why don't you say the things that need to be said? But I mean, nobody should be just willy-nilly asking for someone's job.
Yes.
It's
Agreed.
not. One, it's just not a decent thing to do. It's not a respectful thing to do. And you're not going to have any credibility. If anytime someone has a tough time, you want them fired. I mean, I think you've got to wait till the appropriate time to ask or to say those things.
Right. And I'll be honest, I'm close.
Yeah.
I've been
and that's
close.
Fair. I think that's fair.
I've been close. But we've also seen from Dan's past him iron things out and get better as the season went along. And maybe he'll do that again. Another difference this year between last year is he's got a better roster this year. He did not have that good of a roster when we started the season a year ago. Our offseason moves were Donovan Solano and
I forgot about Solano.
And who am I forgetting?
Who else did we have?
Yeah, just
that's how good they were.
Pathetic. Like the offseason moves were pathetic last offseason. This year he started with a team that a lot of people, the more people than not, thought was going to win the American League this year. And Dan's job is not just X's and O's. As a matter of fact, that's the secondary job. Dan's job is to manage personalities. That's why they call it a manager and not a head coach. He's got personalities to manage, 26 of them. And then, of course, with roster changes, that's always flying around. So you got up to 45 guys during the course of the year that you got to figure out which buttons to push on those guys. You have a coaching staff to manage. You've got a media to manage. You got all sorts of things to manage. And he's on the surface Like, he's terrible with the media. Not that he's bad to us, but he just doesn't give us anything.
Right.
He's great with his coaches. Coaches will do anything for him. And he's great with his players. Scott Service wasn't great with all of his players. Scott Service had a bit of a divided locker room. He had his guys, and then there were guys that just weren't on board with what Scott was doing. But Dan seems to have, and it's because of those boring press conferences. It's because he won't ever throw somebody under the bus publicly. And they do like him, and Cal likes him. And there would be a ripple if, in fact, they showed up at the ballpark yesterday with a brand new manager. Mm-hmm. There would be an impact felt. And sometimes that can be incredibly positive. Sometimes it can provide the jolt you want it to provide to your players, where even if they, especially if they like the guy or love the guy, then it really does set in like, oh, gosh, we just got him fired. Yeah. And for reasons like Cal detailed Sunday night, because they weren't playing for 3 hours at a time. But that also falls back on Dan. Why aren't your guys playing for 3 hours at a time?
You should be able to get that out of them.
Strip everything away. Everything away from a manager's responsibilities. Here's the one thing that you are judged on. Are you maximizing the talent that you have on your roster? And I think the answer to that is no. Dan Wilson is not getting the most out of this roster. And then you tack on X's and O's, which I think he struggled. And really, all a manager has left to do is pinch hitting decisions and bullpen decisions. That's pretty much it anymore. Because they don't hit and run. They don't bunt anymore. They don't do any of those things. Stealing is usually just a green light. I mean, every once in a while you might call for a steal or tell somebody not to steal. But for the most part, they all have green lights and you trust them to go or not go in the right situation. And Randy never does. So there's really not much else to it. So I think he's really struggling with his X's and O's decisions. And I know that he excels in the relationship department with his coaches and his players. But at the end of the day, your job is to maximize the talent given to you. And clearly he has not done that this year. So that's why I've been hard on Dan. That's why I will continue to be hard on Dan. But also, I'm not ready to, the seat is hot. But I'm just not ready to go there on the air this morning or yesterday morning and say, get this guy out of here. Because I do know that there are some merits to what he brings to the table, and you don't see them. We don't really see them on a day-to-day basis, but they are there. And it could, I don't know what kind of effect it would have on the clubhouse if you popped him at this stage in the process.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair concern. That should always be a concern because we don't know what's going on in there and how they relate to him and how they like him and how they respect him. You mentioned the press conferences.
Terrible.
That he doesn't call anyone out. I think that's the thing that drives me just insane. I don't want him to call anyone out, but I want some irritation when you come off a series like you just did in Cleveland or a series like you did in Pittsburgh or a series like you did in Boston. You had 3 series losses in a row on the road.
It just never changes.
And I want you to be a little pissed off about it.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't need you to be like, this guy did this and this guy didn't do this and this is the reason we lost. No, we need to be better. Mm-hmm. I mean, Cal was irritated. You could tell. Cal is saying, we aren't playing the full game. We are only playing an hour and a half. We got to play all 9 innings, 2 or 3 hours. That is what is asked of us.
Why can't that be Dan?
That's all I'm asking.
You're right.
Yeah, that's it.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. I also, just on a minor note, you know this, I've mentioned it a couple of times, but maybe those listening right now have not heard me say it. I want my manager to look more composed during games. Yeah. He looks like a nervous wreck. He sits there with his hands in his back pocket, standing up, shaking. And I don't like that. Aaron Boone sits there with his foot up and his arm resting and looks to seem to be in control. And I don't see that from our manager. All that said, I get why he's on the hot. I get why people have put him on the hot seat. I don't know if Jerry has.
Right.
I get why people have put him on the hot seat. I get why some people want him gone. But you know what? I'm not there just yet. But I'm pretty close.
Yeah.
I'm pretty darn close.
And I think that's fair.
All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show. All right, Mariners win. Oh, keep forgetting this. Sorry.
It does throw me off, too.
For stepping all over you, Emerald Queen Casino ad. I'm going to sing you a song. Emerald Queen Casino.
Keep going.
That's enough.
Okay.
I don't have time. All right, let's talk about your headlines. Seattle wins over the Angels 6-2 is your final score last night, so they're back to the 500 mark. They'll take on the same team tonight at 6:40. Brian Wu versus Jose Soriano, which is a very interesting matchup. We'll talk more about that in Mariners Morning After at 6:30. World Cup, Brazil advanced with a 2-1 win over Japan. That was supposed to happen. Germany and Netherlands were eliminated on penalty kicks yesterday. That was not supposed to happen. So two teams that are considered powers have been ousted from the World Cup this year.
I didn't watch the Germany game, but I watched the Netherlands-Morocco game from start to finish. That was great. It was exciting for soccer.
U.S. Bosnia will play Wednesday at 5 o'clock. NBA free agency begins today at 3 p.m. Yesterday, Ja Morant was traded from Memphis to Portland. So he's now a Portland Trailblazers. And basically the analysis was he is not a fit in any way in Portland. And yet Portland is going to roll the dice on Ja Morant because why not? He's really an exceptional talent that has kind of lost his way a little bit, and his value has just plummeted. And yet the Blazers did not want Jeremy Grant on their team anymore. So both teams are looking for addition by subtraction. And I do think the Blazers are the only team in the group that has a chance to really catch fire with this move. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later on in the show. Wimbledon, Serena plays today. She makes her return to Wimbledon in singles. She will play at 9 o'clock against, and this is really bad parenting right here, against someone whose name is M. Joint. Oh, come on. If your last name's Joint, you can't name your daughter M.
No, probably not.
Come on.
But,
now.
I mean,
Yeah.
creativity, I guess.
Yeah.
Or
Mary
they were
Jane
just-
Joint.
Or I was going to say, or they were just stoned.
Mary J. Joint versus Serena today. And we will do our grill giveaway. We're only going to do one round of it today, but we'll do that today. I'll tell you at 7:45. Coming up next, Mariners Morning After, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right. Much better. Dare I say uplifting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dare you say it?
I dare. Hey, good morning. It is Chuck. It is Ashley with you. It is time for Mariners Morning After, our Mariners post-game show. We have a victory to discuss today, a 6-2 win over the Angels of Los. Could they just go back to the California Angels?
It's the dumbest thing ever. Anaheim is like 35 miles away.
Right, and it didn't work. Like, you didn't tap in. Dodger fans didn't come over because
No.
you named them Los Angeles Angels.
Nope, they don't care actually at all.
So why not take on the rest of California? You do know that the Golden State Warriors became really popular,
Yeah.
and they didn't call themselves the Los Angeles Warriors.
Yeah, or even the San Francisco Warriors of California.
Yeah, you can take all the rest of everything in between. San Francisco and Los Angeles can be yours if you would just be honest with yourselves.
Yeah, and the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim or whatever it is you're going with these days.
No, they did ditch that.
Okay,
Yeah.
they good.
Because that was way too honest.
It was also really, really stupid because you can't be both. You're either Anaheim or you're Los Angeles. And newsflash, Anaheim's in Orange County. You're not even in the same county.
They had this fixed years ago. It was the California Angels.
Yeah,
That's what I grew up
what it
with.
was.
They were great. That was a great name.
Yeah.
Really liked
Worked
it.
out really well. Just take over the whole state and go back to it.
Not to mention the City of Angels.
Yeah.
That's what you want to be known
Yeah,
as.
that's what they want
The
to be.
City of Angels.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
actually, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's better. City of Angels. There you go.
All right, let's get into our recap. The Mariners last night taking on the Angels, and the Angels jumped out to a 1-0 lead. Then they scored again in the third to make it 2-0. But George was just getting started. He dug in at that point, and he didn't surrender anything more to the Halos. And now it was just a matter of, can the Mariners come back? Well, they had 7 full innings to do it. And Cole Young got things started with a home run there in the third inning to make it 2-1. Then a Cal Raleigh big single in the fourth, knocked in 2 to give the Mariners their first lead. And then the sixth, thanks to Dom Canzone's home run. And again, Cole Young, the Mariners pull away.
He just absolutely obliterates this. It hits off the scoreboard. Multi-homer game, Cole Young. First career multi-homer game for Cole Young.
Young man was locked in last night. All 3 of his hits were things of beauty. I mean, the 2 home runs, obvious, but even the slap single the other way on an outside pitch was just gorgeous. Against 2 different pitchers, neither of them very good. Ryan Johnson and Mitch Ferris, but Cole Young had himself a night at the plate. 3 for 3, 2 home runs, 3 runs knocked in, 2 runs scored. He did it all.
And I would say, speaking of locked in, Aaron Goldsmith also locked in on all 3 home run calls. He knew.
Yeah.
So I mean, credit to the guys for just hitting the crap out of the ball.
Right. They were all crushed.
But he knew right away.
That's true.
I was like, hey,
That's
look
true.
at that.
All it takes is knocking one off the Hit It Here Cafe.
That's right. And
convince-
he knows right away. But it was like the second they left the bat, because I was even watching the game, I'm like, oh, Aaron didn't wait for that.
No.
Oh, he was on it.
He knew. That was a good feeling for him.
It was.
He did seem in a particularly good mood last night, too, now that
Yeah,
I think
see,
about
now
it.
you know why.
Yeah, because he nailed all 3 of his home run calls.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
Good call.
Yep.
Very observant.
Thank you.
George Kirby just locked it in from that point forward. He went 8 full innings, 7 hits allowed, 2 runs. All of those happened early. All of those runs, that is. 7 strikeouts, went 100 full pitches. And, man, when he left the game, he was just all smiles. We don't see George that happy ever, and yet just beaming in the dugout. Felt like he got his job done yesterday. Here's George after the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to get real pissed off at the end there, just kind of give it all I had. And yeah, I mean, I was just to be able to get the strikeout there with a couple guys on base and just kind of shut it down. It felt awesome, and then getting the high fives from your teammates, all that good stuff. So yeah, I'm just happy we won, and Cole and those guys came out today and swung it, so it was pretty sweet.
What was the reaction like in the dugout? It seems like everybody was celebrating what you just did. Really good.
Yeah, they made a tunnel for me to go under, so I did that. But yeah, it was cool. Yeah, I'm just happy. You know, I was able to finish the job tonight. So.
Dan just told us he was on the fence a little bit whether to send you back out for the eighth. Just were you part of that conversation? Did you have to lobby a little bit?
No.
Do you appreciate the chance, obviously?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just went in the tunnel and did my thing, and yeah, just went out for the eighth. So I'm glad he trusted me in that situation.
George Kirby after the game, it really is. And you kind of have to have seen these guys interact behind the scenes to really appreciate it. So this is coming through. I get a third party here, but they like each other so much. It's so good to see that pitching staff. Remember when Julio at the end of last year was asked, "What is it about the pitching staff that impresses you the most? Your own pitching staff?" And Julio smiled. Like this wry smile, and then he squinted his eyes, and he goes, "They just like each other so much." Like he almost envied it. You keep moving my parts around, and I don't have that same relationship. But those dudes are so close. I mean, they're down there in spring training, every single one of them producing offspring practically. Yeah. And if they hadn't, they immediately become uncle, and they'll just stand there on their way in and out of the spring training facility, and they'll hold each other's babies, and they'll hang out, and the wives talk to them like their family members and everything else. But you got to see an example of it. Here's George, and George is known as having that temper, which is how that post-game press conference began that we picked it up. And yet it was you could just tell, and every player was too. But those pitchers, there's no envy. There's no, "Oh, he had a good game, I didn't." It is just 1,000% support. Mm-hmm. And when somebody pitches like that and they come off the field, that guy feels the love. Yeah. And that's why George was smiling last night.
Yeah, and I love that he's like, "Yeah, I was trying to get pissed off to give it everything I have." But then, have we ever in a press conference or post-game press conference heard him say how happy he is that many times?
No.
And he said it 5 or 6 times. I'm just happy. I'm just so happy.
Yeah. I think hopefully he's locked in because it was a little shaky there for a while. But he's had, 4 straight quality starts, and it feels like each one of them has gotten better. And last night was terrific.
Yeah, it was really great.
And so Mariners win it by a final score of 6-2. Same 2 teams will play tonight. 6:40 is the first pitch. Brian Wu, who's been terrific at home. He's been bad on the road, but he has been outstanding at home. Is getting the ball for the Mariners. And then Jose Soriano is going to pitch for the Angels. And what an interesting story he is. Soriano started this year, and people were wondering, literally outwardly wondering, has Jose Soriano become the best pitcher in baseball? He got off to such a hot start. People couldn't touch him at the beginning of the season, but for whatever reason, lately, he's been getting crushed. So I don't know what happened to lights out Jose Soriano, who had a .24 ERA on April 22nd. Wow. But right now he has a 3.32 ERA and has had a 5.5 ERA in each of the last 2 months. So whatever Jose Soriano had that was magical, that magic seems to have disappeared. He's turned back into a pumpkin at this point in the season, but he has a lot of talent. Mm-hmm. And that goes a long way, obviously. And so that's the matchup. Very interesting matchup. You got the guy that had the hot start and the cold May and June versus the guy that is lights out at home and can't win on the road. That's your pitching matchup. You figure it out.
I can't wait.
Yeah, coming up next, a World Cup shakeup yesterday. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Plays it out wide. Chance to cross. Numbers are in the box. And it comes up frame. It's a goal! It's Eason Diop who ties the game right on the stroke of 90 minutes.
There's a World Cup shakeup last night.
Yeah.
My goodness. Germany is already out. The Dutch, the freaky deaky Dutch, are already out of the World Cup at this point. Some major upsets. Anders came on with us yesterday and was talking about how he's a little worried because they've expanded the field. And some people have criticized that. There's some teams that don't belong there. They're not good enough. They shouldn't be in the World Cup. And then you've expanded the field for a round of 32. And so the matchups aren't quite as enticing as they would be if you jumped straight, if you're just taking the 16 best teams out of group play. And so Anders sort of suggested yesterday that maybe we wouldn't see as good a soccer until the next round, that maybe the group stage was going to be better soccer than we will see. Well, I don't think that's the thing that the World Cup has to worry about. I think what the World Cup has to worry about, and I think I'm starting to worry about this for the U.S. on Wednesday. I mean, it is just a sport, and I keep bringing this up to all the experts, and they do acknowledge it's true. But when you play matches and it's hard to score and the final scores are always 1-1 or 2-1 or 1-0, I mean, you're a bounce away from a major upset. Well, here we sit 5 games into this round, and we've got 2 powerhouses out of the tournament that normally wouldn't have been touched at this stage in the process. And yet the Dutch and the Germans, they are gone from from the World Cup at this point. And now all of a sudden you got Canada versus Morocco in the next round in your matchup, in which Anders Hurst said Canada's not even any good. So, I mean, yes, you ran a risk a little bit. Paraguay is now. We beat the hell out of Paraguay.
I was shocked by that one.
And yet they beat Germany?
Yeah.
Well,
That's
you
crazy.
play a soccer match at this level, and everybody can play, and you're playing games where 2 total goals, there's a chance are going to be scored. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of upsets. So I don't know. Maybe they didn't bargain for this, but I personally, as somebody that doesn't really follow the sport, I'm not surprised that you're getting major upsets at this stage in the process.
No, and that is what I mean. I said I like the World Cup. I've never been much into the group play part because it just isn't the exciting part for me because you're not eliminated usually after one game, depending on what game it is, I suppose. But this is where it's exciting. I mean, I spent last night. It was on TV3, watching, and I was like glued to it. I couldn't take my eyes off it. And I thought, how am I so invested in the Netherlands and Morocco? But it was a good game, and it was, I mean, scoreless to start for the first half, and then, the Netherlands scores first, and then Morocco ties it at the 90 minutes, and then the penalty kicks. I mean, the amount of times they hit the posts.
Oh, the pressure they put on themselves, because for their skill level, I mean, unless he guesses right, you should score. I mean, you would think. Stretch told us this when he co-hosted on the show. It looks easy. Somebody that skilled looks easy. Like all you got to do is just, because he's going to dive low either way, you just got to go upper corner, either corner, and you're going to score. But the adrenaline and the pressure and knowing that there are fans, thousands there that are crying or celebrating based on what's going to happen by you and your foot at this moment. You see a lot of guys like over kicking and it's sailing on them or going wide on that goal. And so the success rate on the penalty kicks yesterday was not all that high. And I do think that that's a reflection of just the pressure in that moment to not be the guy that screws it up. The Dutch, I mean, their 3 guys that missed looked inconsolable.
I know. And I said to 5 Iron after, I said, well, at least none of them can be like solo blame themselves.
True.
It wasn't just one guy that missed it that lost it. And it wasn't just the goalie that saved it and then somehow kicked it into the goal. That was crazy too.
Yeah. At least 3 people won't be allowed on the bus or the flight home.
It's not, and they have each other.
Right.
No, they're not alone.
They won't be alone. They just got to pool their resources. They'll get back to the Netherlands eventually.
Eventually.
Holland is waiting for you. All right, coming up next, headlines and the start of NBA free agency. My goodness. In what offseason have we had this many big names prepared to change hands? I don't remember. We'll talk about it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Kirby lets it rip. Oh, he got him! T-Mobile Park rising to its feet to celebrate a magnificent performance from George Kirby. 8 brilliant innings against the Angels tonight. Complete domination from Furious George.
Told you, Aaron sounded like in a good mood. George
Yeah.
was in a good mood. Maybe seeing George in such a good mood put Aaron in such a good mood.
Probably.
Or vice versa.
Put me in a good mood.
Yeah. Mariners win 6-2 the final score. Overcame a 2-0 deficit. Rattled off 6 runs unanswered. George Kirby went 8 full innings. He gets the victory. Cole Young homered twice. Dom Canzone also hit a bomb last night. Complete win for the team last night. And so a little bit of that heat cooled down at T-Mobile last night. Team gets back to 500 on the season, 43-43. Same 2 teams will square off tonight. Brian Wu, who's been excellent at home and bad on the road, will pitch for us at home. And Jose Soriano, who was excellent early in the season and has been terrible as of late, will pitch for them. That is your pitching matchup this evening. First pitch at 6:40. Thanks to Mariners TV for the highlight there to bring us into our 7 o'clock hour. Good morning to you. Ashley Ryan, Chuck Powell with you as we roll into hour number 2. We will have a grill giveaway today. I'm going to just tell you right off the bat. It's going to be 7:45 today. So we're only going to have one crack at that to qualify. So when you qualify at 7:45, we'll pick the name out of the hat right then and there. And that will be our second qualifier out of 4 for the week. We'll be giving away that Green Mountain pellet grill from Riches.
For the home.
For the home. Let's take a look at your headlines first. There are a lot of them here on this Tuesday morning. World Cup. Yesterday, Brazil won over Japan. That's the only thing that went as scripted. Germany has been eliminated from the World Cup. The Netherlands eliminated from the World Cup. Penalty kicks decided their fate as they are going home while the World Cup does continue. 3 more matches today of interest, of considerable interest, as a matter of fact. You're going to have France in action today against Sweden. That's the 2 o'clock match. You've got Mexico versus Ecuador at 6 o'clock this evening. And then the first match today is Ivory Coast versus Norway at 10 a.m. The U.S. won't play until Wednesday evening against Bosnia-Herzegovina. 5 o'clock is the start of that match. And, of course, we will hype that up here on your home for World Cup coverage here in Seattle. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Wimbledon continues today. Serena will play today at 9 a.m., so she's just a couple of hours away. She's going to take on M. Joint. That's right. Insert your own joke here.
Mary Jane.
Serena's going to smoke M. Joint today. No doubt about it.
I like it.
I love that I heard this little exchange this morning on television. Like, Serena's taking on Joint, and then they do a little bit of breakdown, and then they're like, Serena's the underdog. Like, of course she is.
Yeah, she's been out of tennis for 4 years.
Yeah, how could she not be the underdog in the matchup?
Yeah, that would be weird. I mean, do I think she could still win?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. But she's got to earn her spot to be the favorite again.
She hadn't had a singles match in, 4 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's taking on a professional who's been on the circuit.
Yeah. Who's been
playing every week.
Yeah, like playing matches and stuff.
So, yeah, I give her a chance to pull off the upset.
Yes.
But it would definitely be an upset if she comes out of retirement in her first match at Wimbledon and beats somebody who's ranked. Because she's also very lowly ranked.
Yeah.
Obviously, having not played. So she's not going to be taking on some chump today.
Right.
9 o'clock.
All right. We'll be tuning in.
All right. And then, of course, today, 3 o'clock is the start, not the deadline, the start of NBA free agency. And, man, it could be a wild ride. Free agency itself is probably not going to be that big of a deal. I mean, it's just the way that the league is set up right now. They don't even allow some of the better players to even get to free agency. And so the free agency list, it's not like the NFL. It's not like Major League Baseball. It's usually a little wanting. If you think you're going to try to build your team through free agency, that's going to be difficult to do. You might be able to do sign and trades, like somebody's rights are held by somebody else, and yet they are a restricted free agent, so you can pull off a trade that way. But in terms of just adding some free agents, that list isn't nearly as impressive as the list of trade candidates right now in the National Basketball Association. But this is, I don't know, maybe I know there are. I know there are a lot of sports fans out there that don't like the turnover, don't like the change of teams, that like the loyalty, that still want the Cal Ripken, I played in one uniform my entire career. And I enjoy that too, don't get me wrong. But I do love a good trade. Maybe, though, for us that love movement, that love trades, that kind of live for hot stove baseball and live for the offseason, maybe there is a limit to how much of it we want to see. I mean, think about this. And I just pulled up some random ranking. I think it's, The Ringer.
Okay.
They just ranked the top 100 basketball players today. Well, I just took their top 20. And so, and I could have found any list out there. It was the first one popped up, so I'm just going to go with that. It doesn't matter how they rank them. I'm just using that for context. But think about this. Luka Doncic is 4 on their list, traded just last season. Number 7 is Giannis, traded just last week. Number 8 is Kawhi. He's going to be traded today. He's going to be traded before the NBA free agency period begins because everybody's got to get their chickens and their mentals set for salary cap reasons for free agency. So he's going to be traded today to Toronto, looks like, and they're just going to iron out the details. Number 14 on the list is Jaylen Brown, and that's a pretty well-known story at this point. Boston tried to trade him for Giannis, didn't get it done. It's the second time they've tried to trade him for a superstar player and couldn't get it done. And there was already a rift between Brown and Boston and the Celtics organization. And so Brad Stevens has not stopped shopping him. Well, once you've done that, once you've gone that far, once you've declared publicly he's a big part of our future after having notably tried to trade him away.
I don't know, yeah.
And then the story comes out that you've not stopped trying to trade him. They have to trade him at this point. So Jaylen Brown's probably going to get traded at some point this offseason, and he's the 14th ranked player. KD at 16 was just traded last year to Houston. And number 20 on the list is LeBron, who's a free agent, and it doesn't look like he's heading to the Lakers. The story is that he's going to the Golden State Warriors to unite with Steph.
That one's weird to me.
Which would be quite interesting. But the point of it is, in the last year and a half, think about this, 7 of the top 20 players in basketball are going to change uniforms. I mean, that is significant.
Yeah.
Right there. I did a little compare and contrast with the National Football League. And again, don't blame me for the list I grabbed. I grabbed the first list I could find. It doesn't matter who ranked them or how they ranked them. I grabbed Pete Prisco's list.
Okay.
But he's the one that's done the most recent one. Like, it's better than the NFL Network's list because the players rank those and they're terrible. So I grabbed Pete Prisco's list because he is actively releasing this as we speak, and so it's the latest thing that I could find from CBS Sports. And Pete's fine. He's just got a abrasive personality.
I was going to say he's just grumpy.
Yeah, but his list, the number 1 guy he has on his list, the best player in the National Football League, according to him, is Myles Garrett. And he did get traded. Number 12 on his list is Micah Parsons. And, of course, in the last year, he's gotten traded. Matthew Stafford is number 2 on his list, and Matthew Stafford's been traded before. Not in the same calendar year. Well, actually, Garrett and Parsons weren't even traded in the same calendar year, but within the last year, they were both traded. But that's it. That's it. 16 of the top 20 football players, according to Pete, have never been traded.
That's kind of crazy.
So think about that. In these and other sports, and even in the NBA, the idea that they set up all of these rules was so that you could control a player. That's why the NBA has so many rules. So that if you have a superstar player that your fan base is attached to, he's attached to you want to build a fence around him if you can to keep him in that uniform because everybody likes the notion of that's our guy. Michael Jordan, that's our guy. I mean, I know he eventually played for the Wizards, But that he was a Chicago Bull, right?
And no one wants to remember the Wizards thing.
Right,
Doesn't really
exactly.
count.
We kind of fade that out of our memory. So here are two leagues that are kind of set up. I mean, the NFL, we have franchise tags because we want you to stay in the same uniform if you're special. If you're a special player, we prefer you to stay in the same uniform. We're not going to be able to stop everybody. But if we can set up a few rules that keep you in that uniform, that keep that loyal fan base attached to you and you to them, that's what we prefer. That's our preference for all of it. And so on a list of 20 top NFL players in the game right now, 16 of them have never changed clothes. Meanwhile, in the NBA in the last year and a half, 6 of the best players are going to be moved to other teams. And there's still talk that Donovan Mitchell at 11 could also be moved. So this is going to be a crazy offseason in the National Basketball Association. Then throw out, Julius Randle and John Morant, and Miles Bridges was traded last week from Charlotte to Phoenix. I mean, this is crazy how many moves are being made in the National Basketball Association. So if you like moves and you like off seasons like I do, not only should you be satisfied, you might be oversatiated. You might get too much. You've overstimulated me now. That might be too much. As Ace Ventura once said, 3 darts is too much. So maybe that's too many players of substance changing hands. I like it, but I could see why some people might be even turned off by that many players of significance being moved to another uniform in that short a period of time.
Yeah, because it's chaos, and so you either have to embrace it and you enjoy kind of watching that part, or you are that person that pictures a person in a uniform and doesn't want to picture them in another uniform. I mean, LeBron's been in several uniforms, so picturing him
KD as well.
Yeah, KD as well. So picturing them in another one isn't that surprising. Having them go to Golden State would be something. That'd be interesting. But, I mean, it still stands out to me that last week with the draft, you told me that 29 of the 30 second-round picks were traded. Clearly the NBA is trade happy. They love it.
Yeah.
They're all in.
Hasn't always been the case.
But this year, they are all in.
NFL has not always. I mean, NFL, it was hard to even make a trade. You rarely see if you saw one trade a year in the National Football League, it was, one significant trade a year. But now teams are embracing the trade. Teams are embracing the trading deadline. And I love that. I love that. But I do wonder if 7 of the best 20 players, 33% of the best players in basketball could change hands in the span of a little over a year. I wonder if that's too much for some people. It's not for me.
Yeah.
It's not for me. It doesn't quite cross over yet. I can't wait to see where Jaylen Brown lands. I can't wait to see what LeBron decides to do here. And so I dig it. But if you're into this sort of thing, man, you're getting an overload of it right now.
Yeah, and I could see how some people will be like, no, it is too much. One of the things that we talk about, too, with college sports, right? Players changing teams all the time, and that's too much, and I don't want to how am I going to get used to this? Well, these are superstars, so the oddity of all of a sudden having that superstar on your team or having your superstar go to another team, that is, for an emotionally invested basketball fan, can be a lot to deal with, especially at that 7 of 33% of them doing it. That would be a lot. But I think, again, as a person watching the NBA who doesn't have a team, I'm embracing the chaos.
Embrace the chaos. And here's the other fascinating thing about this offseason, because LeBron is like the free agent. I mean, he hasn't even announced anyone that he's not retiring.
Mm-hmm.
The Lakers apparently have been left in the dark. Not to mention you've got the Bronny situation. Like, what happens to Bronny? Are you just leaving the house and just leaving your
bye, son, good luck at work.
Leaving your infant behind to play with his toys? I mean, what are you going to do with Bronny? So that's interesting. But all of the arrows are pointing toward LeBron going to the Warriors and teaming up with Steph. And then we've also included Anthony Davis now in this conversation as well, going to the Warriors and teaming with Steph and with Draymond, who apparently they're not going to chase out of town after all. And Steve Kerr is coming back to coach the team, even though he looked like a wrung out dish rag at the end of the season last year. It looked on Steve Kerr's face when he was hugging everybody goodbye like, not only am I leaving basketball, I don't ever want to coach again. He looked that spent, and yet little time away, and it looks like he signed back up for more of this. More of Draymond, it sounds like,
Ooh,
as
that's
well.
a lot.
So there is a chance that as you're looking at Oklahoma City and San Antonio, and I guess the Knicks, I mean, they're the champs. We got to put them in the conversation as well. So, but sort of the new faces of the NBA, and are some of these teams that were out ahead of this, especially with San Antonio and OKC, have they created two teams that cannot be beaten in the next 10 years? Is it going to be one or the other? The way that they've been perfectly constructed, how much luck they had in the lottery, how much, what the decision to rebuild entirely did to benefit them, the draft capital that they accumulated that has set them up that even if they do hit a snag, they just trade a couple of their leftover draft picks and they get out of that hole. They seem to be in great cap situation. Are they going to dominate the next 10 years? Seems to be the narrative right now in the National Basketball Association. Will the Spurs and Thunder win all of the next 10 NBA titles because of how well they're set up for the future? And here are the Golden State Warriors and all their wrung out, tired legends. And LeBron, Anthony Davis, Steph, and Draymond might all end up on the same roster before this comes to a close. It kind of reminds me of, remember the 2003 Lakers super team that they put together that included the glove?
I do.
Where they had Shaq and Kobe, and for whatever reason, the Lakers are like, what is wrong with us? We're falling apart.
Yep.
Let's go assemble the greatest team that the rules will allow. And they went out and they got Karl Malone and they got Gary Payton, and they were sure that, I mean, there were people, I remember doing sports talk radio. There were people that thought they weren't going to lose a game.
I lived in LA at the time. You are correct. They were all like, it was like, oh my God, we've assembled the greatest team to ever be.
It was unfair. People were like, what are they going to win 70? 70 and 2, or excuse me, 80? They're going to go 80 and 2 this year? I mean, they thought that they were unbeatable. And they ended up not even being very good. And that team was younger than what the Warriors are contemplating right now. But it would be interesting.
Oh, I mean, it's
certainly makes them more interesting.
Get your popcorn out. That's what I think. Yeah, it'd be super fun to watch. But I also am like, ooh, it would also be really funny if they're terrible.
Warriors aren't all that interesting right now with an aged Steph and an aged Draymond and a tired dish rag. They're not that interesting right now. Put LeBron and Anthony Davis, if the old men got together to show these young whippersnappers how it's done, and you assembled an old dream team, like Michael Keaton would be in this movie, and then they went a head-to-head against the Thunder and the Spurs, I don't think it'll work. But it makes it a lot more, makes LeBron's life a lot more interesting. Everybody's tired of him being a Laker anyway.
Yeah. Even his son probably. I'm
certainly
kidding,
makes
joking.
Anthony Davis's life more interesting. I mean, he's in the Wizards right now, for goodness sake.
That poor guy.
So we'll see. But, man, fascinating times right now in the NBA, and the free agency period begins today at 3 o'clock. So there's probably going to be a couple trades as teams, like I said, get their chickens and their mentals in order. They got to get under the cap, put themselves in a good cap position. So if they do want to try to grab a free agent, that they've got the money to do so, but they need to know stuff first. So we could see several trades before 3 o'clock. So leading up to 3 o'clock, much like the NFL, is going to be a lot more interesting than anything that happens after 3 o'clock. Or at least that's the way it feels right now. All right, coming up next, ABCs of the M's come your way on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. And people do like that. We have the alphabet as our guide through a daily Mariners segment. We never know where it's going to take us, so we're going to start with the letter D. D is for disabled, which is where Rob Refsnyder is at this point in his Mariner career. He was put on the injury list yesterday, and he's been dealing apparently with some issues for a little while. I know this doesn't break the hearts of Mariner fans to not have Rob Refsnyder in the lineup. And I do wonder aloud, as a mass communicator, as a living, will Rob Refsnyder ever play for the Mariners again?
I think that's a fair question to ask.
Isn't that a fair question to ask at this point? Because if anybody takes hold, or, I mean, depending on how long he's out, we are entering July tomorrow. And apparently the Mariners are already, according to Adam Jude, sniffing around about adding a bat sooner than later. They realize where the weakness is. They're frustrated as anybody else with the 500 record at this point. So they're shopping for a relief pitcher and a bat and not necessarily waiting till after the draft in order to really focus on that. Which is something that they've done in the past. And a lot of teams do that. They're not the only ones, so please don't jump all over Jerry and Justin like you tend to do, some of you. So it looks like they are already on the search for this. So if they find that perfect match, if they find that bat, I mean, obviously Rob Refsnyder can't be brought back to this team. He just isn't performing. So I think that there is a chance. I think there's a chance he's back. But I think that there's a chance that he's not back at this point. We might have seen him play his last game as a Mariner.
Well, yeah, and it's interesting because when he got his first hit and then did his post-game press conference and talked about like the emotional things and how he'd been dealing with an injury, and so he had to adjust some stuff because of something that was bothering him. I feel like if there was really a significant injury at the time, they would have put him on the IL right away instead of letting him go 2.5 more months with something kind of nagging at him. So now it's like, okay, well, it's nagging at you and you're not getting any better. Not like physically, but your at-bats, nothing's getting better. So I don't know. It seems like it was kind of like they gave them as much time as they could, and now they're like, okay, we're done.
Well, he might be out of time. And especially if he's, going to go on the shelf for a minimum of 10 days, because a lot can happen in 10 days. So he may have run out of time. I mean, Brendan Donovan, I'm assuming, is coming back at some point.
We don't hear anything
Nothing.
about that.
So, but he's taking somebody's spot, whether it's JP or the DH or goes into a super utility role. He's going to find playing time somewhere out there. And then E is for everyday Dom, because at this stage, you're foolish if you're not playing Dom Canzone every day.
Yep. Absolutely.
You're hitting him third now. You are acknowledging Dom Canzone's our best hitter right now. He has a 900 OPS. 900.
Yeah, he's got the highest batting average, too.
And he also, against lefties, and this is still a short sample size with just 21 at-bats against lefties, but he has a 952 OPS against lefties. So when he's been given the chance, which has been infrequently, to play against lefties, he's not embarrassing himself. He's certainly out hitting Rob Refsnyder against left-handers. So I think Dom Canzone, and this is a bit of an upset for me, because I thought maybe he'd be used at the trading deadline to trade for a Byron Buxton type if you could get him. But right now, he seems too valuable to move. I mean, he's in the heart of your order right now. Cal Raleigh's hitting 6th, and Dom Canzone's hitting 3rd for the Seattle Mariners in 2026.
Yeah, that's when he moved up to 3rd, I was like, whoa.
And he's earned it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he proved it again last night.
Yeah, hit another home run last night. So 900 OPS, I mean, that's special. He looks like he's turned a corner. He bided his time. He swallowed the insult that he can't play against left-handers, and he fought his way through it, even though he hit, I think, 273 against lefties a year ago. He didn't hit for power, but he was putting the ball in play against lefty. He wasn't striking out every single time. But right now, Dom Canzone looks like an everyday player. He is your everyday DH until we are further notified. So, again, that crowds things for Rob Refsnyder. Well, we might still have a platoon, but the platoon is right field, Raley, and who? Robles or Refsnyder? Well, there's no question that Robles is outplaying Refsnyder right now, both offensively and defensively. So, again, that crowds the situation. Plus, Donovan, again, is on his way back to this roster, and we got to find a spot for him. And there's still the potential to make a move. Like, if you still don't feel comfortable against lefties, seems like we still need a right-handed bat, which could put Robles in jeopardy as well. So F today is for framework. And this is another idea that I got from somebody else. This is happening way too frequently, and I'm going to start punching you people for being so clever. I'm going to do it. This is supposed to be me coming up with these ideas.
And you're supposed to listen and be in awe.
Right.
That's
Thank you.
how radio works.
This is what I do.
Gosh.
Stay in your lane, Akita.
He's pretty smart.
Adam Jude came up with this one, too.
Uh-oh. He's also pretty smart.
He's on the inside, though.
Yeah.
Plus, he's liked this guy for a long time. But I kind of forgot about him in this process. But he mentioned this name in a list of 4. By the way, I came up with Buxton first, buddy.
Yeah, you've been on the Buxton train longest.
Thank you. And then he started saying, maybe Byron Buxton.
Yeah.
But he's got to get the credit for that, even though he won't give me credit in his article. You know you got it from me. Spencer Steer from the Cincinnati Reds is a name that he has brought up. And I realize that that doesn't make anyone listening right now that's rooting for the Mariners and can't wait to the trading deadline do any backflips. You might not even know who that is. I mean, it's not like acquiring Ellie De La Cruz, I can tell you that.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
28-year-old, kind of a utility player. He'd definitely be brought in for a platoon. There's no question about that. Somebody that Cincinnati values. He's a baller. He's a grinder. He mainly plays now the corner outfield positions, but he can play first base. He can play third and second even in a pinch. So he has fulfilled those roles in the past. But the reason why he would be attractive is, number one, he doesn't make much money. $4 million. You've got control over him for the next 2 seasons. And the Mariners do like those type of trade deadline trades more than the rentals. And you have a problem against left-handed pitching. Spencer Steer actively this year, right now. So if he comes here and he hits a wall, you cannot blame Jerry and Justin for this one. Because right now against left-handers, Spencer Steer's hitting .328, and he plays against all of them with a .421 on base and a .641 slug. He has an OPS over 1,000 actively.
Okay.
And this is
not last year.
Right. And this is a 28-year-old. So there's no way that he's going to hit that 38-year-old wall that Pollock hit.
Yeah.
And Refsnyder apparently hit unknowingly. We didn't realize when we acquired them that they'd hit the wall in their career. The Colton Wong hit.
Yeah.
This is somebody that is actively this year, right now, punishing left-handed pitching. And he can play various positions for you. He can certainly settle into a platoon for a world championship contender in right field with Luke Raley rather snugly. And now all of a sudden you do have a dynamic pair. For all of you that can't stand a platoon, you're out of your mind. They've been around for 100 years, and the Dodgers and the Rays use them.
Yeah, we didn't create
constantly. Constantly, the Dodgers and Rays use them more than what we do. And those are the 2 best teams right now in baseball. So I'm not scared of that at all. And now this almost gives you like a super platoon in right field if you brought in Spencer Steer. Dom becomes your everyday DH at that point. Donovan becomes either your starting third baseman or your just super utility player that's playing everywhere, including giving Randy, a day off every once in a while. But Spencer Steer, along with Cincinnati reliever, veteran 32-year-old TJ Antone. I mean, that to me is a trade you could make right now with the Cincinnati Reds that wouldn't cost you one of your top prospects. Probably would cost you a good prospect. Probably a Michael Arroyo. We don't need him anyway. We've got our second baseman and our shortstop for our future. And we have Felton Celestin, too. So we don't really need Arroyo. He's expendable, if you will. And he's one of the top 50 to 75 prospects in the sport right now. So you include him in a deal. You throw in a couple of other prospects that the Reds like. that aren't in our top 10, and that should do it. A 32-year-old relief pitcher who's had a lot of injuries and a 28-year-old platoon/utility player shouldn't cost you your top guys. So, but I think it is worth investing an Arroyo piece and a couple of other pieces in order to get Steer and Antone, and then that might be all you need. It really. I mean, it's not the big splash, but then again, the big splash guys might not be available. Doesn't sound like Buxton's available. If we could add Spencer Steer and TJ Antone right now to our woes, I think we got a complete roster at that point, and now we're just waiting for Donovan to get activated.
Yeah, and I mean, just hearing what you're saying about how he's currently succeeding against lefties, that does give me more promise than somebody that did it last year, then had a season off to figure out how to undo that.
Yeah, I don't know what happens in off seasons to some players, but there was no evidence that Rob Refsnyder, A.J. Pollock, Mitch Garver, and Colton Wong were going to be terrible.
Oh, and
until they were.
And I figured out who our other person that we signed last year, where we were talking about Donovan Solano, Rowdy Telez.
No, not in the off season. We signed him in spring training.
I was thinking, but in spring training.
Yeah.
All right, I can't remember then who it was.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, G is for Grill giveaway. Yes, we are going to give away our grill before the 4th of July. It's burning a hole through our pockets. It must be the hot coals. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I'd be in trouble if your flame went out. 'Cause I don't know how to cook with another, and I just don't know how. Oh, grill, how I depend on you to give me smoke when I need it.
Pretty good.
Really good.
Like, because that's not an easy pitch to hit right there.
No, he nails the
Yeah.
vocals, and the lyrics are really funny.
Yeah, very funny.
Yeah.
I kept thinking, hearing it again, like he was going to crack at some point, and he held that note.
No, he does.
Good stuff.
That's Brian Keene right there.
Brian, I wish Brian was playing out at the Tulalip Resort Casino Summer Concert Series because I want to hear his entire grill album.
Oh my gosh, I would totally want to see that.
We'll see if we can figure that out for Brian. But for now, the Black Crowes, Anthony Hamilton, and George Thorogood are going to have to do.
They're bad to the bone.
That's just part of the Summer Concert Series 2026 going on out there at Tulalip Resort Casino. Take advantage of a full-on musical showcase at the Tulalip Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale right now at TulalipCasino.com, also at Ticketmaster. Tulalip Resort Casino, when all you want is everything. That's all. Just when you want everything.
Just everything.
That's where you go. Yeah.
There are a lot of people who want everything and never know where to go. We just helped you out a lot.
We have a grill to give away before the 4th of July. Yesterday, we started a new contest. That's from last year's contest. We had a song contest, and we asked people to take a famous song about a girl and just put grill in there. And people ended up making up their own lyrics.
So good.
Yeah, and creating some great stuff. But as much as we wanted to repeat the same contest, we just thought we'd have too many repeating bastards, in a repeating contest.
That's right.
You know
Or
what I'm saying?
copycats, people stealing people's
Yeah.
stuff from last year. We don't want none of that.
Yeah. So we just made it a little simpler. This year, we're going to go to the movie industry, and we're going to play for you a clip from a movie that has traditionally girl in the title. But you've got to change it to grill. You've got to recognize what that movie comes from, what movie it comes from, and then you have to text us at 49451 with the title of the movie, but you better replace girl with grill. Otherwise, you will not qualify for the Mountain Pellet Grill from Riches for the home. You have to put that into your submission. So here we go. Here is today's movie clip.
You want to go tree climbing, Thomas J? His face hurts. And where is his glasses? He can't see without his glasses.
That's sad.
It's really sad. It made me cry almost watching it again.
Yeah.
But there you go.
There you go. Turn that sad clip into a happy moment for you. Qualify
Nice new grill.
for our brand new Mountain Pellet Grill right now. Green Mountain Pellet Grill from Riches for the home. And so 49451, text us the name of that movie. Make sure you replace girl with grill when you do that in the title, and then you will qualify. You'll simply qualify. Not everybody gets a grill. And then we will choose one winner today out of those that qualify, just like we have one winner from yesterday out of those that qualified, and we'll do the same thing on Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah. And then out of those 4 daily people, one of them will win the grill on Thursday.
Exactly. All right. Got it? It's all brought to you by Riches for the home. Visit any of Riches' 6 inspiring showrooms for the Northwest's largest selection of outdoor furniture, hot tubs, fireplaces, and outdoor grills. richeshome.com. All right. I just want to play more of the songs now.
I mean, I'll play them for you anytime you want.
Okay, maybe we'll do that before the show comes to a close. All right, coming up next, though, on the radio program, our Seahawks 1 series wrapped up on Friday. Only one problem with that. Nobody chose Leonard Williams or Nick Eamon-Worry, and I won't stand for it. So we're going to have an extended version of the Seahawks 1 series just so we can handle these two fellas. And we're bringing back 2 of our best. Greg Bell's going to be joining us next on the other side. We're going to break down the big cat for you right here on the Seahawks 1 series extended edition. Chuck and Buck Sports Radio, 93.3 KJR FM. Hour here on this Tuesday morning. Great to have you with us. It's Chuck Powell. It's Ashley Ryan with you until 10 o'clock. Ryan Healy's going to be joining us at 9 o'clock to talk all things Mariners a little bit later on in the show. But, yeah, by now you should recognize that song because we've been playing it all month long, our Seahawks 1 series, which I know what I said Friday, that we were concluding the Seahawks 1 series, but we're going extended edition for a reason, which I'll tell you about in a moment. But let's get the hour started by telling you how to win some cash. We got $250,000 burning a hole through our pocket, apparently, at iHeartRadio. And so they've launched this $250,000 USA giveaway to celebrate our nation's birth. And so for the last, I don't know, several years, feels like I've been giving you a word at 8 o'clock to take to our website, 93.3 KJR.com, and enter for a shot at $2,500 in cash. So you can get $2,500 of that $250,000. And I'll tell you this, it's a lot more than I'm getting. So go ahead and take the keyword birthday to 93.3 KJR.com. Enter it for your shot at $2,500 in cash. Your next chance to play is at 11 o'clock. And so, yes, the Seahawks 1 series, something we do every June. It's one analyst in town or out of town, breaking down one key Seahawks player for one entire interview. We did 4 full weeks of it, and yet no one chose Leonard Williams, and no one chose Nick Eamon-Worry. Ashley and I thought that was unacceptable. So we've extended it by 2 installments into this week. And to handle it properly, we're bringing in our 2 big guns. Hugh Millen tomorrow to break down Nick Eamon-Worry. And joining us today, you can hear him at 10 o'clock every day here on KJR and all through the football season on Chuck and Buck. It's our Seahawks insider, Greg Bell, to talk some big cat Leonard Williams. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning.
Can you believe that no one took Leonard Williams? Can you believe that?
Forest from the trees type of deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a pretty big deal to them, especially Mike McDonald's defense.
Well,
yeah.
let's start right there then. How big of a deal? Put it in perspective, what he's meant to this football team since he put on that Seahawks uniform.
Well, he predates, of course, McDonald. He got here in the middle of Pete Carroll's last season, and then he's had his 2 full seasons, the last 2 with the Seahawks, and they've been as productive as any 2 back-to-back seasons he's had in his entire 12-year career. But he represents what McDonald wants to do across the defense, Chuck, and that's multiplicity. And a guy that can do multiple roles that an offense doesn't know where he's going to line up from snap to snap. He's a 3-technique defensive tackle outside the guard. He's a 5-technique defensive end outside the shoulder of the offensive tackle. He lines up for the nose. He dropped into coverage and fooled a Hall of Fame quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, in the Meadowlands a couple seasons ago as a nose tackle, dropping into coverage, faking a blitz, intercepting it, and returning it 92 yards for his first career touchdown. So McDonald moves him as a chess piece. He's like the defensive line version of Nick Eamon-Worry and Devin Witherspoon. Moves him around so the offense doesn't know where he's coming from. And the other thing he does is command double teams. 2/3 of the time last year on pass rush snaps, he was double teamed. That was the 4th most of any interior defensive lineman. So if you're moving him around and the offense is devoting 2 blockers to that guy, and then when you move him around your defense and the offense has to chase him around the formation, you're dictating to the offense. Leonard Williams on the defensive line allows Mike McDonald to dictate to the offense, which is exactly what he was trying to do when he got here from the Ravens.
Greg Bell is with us talking about Leonard Williams in our Seahawks 1 series. And when he was coming out of college, out of USC, I mean, there was talk all football season long that he might be the number 1 overall pick. And then he gets taken by the New York Jets at 6th overall. So, I mean, huge expectations. And he had a really good career before becoming a Seahawk. But since he's become a Seahawk, as you said, the best football of his entire career. And I don't know what he was like in New York with the Giants or the Jets, who he played with previously, but you can't wipe the smile off of his face right now as a Seahawk. As far as you can tell in your reporting, what do you think being a Seahawk, being a part of this defense with Mike McDonald has meant to Leonard Williams?
Well, Carroll talking about him from his USC connections and how much when they played, especially the Giants, and a couple of times they played the Jets, how much Leonard Williams just an infectious personality in the locker room. And I remember Carroll talking about that when he was with the Giants before the Seahawks played them a few times. They've had their eye on him, and Carroll had his eye, and John Schneider had their eye on him for a long time. And, of course, as you mentioned, he was drafted way too high for the Seahawks to get him a top 6 pick. He's had, you could say, a Hall of Fame type career. I know he doesn't have a first-team All-Pro selection, which usually is the way into Canton, or at least the quickest front door way in. But he's now playing 12 years on a defensive line. 2 of his last, I know Pro Bowls come as dime a dozen selections these days, but these 2 of his 3 career Pro Bowl selections have come in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
He's the father of he's like the dad of the locker room and the defense. I know DeMarcus Lawrence is older, but he's got 6 kids, so he's too busy being a dad at home. Lawrence is something of a father to everybody else, and he embraces that role. He's a culture setter. He's a guy that McDonald leans on heavily on his veterans leadership committee on deciding team issues and what teams do, and for when they should travel, how much they should practice, should they take a day off, should they be not in pads today. Leonard Williams is the sounding board guy for that. He's a commanding presence because of his longevity in the league and his excellence and pedigree in the league. Guys listen to him. He has that personality. He's a very integral piece to what McDonald does. McDonald's system, the locker room culture we talk about all the time that the Seahawks say they won the Super Bowl because of, it doesn't work unless the players are empowered to be the voice and to lead.
Yeah.
Leonard Williams is probably one of the chief leaders of those voices in the locker room. I often don't know what Mike McDonald's defense would look like without him. I'm not sure what the culture would look like without him. And having said that, he just turned 32, going on 33, and he's into his dozen years in the league. His contract ends after this year. He's got a void year after the new deal they gave him a couple of years ago. So they have a decision, something of a reckoning with him as he gets older. Do you keep him for another go-around beyond this year? I think they're going to see how he holds up playing 73+% of the snaps like he did last year. He was the most played defensive lineman, even more than Lawrence and Reed and anybody. And Murphy, at his age, I'm not sure he can play 73% of the snaps again this year and still get the same production. That's what they're going to try to do. But I know McDonald, as it stands right now, would love to have him as long as he can coach and as long as Williams is willing to play. He's that important.
Do they feel like they have the best tackle combo defensively in the NFL with Williams and Murphy?
Well, yeah, I think so, because Williams can play inside and out and allows Murphy to move as well. It's not like they're just pigeonholed into here are 2 interior defensive tackles.
Right.
Now, Murphy gets snaps outside at defensive end as well. And it's not like you're just moving Williams around and he's not productive. He's actually, no matter where you put him, he's producing. His last 2 seasons, he's played 33 regular season games. He missed 1 in the last 2 seasons. He has 25 tackles for losses. That's his most in back-to-back seasons. He has 50 hits on the quarterback in those 33 games. That's his most of his career in back-to-back seasons. And he's got 18 sacks in those 2 seasons, 11 and then 7. You'll take that and more from a 32-year-old in his 12th NFL season. And so, again, allowing not only can they move him around, he's a force. They move him around that the team has to double team, an offense has to double team him, and that frees up Byron Murphy for one-on-one reps. That frees up Riley Mills, who will have a much bigger role this year. Riley Mills is a real key to Leonard Williams playing fewer snaps, less than 73% of the time this year, and being more productive. Mills is something like Williams in that he can play inside, he can play out. He was largely a defensive end at Notre Dame, and the Seahawks have moved him up and down the line like Leonard Williams. How much can Riley Mills, in his first full season after that ACL tear robbed him of most of his rookie season, how much can he capitalize on that Super Bowl sack and how he was late in the season to help Leonard Williams not have to play 73% of the snaps this year?
Our Seahawks insider Greg Bell is with us from the News Tribune. Of course, you can follow his coverage of the Seahawks at thenewstribune.com. You can listen to him every day right here on KJR at 10 o'clock. And we need him during the football season almost every day at 7:05 right here on the Chuck and Buck radio program if you want to follow at G-Bell Seattle there on X. I also love the stories, Greg, about how well Leonard Williams gets along with the offensive lineman, how much he helps Gray Zabel make his transition into the National Football League. I mean, I do realize that they're all part of the same tribe, but sometimes you will see in sports that pitchers will gravitate toward pitchers or defensive linemen will gravitate toward defensive linemen. I love that he's an all-encompassing leader on this football team. I love the stories about he and trying to make the offensive line better.
I've covered Seahawks defensive linemen that fight with offensive linemen in training camp.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's not a given. Leonard Williams does that. He and DeMarcus Lawrence both pull guys aside, especially the younger players, on the offensive line. Says, here's why I'm doing this. And you can see him pantomime his pass rush moves to Gray Zabel in training camp last year to try to get Zabel to develop a counter to a 12-year Pro Bowl veteran's moves. Yes. And there's a selflessness to that as well. Leonard Williams is a full Northwest guy now. I mean, he went to high school in Daytona Beach, Florida, went to USC, as you mentioned, of course. But he's bought a house in Newport Hills above the Seahawks training facility. He and his wife, new baby they just had this offseason. He just went to Spokane this weekend for the first time, Leonard Williams did. He was a judge in the Hoop Fest. The dunk contest, the 3-on-3 festival in the streets of Spokane, and he said he was blown away by Spokane and the fervor for Hoop Fest and the people there, and he was leading chants and Seahawk chants, and he'd never been to Eastern Washington, he said. So the point is, he is really ingrained in the community, in the team, in the culture. I can go on and on about the impact he has, more than just X's and O's, to what Mike McDonald's trying to set culture-wise. And as we've said many times, that culture is why they think they won the Super Bowl. Leonard Williams, gigantic piece of that.
Yeah, and we've got a secondary here in Seattle that gets a lot of attention. Nick Eamon-Wari might just be getting started. Witherspoon might become the highest-paid cornerback in the National Football League here in the next month or so. We have arguably the best wide receiver in the game right now. But is there a better room on campus over there in Renton than the defensive line group? Is that the strength of the team, those guys up front?
I think so, because if you don't have what they have, and you have to be 4 deep instead of 8 deep, and they're getting to 8. They're not quite there yet. Riley Mills will be a big piece of that. But if you don't have the depth and you don't have the quality up front, teams will just run on you. And then your perceived strength, the secondary, is not as big a factor. 2nd and 2 and 3rd and 1, your defensive secondary is in a little more trouble than they are in 3rd and 11. And that 3rd and 11s are what the defensive line brings them. And I mentioned Williams. The reason he's played more snaps than anybody on the defensive line is he's a run stopper and a pass rusher. And they don't want to take him off the field, even at 32 years old. Yes, to answer your question, DeMarcus Lawrence was a huge piece for them. Now getting Dante Fowler, excuse me. They're getting older in the defensive line, but they're good. How much can they stay good? Fowler's plus 30. Lawrence just turned 34. Williams is going on his age 33 season. Like I said, Jaron Reed's going to turn 33 during this season. Chenin Wosu suddenly is going to be 30 years old during this season. Can they still get Super Bowl level production out of that defensive line into their 30s? You're pushing it. The NFL will tell you that when you start getting in your early 30s, the production goes way down, the price tag goes way up, and that's when teams release you so that they don't have diminishing returns. The Seahawks are pushing that diminishing returns button. There's no signs yet of Leonard Williams on diminishing returns, but it ain't last forever. Mm-hmm. So can they get another season of productivity out of these guys now that they're pushing early 30s like they got last year? That's a huge key to whether the Seahawks defense is number one against it again this year.
Is John at all disappointed that the league has become more trade aggressive at the trading deadline? Because it kind of feels like he's been ahead of the curve on the entire league about making that big, bold move. I mean, he's been making it for a while. He's definitely hitting the last 3 years with Williams, and with Jones, and then this year with Shaheed. But, I mean, this goes back to Sheldon Richardson, Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been doing this for a long time, and finally the rest of the NFL seems to have woken up like, hey, wait. You can get pretty good deals for quality veteran players at the trading deadline. Why aren't we making more moves at the trading deadline? John's probably pissed off that they've finally figured out what he's doing to help his team mid-season.
It's a good point. He has more competition now. You're right. What teams have done around the league is doing what Snyder has been doing for 16 years, and that's holding in reserve space on the salary cap to do that. When you trade for someone, it's a prorated rest of his contract for that year. If it's right around the trade deadline, the end of October, you're about half a season. You owe half of his salary. Well, you have to have salary cap space to do that. And a lot of teams aren't willing to keep a reserve space because they want to buy up players and have max buying value before the season starts. Snyder's strategy has been to wait to see what they look like during the season, where their holes are, and then go fill it. And, okay, we think we're good here. Oh, we didn't expect to be deficient here. Or we might need this piece here. They save money to do that because it costs money to add that on. Teams never used to do that. Teams used to be right up against the cap at the end of training camp when their rosters at 53 were set. Snyder always has extra room, and fans are saying, why do we have all this cap space? They aren't using it. They use it to try to negotiate for the deal for a guy that other teams can't afford. It's a good point that other teams are catching on to that, and the market's we've got a little more competition for Snyder.
And they're going to do it again this year. Going to do the exact same
They
thing.
will.
Yeah, it turns out injuries are a big part of football, too. So you never know where your hole might pop up during the course of the season. But my goodness, is he on a roll right now at the trading deadline? That is just and it kind of restarted with Leonard Williams. He kind of, in a strange way, Greg, I mean, the acquisition of Leonard Williams seemed to be maybe the first step in building this championship team that we've got right now. Is that crazy to say?
Not certainly on the defensive line, which is most coaches will tell you is the start of your defense. If your defensive line is getting run over, you're done. You're not going to do pass rush. You're not going to get coverage and turnovers and interceptions. Leonard Williams has he's, as I said, the most played defensive lineman they have at age 32.
Yeah. All right. What do you got planned for 10 o'clock today?
We have Jim Bowden, the former general manager, Major League general manager, has been an MLB and other national analysts. He's going to talk to us about the dynamic of a first-time manager and how a GM deals with that, and the analytics piece, of course, vis-a-vis the Mariners, and how they've hired Scott Service and Dan Wilson from never having managed before, and what that dynamic is for a general manager, what that relationship's like. We'll talk to him at 11 o'clock.
All right, fascinating. Ask him about trade deadline stuff, too. He's really good on that. Ask him who the Mariners should get.
He nails a lot of those trades and predictions, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's pretty good at it. He's pretty good. All right, Greg, thank you, sir. We'll be listening at 10.
All right. Thank you, sir.
There he is, Greg Bell, our Seahawks insider, as we've gone a little extended with our Seahawks 1 series this year. Yeah, we were going to wrap it up on Friday, but, man, there was some unfinished business. I'm glad we got to talk about Big Cat for an entire segment. Feel better. I feel better.
I do, too.
Not entirely fulfilled.
After tomorrow, I think I will be.
After tomorrow, we will have closure, and we will be able to move on from the Seahawks 1 series. And it will dip into July, by the way, which is a little against the rules.
It is, but it's worth it.
Necessary. So, yes, we'll have Hugh on tomorrow to talk about Nick Eamon-Wari. Coming up next, though, it's brunch time. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We're ready to play. We're learning the way to do it right. With a baseball bunch, we're gonna go far. We learn from the stars. We are the baseball bunch. We're having fun while we're learning to run and hit and throw and catch that ball. You can learn too. We're waiting for you. We got a hunch you'll love the baseball bunch.
Oh, welcome into the baseball brunch. It is Chuck and Ashley with you. That's right, the people that brought you Reckless at breakfast now bring you the baseball brunch on a semi-regular basis. It is our recap of the Mariners game from the previous day. We do one at 6:30 called Mariners Morning After, and that's done every single day. But sometimes, you know what? That 8 o'clock audience, that 9 o'clock audience, like, I can't get up for that. And I'd still like to hear a little bit of a recap of the baseball game. So that's why we provide this service. Welcome to the baseball brunch.
It's delicious.
Yeah, it really is.
I can smell it.
Yeah.
Cooking up right now.
Could you pass me maybe some chicken and waffles?
Oh, yeah. Here. Can I throw them?
Yeah, you can throw them.
Like a Frisbee?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
No problem. Not the chicken.
No, sorry. I got confused.
You got crust in my eye.
My bad.
All right. Well, today's baseball brunch is certainly, the stars of the game were George Kirby, our pitcher, and Cole Young, our second baseman. They were the superstars of this game. George got off to a little bit of a slow start. He allowed a run in the very first inning, another one in the third, and suddenly a struggling Mariners team that is coming off one of its worst losses of the year, coming off 3 straight series losses, dropped below 500 for the first time in a while. Heading into this game, and now you're down 2-0 to one of the worst teams in the world. Man, it just didn't look good. And of all people to melt that ice, it was Cole Young with a home run to center field to make it 2-1. And then in the very next inning, finally a break for this team with 2 outs. Randy Arozarena is hit by a pitch. Then an error committed by the Angels' third baseman put runners not just at first and second, but second and third, and Cal Raleigh came to the plate.
Can they cash in on that 2-out error? A little loop inside out and a base hit. Randy scores. Throw coming home. Naylor is safe at the plate. Cal Raleigh delivers, and the Mariners have taken the lead.
A 2-run single for the dumper made it 3-2 at that point. They took the lead for the first time and never looked back. They rolled to a 6-2 victory, thanks in large part to George Kirby, who did not give up another run, ended up going 8 strong, and actually walked off of the mound. He was fired up walking off the mound. But then by the time he got to the dugout and the party that was waiting for him, George was all smiles.
He just looked like a little kid who had just got his first hit, and he just walks in. He's like, just a big smile. Just looked innocent and happy. And we don't see George that happy that often.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why he's nicknamed Furious George.
Yeah, he was not furious yesterday.
Oh, no, he was a pig and poop yesterday.
Yes.
So George got the job done. And then offensively, the team was really carried by Cole Young. He was perfect at the plate. He had a single the other way, which was a gorgeous piece of hitting. He hit the home run that started the scoring, and then he hit the home run to end the scoring. So 3 for 3, 3 RBI, 2 home runs, first multi-homer game of Cole Young's career, and here he is after the game.
Felt really good. It was nice to just help the team win today. Just glad I stayed in my approach and didn't try to do too much.
What's going through your head? The second one in particular just keeps going, clears off to the side. You hit to that part of the ballpark before, but still, are you almost awe-inspired by how tough it is?
Yeah, I'm just happy I put a good swing on it. Got the job done. So, it was nice to get a good barrel right there, and definitely felt good.
See you and Dom batting practice quite a bit, trying to trade shots off the Air Cafe or kind of one up each other a little bit. How fun is it to do that in a game?
Yeah, it's fun. I think he got his a little more than I did, but yeah, it's always fun to compete with him, especially in batting practice. But he's got a lot more juice than I do, so it's hard to compete with him.
Did he remind you of that after the second one?
No, I don't think he did, but I'm sure tomorrow he'll bring it up at some point.
Both you and Dom also a couple lefty on lefty hits. So much talk about the struggles against Southpaws this year. Just what's kind of been the key for you guys to maybe go into those at bats, just focus on, like you said, but working your approach and not really worried about the handedness of the guy out there.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is not thinking too much about, oh, he's a lefty, like it's gonna be so much different. It's more so like, all right, let's create an approach against this guy, and like let's stick to it, and like let's not try to do too much, and just stick to the approach and hit it hard somewhere.
Cole Young is never going to think that anything he does is a big deal.
He's like, oh, Dom did it better.
I hope he stays that way.
Yeah.
That would be such a cool trait to have in not just a professional baseball player, but somebody that is now starting to project as he's going to be a multi-time All-Star. There might even be a brush with superstardom. This dude's got power.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was the thing that jumped out most about him to me last year was he hit the longest home run of the season last year. I don't know if people realize that. Cole Young hit the longest home run of the season last year. That's not in his portfolio. That's not in his scouting report that I'd read, that he has this sneaky, not pop, that's power. When you're in the ball 460, 470 feet, that is power. And this year you can tell he's a little broader. He's a little thicker. He's like put on man weight at this stage in his life. And obviously they've got him in the weight room as well. But he now fills out a jersey, which he didn't a year ago. And so I said at the beginning of the season, he's going to get 20 home runs this year. He was torrid in the spring, and he hasn't quite delivered on being the power source so far this season. He's more delivered on being just steady Eddie defensively and a reliable bat. When Cole comes to the plate, we feel pretty good about it, don't we?
Yeah, I think so.
No matter what time in the game. I mean, it doesn't mean he's going to get hit. He hadn't had a great year. It's not like Tony Gwynn coming to the plate, but you feel like you've got a chance every time Cole Young comes to the plate because he usually gives you a good at bat. But I'm telling you, he was always described as a floor guy. He's going to be a high floor. Boy, he's a gamer. He's going to get that uniform dirty. He's going to hit for a decent average. He's going to play very good defense. He's going to run the bases well. But what we've seen this year is, man, this guy's got a ceiling. This guy's ceiling. That was underreported when he was coming up through the ranks. And, man, you see him go dead center last night for a home run, and then off the top
Yeah, hit it here, Cafe.
On his second home run of the day, and then the beautiful inside-out swing to left center field for the base hit, and that's against two different pitchers who are completely different from one another. That was some special stuff from him last night, no doubt.
Yeah, and I think too, just in having the comfort when he comes up to the plate and knowing that you've got a real chance to at least get on base when he's up to bat, it's because, again, of his demeanor. He doesn't think anything he does is that big of a deal. He doesn't walk up thinking, I got to swing for the fences. This whole game's on my shoulders. He's just got to go do what I know how to do.
And then Dom Canzone's obviously come into his own. He's our number 3 hitter right now. I mean, Cal Raleigh's hitting 6th and Dom Canzone's hitting 3rd. Who had that?
Not
Who predicted that at the beginning of the year?
Not me.
But
that's for sure.
900 OPS at this point. I've already talked about this the last hour. I mean, he's earned everyday reps, lefties and righties. He should be in the lineup every day. And Cole already wrestled second base away from anyone that thought about playing second base for the Mariners in the next 10 years. You can forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
So to have those two sort of kind of entrenched right now, as far as I'm concerned, I think those are two good pieces to have figured out this year. I know there are a lot of things we haven't figured out this season, but those are two good things to have figured out, along with Emerson Hancock. I mean, the fact that we're getting contributions like this from guys that we weren't expecting and we're still a 500 baseball team is lunacy.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we thought when Colt Emerson got called up, that was much earlier than we expected him to be up. And
he's been really good, too.
He's been really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did we learn today, kids, on the baseball brunch? Well, we learned that Cole Young looked locked in last night. We also learned that George Kirby is locked in. That's 4 straight quality starts for him, and he's gotten better with each start. Scrap the piggy bank, because George Kirby doesn't want to hear any piggyback talk right now, the way that he's pitching. He's sort of announced to the world that he's in a groove himself. Another thing we learned is that the M's played a complete game last night for the first time in a while, and they even fell behind 2-0, but of course, that's 2-0 in the 3rd inning. Dan hadn't given up yet.
Right. We needed one more inning.
Yeah. By the 6th, when we're down 2, that's when you quit.
Yeah, that's when it's over.
Everybody in baseball knows that. And then the last thing, and yes, we did learn this. I didn't share this in the recap, though, but even when George made things as easy as he could on his manager by going 8 innings of pitching in the modern day, I got to be honest with you. I still think he screwed up the bullpen decision. And I don't, not necessarily that Ferrer was chosen over Munoz, but what have we talked about with Munoz?
Mm-hmm.
He needs to pitch more frequently. You left him standing and stalking on Sunday, never even got into a close game, and we blew it.
Yep.
And now we've gone another day without him pitching, and the statistics bear out. He likes to pitch regularly.
Yep.
So you're giving him another day. And then if we win 12-2 tonight or lose 7-1, then he won't pitch again tonight.
And then they'll have tomorrow off.
And then they have tomorrow off. So this is the risk here. I would have just gone straight to Mooney last night since Ferrer's so fragile right now. I'd have gone to Munoz. F the save. I don't care about a stat. What's best for the team? What's best for the player? I would have gone to Munoz. They didn't do that. And they went to Ferrer. Okay. Reasonable minds can differ. But I would have definitely not had Munoz pack up his bag.
No, especially
when Ferrer puts 2 guys on base, and now I'm not going to go to my closer? My closer's not ready to come into the game. We go to Ferrer, but we're not going to get our closer up. And I get it. He does. Earlier in the season, he was having difficult time walking into games with traffic on the base paths. He's been on an absolute freaking roll lately.
Right.
I'm not worried about that anymore. He's back.
But also, if you are worried about that at all, then, again, you should have definitely put him in to start the 9th.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
So I even think he screwed it up again last night. I do.
Yeah. I was questioning it.
Even though George took care of 90% of the work.
Yeah, I was just surprised then in the 9th when Ferrer came in. I was like, oh, okay, I would have gone with Munoz.
I would have gone with Munoz. And I certainly would have had Munoz ready if Ferrer got into any trouble. Now, Ferrer ends up getting out of it, so good. I guess it ends up being the right decision, or at least a good decision.
Right.
I don't think it was the right decision.
It worked out.
Yeah. All right, coming up next on the radio program, the Kraken have gotten through the draft. They've toyed around with Jason Robertson. That kind of blew up in their faces. So are we not trading Shane Wright? We'll talk about it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right, Ryan Healy's going to join us at 9 o'clock. A lot of stuff to talk about with Ryan Healy, the former Mariner, joins us every Tuesday at 9 o'clock. So we'll do that coming up on the program. But, all right, we're through the NHL draft, and we're through the earliest phase of, like, movement that took place. And the Kraken did make a trade of significance, and they did re-sign McMahon, so it's not like we're sitting on our hands to this point. But heading into the draft, obviously the Jason Robertson story breaks, and then he turns us down, and I guess he turned several organizations down. He has an agenda heading into where he's going to play the next stretch of his hockey. Doesn't sound like it's going to be in Dallas, but it sounds like it's going to be in California. So he's trying to thread that needle here going forward. So there might have been many reasons beyond the Kraken for why Jason Robertson did not come to Seattle. But it did kind of get Kraken fans' mouths all ready for a big-time significant trade, even beyond Marashenko. Samaskevich. I have Marashenko.
Sammy Samaskevich.
Samaskevich. I have Marashenko in front of me. I'm getting ready to talk about him. So even beyond Samaskevich, something even bigger. And kind of feels like we need something a little bit bigger. And then you go through the draft, and then you use the 7th pick. You don't make the trade. You don't use that pick to... And now it sounds like, based on what we heard from Al, that they're absolutely in love with who they got with the 7th pick, Chase Reed, the defenseman. So I don't think that you're going to have that kind of love affair, that kind of PR push, and then next week we just trade the young man.
Right.
Sounds like everybody's in love with the selection. So are we going to make a big move or not? Is Samaskevich going to be it? Is McMahon going to be it? Are we going to make some sort of, if not blockbuster, something close, something in the neighborhood of blockbuster? Are we going to get some veteran? It does sound like they still want to do that. And if it's not going to be the pick, you know who it's got to be. It's got to be Shane Wright. It's got to be the person that you dangle that has all that talent, that somebody out there in the NHL is going to say, going to have the ego to say, oh, we know how to coach that kind of talent. They don't know how to do that in Seattle. So it's going to be, you're going to be able to dangle them. There are going to be some interested parties out there. But you wonder how good a player can you get just dangling him coming off the season that he's had, which has been a backslide. Obviously, Lane Lambert, not the biggest fan of Shane Wright. Otherwise, he wouldn't have demoted him 4 times during the season last year. And then there might be another player or two that could be available in a trade to make a bigger package going forward. And it sounds like there might be a couple of guys beyond Shane Wright that are a little bit in the Lambert doghouse. And so there's still got to be some sort of trade out there available. Well, one team out there that seems to be in sort of the same boat are the Columbus Blue Jackets. The Blue Jackets also thought they should be better right now, that they feel like the things that they've done, they should be better than finishing 5th in their division like they did a year ago. And so they might also be abandoning a couple of guys that, number one, it's just not working for them there, or number two, they don't believe that they can afford once the time comes that they become free agents. And maybe the guy that fits us the most, and it would take a blockbuster, it would take Wright and something else, is Kirill Marashenko, 25-year-old winger who scored 27 goals this past season, 67 points this past year. I mean, that fits the bill. That's kind of what we need. We need some sort of score. Somebody puts the biscuit near the basket, at least. And so somebody to keep your eye on if they're not done pursuing a big, significant trade. And it will take more than Wright, but it sounds to me like, not to throw anybody else under the bus, it sounds like there's a group of players that maybe they're not too happy with here in Seattle that could be packaged together for something like Marashenko. So maybe that's the next guy that we circle as a possibility for Seattle, as he now seems to be available from Columbus.
Well, and I would like to see them obviously still do something, because when we talked about the Robertson swing and the fact that, it didn't hit, the one thing I said was I like that they're doing that. I like that they're taking that big swing and seeing what happens. So I hope that's not the only big swing.
Yeah, there are other big swings to take. I mean, Dylan Larkin's still out there from the Red Wings. He seems to have the same Robertson list. Like, nope, I'm going to be traded to one of these 3 teams, but you are going to trade me.
Yeah. I love that.
Well, trying to control his own destiny.
Yeah.
I guess you understand that. But apparently Jason Robertson's the most powerful person in the world.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So I don't think they're done dealing. I think they are going to make another big move. If it's as big as Robertson, I don't know. Maybe that won't come together. But I have a feeling that they've got another big move in mind before this offseason comes to a close. All right, Ryan Healy will join us next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
left center field to score 2 runs in a really big spot. That was one of the biggest struggles from the road trip was runners in scoring position, the situational hitting, and then not hitting home runs. If your offense can't do one of those 3 things really well, you're not going to win baseball games. So for him to answer his own call the very next game speaks volumes to the rest of that team. And then I think how Kirby came out of that game with the tunnel and the dugout, like they are trying to find fun within this game filled with suck. Like they are trying to make this fun and celebrate the moments, but this game has so much suck within it that it's really hard to manufacture it when you're losing.
Well, let's talk about something that doesn't suck, and that is Dom Canzone right now. Wow. They are hitting him third. Cal Raleigh's hitting 6th, and Dom Canzone's hitting 3rd on the 2026 Seattle Mariners. But I don't want to focus on Cal. I want to focus on the positive part, just how good he looks. I mean, you brought up Rob Refsnyder's name. I brought this up earlier in the show. I don't know if he's going to get his job back. We might have seen Rob Refsnyder play his last game, and part of that is because I think Dom Canzone's screaming from the mountaintops, I'm an everyday player right now. I have learned my lessons. I can hit lefties. Put me in the damn lineup. Put me in the middle of the damn order. I'm going to produce for you. I think we've got an everyday player in Dom Canzone right now. Your thoughts?
How often do I throw numbers at you on this show, Chuck?
I wouldn't say a lot, but every once in a while you do, yeah.
So I have some numbers for you, and
good.
I don't know why this one jumped out at me, and I was looking on Baseball Reference this morning. In wins this season, Dom's hitting about 350, and losses hitting about 200. I don't think that's out of the ordinary, but it tells you how important that player is. The splits against righties and lefties, his batting average against left-handed pitching is better than the team batting average.
Oh, jeez.
So for me, like he is proving himself worthy, and I think the right-handed batters that have been profiled to face just left-handed pitching have had a long enough runway, at least for one player to step in and take these consistent at bats. And I think a lot of us have been raising our hands saying that Luke Raley deserved this as well. And I know he's battling some stuff. So is Dom. Dom's hamstring, I think he hurt it in game 1 at Pittsburgh, if I remember correctly. And nope, he didn't want to go in the IL. He was like, I'm going to grade it out. And you can see him every time he hits a single, he's almost mad because he's like, God, I wish I could be on second base, or I wish I just hit a home run instead because now I got to run these bases and my hamstring hurts. But the numbers are speaking volumes, and the quality of the bats are really improving. And I think something that's taken him to the next level right now is his ability to use the opposite field against left-handed pitching. He looked like to me to be a pretty dead pull hitter, but he has the power to go to all fields. And he hit a ball early in the series against the Guardians where he drove a ball up the left center or the left field wall. And I was like, wow, like that's a really impressive adjustment that he's been making. And if he's going to continue to do that, there's no reason to take him out of the lineup.
I mean, he actually hit pretty well against lefties. He just didn't hit for power. Like 2 years ago, he had, I think, 1 hit against lefties the whole season long. Last year, he had, I think, 273 against lefties, but it were almost all singles. And then now this year, I mean, he turned on 1 last night. So he's just demanding more playing time, and I don't think Dan has a choice right now. He's got to put him in the lineup every day. So then that limits you to Raley Robles right field platoon for now, unless you make a trade at the trading deadline, and you still have Brendan Donovan coming back. So all of a sudden, I mean, we're going to have to start piggybacking players too before the season comes to a close, Ryan.
The trade deadline is going to be really interesting because I feel like the front office here and Jerry DiPoto has such a tremendous history of trades, not afraid to make them, and the direction he goes here will be interesting to observe. And how much shuffling does he do with the active major league roster? Is it addition by subtraction, or is it just simply addition and then maybe moving on from some players? He has options, and he also has a really strong farm system if he wants to get aggressive with it.
Cole Young, every day I think, man, I slept on this guy's ceiling. Like, I always heard what a high floor he has. That power is ridiculous. Like, and he fills out a jersey. 1 year later, he fills out that jersey now, and he's still just 22 years old. What kind of player are we going to be looking at 5 years from now in Cole Young, do you think?
Well, per Baseball Reference, he's almost a 3-WAR player already this season. My goodness, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow. If we're continuing to look at the improvement that he made in such a small window. And I think the coolest part about Cole's journey is that April was great, May stunk, June's been really good. He's showing the ability to bounce back from those dips that are just inevitably going to happen. But the defense, I think, stands out to me a ton as well. The professional at-bats that he puts together, his ability to make adjustments on how opposing pitchers are attacking him in the zone. I honestly think that I hope that him and Colt Emerson are having some conversations, because the league is making adjustments to Colt right now that Cole's gone through a couple times, and I think they can really learn from one another and and build a strong bond through this journey. But I think we're looking at a multi-time all-star over the next 5 years. He'll have some years that are better than others, but if this is the type of player that the Mariners can pencil in, and I was looking at his numbers last night, I was like, if I would have told you on opening day that Cole Young was going to hit 250 with 20 home runs and 25 doubles this year and drive in 60 plus RBIs, would you take that guy? Would you put him in the lineup every day?
I'd take him. I'd take him. Yeah, for sure.
Every day of the week. And that's the trend that he's on right now. And I think that there's still more in there. So this is someone that deserves a lot of recognition and credit, because he is doing his job and some, more than a lot of people expected.
We found out over the weekend that Austin Hedges and Josh Naylor hate each other. Did you ever have like a player that you had like a rivalry that you were not scared to let him know that I don't like you? Did you ever have that in your career?
Not in the major leagues, but in like high school and college.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. That's when I was angrier, I think. And like when you get like into just professional baseball and the major leagues, like the funnel just gets so small where you know everyone because you've seen them in summer ball or in the minor leagues somewhere. Like it's interesting, but it seems like there's some unfinished business from former teammates there that came out, and Hedges' personal words of nobody likes you. Honestly, nobody likes you. Like that felt really personal, and I didn't like that.
You didn't like that. All right. Well, why don't you take both your daughters, both personalities, out to ice cream or something like that today?
Yeah, if you give those personalities ice cream, you make a third, unfortunately.
He's like shaking his head. No, don't throw that out there in the universe.
Don't say that, please.
Well, maybe when she's 10, she can have ice cream again.
She had it last night, so it's not like she's deprived. She's living the dream.
All right, man. Great stuff. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it, and we'll bug you again next week.
Can't wait. We'll see you then.
All right. Ryan Healy, former Mariner, joining us right here on the program, soon to be on Mariners TV again. Oh, I meant to get the schedule from him. See him when we are going to hear from Ryan Healy again during Mariners broadcast. In the meantime, you can catch him every Tuesday with us at 9 o'clock in his segment brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino. All right. Coming up
Dino's
next.
Pub in Renton.
And Dino's Pub in Renton. Okay.
There you go.
I didn't know if that was still. Okay.
Yeah, it's still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll update that for you.
Yeah, whoever made this is very selfish.
Because that's just about Emerald Queen, I believe.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is. So I assumed he'd had a change, but we haven't. Dino's, we love you. Can't wait to come out there and have some
Stay
beer.
there in Renton.
Yeah.
Don't ever change.
Yeah. I want some wings. Now I want
And
wings
tots.
at Dino's.
And tots.
And tots. Oh, they do have great tots.
They have really good tots.
Okay. All right. Coming up next here on the radio program. Look, I think I've come a long way in a lot of areas in this particular sport. But, man, the USWs have got to stop. And I think I've got the solution for unnecessary soccer writhing. It's next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Little breaking news, NBA related, and of course, free agency starts at 3 o'clock today. So there still should be some trades made as people try to get everything in order, get their stores in order for whatever money they'll have left over for purchase. But one free agent that is going to be on the market, LeBron James.
What?
He has informed the Los Angeles Lakers, we can stop this nonsense about re-signing me. I'm going to enter free agency. You can move on without me. So the LeBron James run in Los Angeles has come to a close. And he also did say, I'm going to play elsewhere. There was still this, he hadn't confirmed that he was going to play at all, which I think we all believed he was going to play. So that means that he is going to enter free agency. He has also said, here's another thing he said in the past, is that I'm not taking no discount. So he's not going to be one of those veterans that just jumps on a team. He's going to be paid his market value, which is still a top 20 player in the game and still a top 2 or 3, maybe still number 1 marketable player in the entire sport. So LeBron James going to wear another uniform at least one more time in his illustrious career he has done as a Los Angeles Laker. Probably doesn't break the hearts of Laker fans. They never really did like him.
Justin Turner, or remember him, played for the Mariners briefly.
Oh,
he
yeah.
already went out and was like, let's go Lakers with the hands up emoji. Like, I think he's excited. That LeBron
Petros
is no longer there.
Papadakis. Can't stand him either.
He hates him.
Yeah, so he never really was embraced as a Laker. So he's going to move on and finish his career elsewhere. The rumors suggest that it's going to be with the Golden State Warriors. That's the heavy favorite right now. But I've also heard maybe Miami, if he did want to check himself in terms of how much money he needs to make, considering that he's a billionaire, the first billionaire basketball player of all time. He really doesn't need the money. But if he wanted to return to Miami and join up with Giannis, I mean, they need help in Miami. It wasn't enough to get Giannis, but if they had Giannis, LeBron, and Bam in Miami, oh boy, suddenly you're talking about something cooking down there in Miami. And then there's always the possibility of going back to Cleveland, the third tour of Cleveland and finishing his career where it started. And that is a good team that can't become a great team. What a nice piece that he would be to add to the Cleveland Cavaliers. So maybe he would consider a third tour there. But yes, with free agency starting at 3 o'clock and a few more trades expected to happen in the National Basketball Association between now and 3 o'clock, one item that will be in the open market will be LeBron James, or so it does appear.
Very interesting.
More than likely, he's been tampered with, and he already knows who he's going to sign with.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah, so there's that. So there's that.
There's that, the integrity of this,
and then
the schedule.
Yeah, and then before we get into what I was going to talk about, I do want to mention Ja Morant as well, because while we're talking basketball, because we didn't get a lot of time to talk about this earlier, I think it's a worthwhile gamble to bring in Ja Morant if you're Portland. Yeah, I get all the analysts, because I saw on CBS Sports, for example, they gave him a D- for that trade. Portland a D- for that trade, and gave Memphis a B-, even though they admitted Memphis got nothing out of this trade. Just getting rid of Ja Morant, they thought was worth a B-. Now, this is a guy that 3 years ago people thought was a bona fide superstar. He was exciting. He played above the rim and everything else. Well, obviously, he's had the off-court stuff, which he still has not really come to grips with. He still thinks everybody else was wrong and he's right. So there's that. He became a shell of himself the last couple of years as a player, practically pouting, almost sabotaging himself and the team in the process. So there's 2 strikes against him. And then the third strike against him, any team that's trying to win a championship cannot have a guy who's 6'3" and weighs 44 pounds and just flies into the lane during the playoffs, gets knocked on his ass every 15 times a game, and barely gets up. He gets hurt every postseason because the game becomes more physical, and he doesn't know any other way to play the game except to try to jump over people and dunk it. So he's not going to be valuable to any real contender unless some major changes. He's obviously got to clean up what's going on off court.
Yep.
Number 2, he's got to become more of a team player. And number 3, he's got to dedicate himself to his own game. He's got to become more than just a dunker. Otherwise, he's a detriment on the court. And so that's what we're realizing. Think about where Ja Morant was 3 years ago in terms of superstardom in the league. And now the Memphis Grizzlies are just, please take him. Give us back whatever you want. Just please take him off our hands. That's what Ja Morant, at a really young age still, has declined into. If that's not a wake-up call, young man, then I don't know what is.
I feel like he's had enough that should have been wake-up calls,
You're right.
and they haven't been.
Well, that's him thinking, what do you mean I can't carry guns around and threaten people?
Yeah, and wave them on my Instagram.
But now somebody's telling me, telling him you're not even good as a basketball player anymore.
Yeah.
That might be the wake-up call. Now that he's like, that's all you got for me? And really? Nobody wanted me? Seriously? Nobody wanted me.
Yeah, I guess you could think that would probably...
Would.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, want to let you know, Tulalip Resort Casino, it is waiting for you. Come on out to Tulalip Resort Casino. I mean, we've got some World Cup action going on right now. I like Ivory Coast. I don't think Norway's going to beat Ivory Coast. Go put some money on it. Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook. You can place a bet. You can watch the match. All of it is waiting for you throughout the World Cup. It's where, when all you want is everything, it's Tulalip Resort Casino.
And I want everything.
Yeah, we all do, really. All right, so I think I've been a pretty good soldier, but a pretty good sport.
Yeah,
about
I'd say that.
The World Cup. I think I've had some fun with it. I think we've dedicated a lot of time to it.
I think you've talked more about it than I thought we would to start.
I've also admitted I'm not going to be able to catch up.
Yeah.
I'm not going to provide an analysis for your sport that you love, that you're now listening to Sports Talk Radio more to try to get little nuggets of it. I'm not going to do that for you. I'm doing that for you, the soccer fan, because you don't want to hear my opinion about a match. We're going to bring in experts that are going to weigh in on the matches.
We're going to talk about it like two fools if we're talking about it.
All right, so I do want, though, I am going to pick at one scab.
Okay.
And I think I've been very good about this. I think I've been on my best behavior. But I watched a little bit of Paraguay yesterday pull off their big upset. And the moment I tuned in, there was a Paraguay player who acted like he was being boiled in acid. I mean, it looked like he was being drawn and quartered and pulled apart by each of his limbs by a team of Clydesdales.
Poor guy. Did he have to be taken straight to the hospital?
Well, I'm like, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt on this, buddy. And they came out and they checked him out and they sprayed stuff on him.
Mm-hmm.
And then they showed the replay and he didn't turn an ankle. He didn't get hit in the shin. He didn't have somebody collapse into his knee. He just got upended and was clearly trying to get a yellow card. I know soccer fans don't care. I know what you're saying. It's strategy.
It's stupid.
It's bad strategy.
Yes.
And we're never really going to embrace it unless you get rid of this.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't get rid of USWs, which is unnecessary soccer riving, then I can't give myself fully to it. So here's my thought.
Okay.
Once upon a time, playing basketball, I'm in the 8th grade. We got a brand new coach midway through the season. I want to impress him. So I'm, at that time I had like a mustache and was 6 foot tall in the 8th grade. I was pretty good. And so I'm getting out on a fast break and I get tripped from behind. And just clumsily somebody trips me from behind. It wasn't like defense. It wasn't intentional, just clumsily. And I did. I hit the floor hard. I hit my knees and I hit my elbow. But I was really, truly angry that I had a fast break going, and that's where I was at my best.
That turd stopped me.
And he stopped my ability. Plus, Stacey Frederick was there watching, and I was trying to impress her. So,
Yeah.
my first chance at really like open court, like getting into a fast break, got stripped from me by some clumsy fool on the other team. And I pounded the floor like with my fists. And my coach, Merv Kruthis, may rest in peace, sat over on the sidelines with his arms crossed like this. He goes, all right, get out of the game. That's not what I wanted. That's not the result that I wanted.
Yeah, no.
He
that's
didn't
not why
call
I'm
a
doing
foul.
this.
He didn't call anything. He just like, hey, if you're hurt that badly, then you obviously clearly need to rest. I don't want you to risk yourself anymore. Just sit out. Just go sit out. Let's just sit out for the rest of practice. I never did that again.
I can imagine. I can imagine.
I never did that again. As a matter of fact, I played through every injury that there was, broken thumbs, everything else. I was never coming off the court again. No coach was ever going to pull me off a court again or a field again because of an injury. You're going to have to carry me off if you're going to get me off. I'm not ever letting that happen again. So that's what I want to do. The Kruthis rule, the Merv Kruthis rule. I just want, if you're hurt that badly, you're out of the game.
I think that's a great.
Take you out of the game.
I think it's a great plan. When Five Iron and I were watching the game last night, a Netherlands player was just laying on the ground. At one point, it was like the guy, he'd been in there for like 30 seconds, and Five Iron goes, "That guy is still dead on the field." And I was like, "Yeah, I don't know what's happening." And then they just keep playing. Finally, he waits all the way till a ref finally walks over and looks at him. And then he gets up just fine. And we saw the replay. It was if anyone was going to get hurt, it would have been the Moroccan player on the play, not the Netherlands player.
Paraguay player did not leave the game. Did not leave the game. They came and sprayed things on his ankle, which is probably water.
This guy needed nothing.
Yeah, and he just kept going. He just kept playing in the match. Didn't even come out for a play. But to me, it's like, and it's not to, and to me, it's just like, you won't do that if the penalty is so severe that you're taking. If you're hurt that badly and you need to carry on that way, then we're going to protect you and we're going to just take you out of the match. So you're just done.
And also
done. You can't come back later.
No, I agree.
Can't come back at halftime. If you are in that much pain that you have to do USW, then you will be for your own protection and safety and your own limbs, you are just done for the day.
I think that's a great plan.
And then they'll stop doing it.
Yeah, because them writhing around isn't what's getting the referee to give them a yellow card. Not like, oh, you guys, I actually didn't think that was a foul, but do you see how hurt he looks to be?
Yeah, they do that in football.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, USW's got to go. I mean, I've learned to live with a lot of this other stuff.
That one.
I've been a good soldier throughout this entire process. I've tried real hard, Ringo, to be the shepherd throughout this entire World Cup experience, but USWs can't deal with them. And I say we just pull a Merv Kruthis. If you're really hurt that badly, then I don't think you should continue playing. You're out for the rest of the game. How about that?
Yep, I like it.
All
Done.
Right. I have a feeling no one else listening does, though. All right, one last thing comes your way next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right, Greg Bell coming up at 10 o'clock here this morning. Ashley and I getting ready to close out the show as we always do. That is with one last thing. What you got?
Well, I want to appreciate you for reminding me what my one last thing was. I thought about this on the ride in this morning, and then I got in to write it down and couldn't remember what it was. The whole show, I've been trying to rack my brain. Where did I hear this? Where did I see it? What was I going to talk about? You said something about Jameis Winston, and instantly I remembered what my one last thing was, and it has nothing to do with Jameis Winston.
Okay, very weird.
But you will see why it reminded me of it.
Okay.
So, Geno Smith is in some trouble.
Yes.
And
I almost did OPQ today.
Yeah, and there's some conversations about what are the Jets going to do if Geno Smith is unable to play because of this battery charge or battery investigation that's going on. So all I could think about is, what if Geno Smith can't play for the Jets and Russell Wilson will be like, actually, okay, I will play now. I just didn't want to be a backup.
I could see that happening.
Now you see, so then with Jameis Winston and Russell both going onto TV, it made me think of it. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
I do. I despised the analysis of this morning. I'm sure you heard the same thing on the drive in. Like, oh, that's devastating for the Jets. No.
Yeah.
The fact that they signed Geno to be their starting quarterback was the devastating part.
That's what state they're in.
Yeah, that they're not trying to win this year. They're trying to get a veteran quarterback who's had recent success that can make them respectable on Sundays. This is not taking away from their ultimate game plan at all. They want to be bad this year so they can get a top draft pick and get a quarterback next season.
Yeah,
that's their
exactly.
plan. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden Russell was like, well, hold on, I'll hold off on my retirement for 1 year.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
Yeah.
I think I'd entertain another option if I were them, but...
yeah, I would too, but I mean, I don't know.
All right, I'm going to close with this. I want to talk about gestures to close the show because I think that you and I are all haven't been on the same page on this in quite some time. And so we can clear this up a little bit here today. Like gestures can mean numerous different things. Like, for example, this one's pretty clear cut. This one right here that I'm showing you, it doesn't mean you're number one, Ashley.
Oh, it doesn't?
Nope, it does not mean you're number one.
You are right. Then we have been on a different page. I have that all the time. Every time you do that to me.
I can't even put it on camera, I've been told. Like, we're not allowed to put... That's why I'm holding it up above my head.
But we did ask about it.
Right, but that does not mean you're number one. That has pretty much just one meaning.
That's disappointing for me.
It's not hitchhiking.
No?
Like, the thumbs out, sure, but...
Okay, no.
I'm not trying to hitch a ride.
One meaning, and it's not the good one.
No.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Can I put it away now?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's hurting my heart.
This one, for example, like this has a couple of multiple meanings, though. Like this can be, hey, it's a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
Or it could mean something completely different.
It depends on how high or low you do it. Really.
Right. Like it's just a roll of the dice.
That's right.
Those gestures could mean different things.
Right.
So I was on my walk yesterday. I'm like remembering like a conversation that we had. Like, I don't think we're on the same page on the gesture of the ball with the Mariners. So I was going to clear that up.
Yeah.
Okay, so universally accepted that when a player gets his first hit or a 3,000th hit or whatever the case, something special, and they want the ball, they just do this.
Right.
Like, I want the ball.
Right.
Okay? And so they make sure, and everybody in the dugout does it. Hey, don't throw that ball in the stands. We want that ball.
Right.
So that's the universal gesture for I want that ball because it means something.
Yes.
So what I was talking about with the Mariners is at the beginning of the year, they started doing that after every hit.
Yeah.
Like Julio did it last night.
Oh, okay.
And it's supposed to be funny.
Yes.
Like, we are in such a slump. I need the ball. Give me the ball. I got a hit.
Yes.
I need that ball. Like, it shouldn't be a historic put it on your shelf hit, but comedically, that's what they've been doing this season. But that's a completely different thing than what Cal does when he hits a home run.
That's the only one I ever see.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, I don't think he's saying that.
No, I don't know what he's doing, but it's some sort of, it's
the
like
knuckles are
TCU horned frog thing that he does.
I always thought it was, I don't think I'm allowed to say it.
I don't know
if I am allowed to say that.
I honestly don't know what it is, but it's some sort of claw.
I thought it was moose something.
It might be. Who knows?
And then with his knuckles.
It's he's been doing that for years.
Yes, and that's what I thought we were talking about.
It's a gesture toward the bullpen. So his buddies that he catch, they have a gesture together. So I don't know what it means. It might be something naughty.
That's what I've
For all
always
I
thought
know.
it was, because that's the sign I've ever. Yeah.
But those are all three different gestures. Like the universal,
Yeah.
I want the ball. That's
Okay.
universally been accepted. The one the Mariners have been using earlier this year has been making fun of that. Like,
Yeah.
we're in such a slump. I need that ball.
Got it. Okay.
Because I'm going to put that on my shelf.
Got it.
And Julio even did it again last night. They did it after the 4 runs were scored to break the streak on Sunday.
Oh, I didn't.
So
Yeah, I didn't see him do it.
that was my point yesterday. I'm tired of the joke.
Yes, I get that. That makes way more sense, because I was like, I swear,
Yeah.
Cal did that last year.
No, but Cal's been
Cal's
doing
is
that
different.
home run gesture ever since he came
Yeah,
into the
that's
league.
what I thought. So I was like,
But
I was confused.
He's not asking for the ball. His gesture is something for the
Yeah.
guys in the pen.
They're very similar, though. The gestures.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
That's why I was clearing
yeah,
them up.
I appreciate it.
But yeah, whatever he has that relationship with the bullpen guys, and so
Yeah.
that's for them.
Got
Don't
it.
know what it means. Maybe I'll ask him about it next spring training.
Yeah,
And he'll
I'd be
probably-
curious if it doesn't mean what I think it does.
Probably lie. He'll probably
better.
lie to me. Maybe they call him the Big Moose or the Big Moose Knuckle. I don't know.
Okay, so we can say that. I
Yeah.
didn't know if I
Yeah,
could.
who knows?
I don't want to get in trouble.
All right, Greg Bell's coming your way next. Maybe that's a good nickname for Greg going forward.
Big moose knuckle.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk. Your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed, Coors Light, Choose Chill. George Kirby mowed through the Angels last night for 8 innings, allowing only 2 runs, 7 strikeouts, 2 home runs by Cole Young, 1 off the facing of the second deck, well beyond right field by that old Hit It Here Cafe. Dominic Canzone's 13th home run added to the Mariners' 6-2 win over the AL West last-place team. The Rangers won their 5th straight. They remain a half game in front of the M's for first place in the division. Game 2 of the Angels series tonight, 6:40 at the Yard. Brian Wu goes against the Angels' best pitcher, Jose Soriano. World Cup, 3 wild knockout round matches yesterday. The first one was Brazil at the end, about facing elimination in the second half, and then they did this.
Bruno Guimaraes. Oh, and here's a chance. Martinelli! Brazil have won it! They've stolen it right at the death! Brazil are going through!
The great Ian Dark on Fox Television and on the iHeartRadio app, where we do simulcast of all the World Cup games, bringing you that Japan was up 1-0 in the second half, and Brazil rallied late for 2 goals, including that one in second half stoppage time, to advance to the round of 16. Paraguay beat Germany. The Germans are out. Paraguay beat them on penalty kicks. Paraguay's president last night declared today a national holiday down there. So, yeah, they're partying really hard in Paraguay right now for beating the mighty Germans, knocking them out of the tournament. Last night, Monterrey, Mexico, an intense, fantastic Netherlands-Morocco match. Morocco pressed to win all night. The Dutch played not to lose, and the soccer gods shined on the Moroccans in penalty kicks. Morocco advances to play Canada on July 4th. It's the first time the Netherlands haven't advanced to at least the round of 16 in any World Cup. Today, Norway versus Ivory Coast has already begun in Dallas. This afternoon, France, the overwhelming favorite to win the tournament against Sweden in the round of 32. And then tonight, Mexico's tough test against Ecuador in Mexico City. You heard yesterday Nico Moreno talking about how the Mexicans are in for a big challenge tonight from Ecuador. Of course, tomorrow, right here in Seattle, Belgium and Senegal at Lumen Field. So 1 o'clock start. I'll be down at Jimmy's on First right across the street with all the soccer color and pregame of that. And then 5 o'clock tomorrow, right here on 93.3 KJR FM, U.S. and Bosnia-Herzegovina in Santa Clara in the round of 32. The winner of that match, the winner of the Seattle match, play in Seattle in the round of 16 on Monday. In the NBA, LeBron James' agent has told the Lakers today he wants to play for someone else. Not the agent, the player. LeBron James wants to play for someone else. Free agency begins at 3 p.m. today in the NBA. The Golden State Warriors are the most likely landing spot, it appears, and the Warriors are trying to also get Anthony Davis from the Lakers, according to reports. Memphis traded former All-Star guard Ja Morant to the Portland Trailblazers. In the NFL, the Detroit Lions released starting cornerback Teron Austin. We talked about him. He's in a Tampa jail. He's got $1 million bond on felony charges of armed robbery and kidnapping. He could be facing life in prison. Now on for the Tuesday show. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre, as we are every weekday, 10 a.m. to noon. Jessamine, I think I've told you why we play that song at the start of the show, haven't I?
Well, I thought it was because of me, Return of the Mac.
Yes, Return of the Mac. That's exactly why. That's the second reason why. Yes, Return of the Mac. Jessamine McIntyre with me.
But illuminate me with number one.
Number one is that's my daughter's favorite song.
Oh, that's awesome.
She was born in 2003, long after that's Mark Morrison played that song, and it makes me proud that she likes a song from the 90s.
Oh, don't you love that?
That I used to love and really loved, and so we play it. That's a banger. She's off the coast of Japan right now on a U.S. Coast Guard boat in a joint operation with the Japanese Coast Guard. She said there's been some pretty rough sea. They had an earthquake over north of Japan, and my wife and I were like, "Oh, 6.9. That might create a few waves."
Yeah.
She said it was a little rough in the seas. That's her first assignment as an ensign in the Coast Guard. She just graduated from the Coast Guard Academy last month. So there's for Sarah Bell, Return of the Mac. Ensign Sarah Bell, that is. Good morning, and it's a Tuesday, which means it's one day before the World Cup comes back to Seattle. And it's going to be another crazy. I mean, the knockout stages have been fabulous. I know, Justin, you're not a huge soccer fan.
Oh, but I'm a World Cup fan.
Aha.
Yes, it always draws me in. I just get so into it. I always end up picking a random team to follow. Ghana was my one back in the day because I wanted the Cinderella.
Yeah.
So I always go for the Cinderellas
Who is
and
it now?
Team USA.
Who is it now?
I was really into Ecuador.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I let the game choose me. I let the team choose me. When it's not something that I have a team that I mean, obviously I have Team USA in this, but I always have an outlier.
It was an outlier from yesterday, obviously Paraguay beating the mighty Germans in a penalty kick shootout.
Love that.
The controversy with a VAR review waving off a German goal late that could have won it before it even got to extra time and penalty kicks. I thought the keeper just took a dive and drew the call. He seemed to go down pretty easily. But, yeah, the German attacker did impede him. And if you go anywhere and breathing on a keeper in international soccer, you're going to get the foul call, and that's what happened. On the show today, we'll talk about the World Cup. The United States, of course, playing tomorrow to try to get to the round of 16, which they've only advanced from one time. That round of 16 match, again, would be in Seattle. It will be in Seattle anyway on Monday. It'll be the United States if the U.S. can win tomorrow against a big Bosnia team that they're still favored to beat in Santa Clara. We'll talk about George Kirby and what he did last night. He just took those Mariners rules for how they use bullpens and just took it into his own hands. Fixed those for one night anyway. Dan Wilson, maybe his bosses, had a new batting order last night. They moved Cal Raleigh way down in the order. We'll talk about that. The general manager of the Mariners yesterday says there's, quote, a lunatic fringe among Mariners fans. I'm not sure of the wisdom of a Major League Baseball general manager talking about some of his fan base being a lunatic fringe. You'll hear from Justin Holliday saying that. We'll talk at 11 o'clock, speaking of that, to Jim Bowden, the former general manager in Major League Baseball, who's now an analyst for Sirius XM, CBS Sports, and a columnist for The Athletic. I'm going to ask him, what do you think about a Major League Baseball general manager reading off Twitter and X and calling his fans lunatic fringe? But the reason Jessamine and I wanted him on, Jessamine got him to talk about the dynamics of a general manager, a veteran general manager he was, with a first-time manager. This is two managers in a row. The Mariners have had managers with no previous dugout experience leading a club. Scott Service, of course, first, and then Jerry DiPoto does the same thing and brings Dan Wilson in. I'm going to ask Jim Bowden about that and the dynamics of it, about analytics in baseball today and how it sometimes, in the Mariners' case all the time, handcuffs the manager in the dugout. We're going to talk to Jim Bowden about that at 11 o'clock. 11:30, as we do it every day, we'll read back your text on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. We can start off the show by asking you, what would you ask Jim Bowden, a veteran general manager, and about the game today, about analytics, about first-time manager, about anything? Maybe we'll use one of your questions on the when we ask when we talk to Jim Bowden at 11 o'clock. George Kirby, last night, he was angry, George. Let him explain that. I put you on the spot.
I don't know. I was just trying to get real pissed off at the end there, just kind of give it all I had. And, I mean, I was just, to be able to, get the strikeout there with a couple guys on base and, just kind of shut it down. It felt awesome. And then getting, the high fives from your teammates, all that good stuff. So, I'm just happy we won, and Cole and those guys came out today and swung it, so it was pretty sweet.
George Kirby must have all kinds of cachet in that clubhouse and that organization to get to 100 pitches, Jessamine. Holy cow.
Well, I mean, it's pretty telling, too, just that is some trust. And I think he discussed that as well, if we want to hear him, when he actually got called out for the 8th.
Yeah, they made a tunnel for me to go under, so I did that. It was cool. I mean, I'm just happy. I was able to finish the job tonight. So I just went in the tunnel and did my thing, and just went out for the 8th. So I'm glad he trusted me in that situation.
We mentioned it and we brought it up somewhat jokingly because, of course, the day before in Cleveland, Emerson Hancock, 98 pitches. Oh, no. Don't throw a 99th. Your arm might fall off.
That was immediately what I thought of.
I mean, that was if they had kept Hancock into 100 or 102 pitches, he gets out of the 6th with a 4-1 lead. Then you don't use Bizzardo for 1 out because he can then start the next inning. You have him for the entire 7th. You have Spy for the entire 8th. You have Munoz for the 9th. And the Mariners would be in first place today because they would have 1 more win and 1 fewer loss, holding onto that lead in Cleveland Sunday. So they can keep Kirby in for the magic 100 pitches. That's my joking is that he must have some kind of pull inside the organization to get to go past 98 that Emerson Hancock was not allowed to cross.
There's also Kirby.
Yeah.
And, we have Dan Wilson also talking about that decision because it might not just been Kirby, but Dan Wilson actually saw something in him.
We were kind of on the fence on what to do there bullpen-wise, but, I think he got the second out at like 98 miles an hour and still had a lot in the tank there. I thought he was making pitches still and getting pitches to the bottom of the zone, getting the good, breaking balls down below the zone where you want them. And, I thought there was it looked like a determination in him that he wanted to finish that inning and really did a nice job to shut down, what could have been a little bit of a rally for them. But he was right there to put it out like he'd done all night long. And he was, up close to 100 pitches, but he found something extra.
Holy cow. Do you mean Dan Wilson actually used his eyes and what his heart and gut told him with George Kirby?
Listening to both of them, it sounds like it was Dan Wilson's decision, though. Like, we were talking about whose decision is it in those situations. That sounded like it was Dan's.
Well, but why then and not Emerson Hancock the day before or everybody else for the entire season? When they get to 100, it's like shut down city, no matter what they're doing, or the stupid piggyback when they go 4 innings and they take Bryce Miller out of a shutout at 4 innings. That's frustrating if you're selling their staff, I would think. That, wait a minute, there's some inconsistencies here. Yes.
Maybe it's the veteran status. Kirby's been an all-star.
That's how you should manage a team. And that's exactly what you should go, okay, he's throwing hard, he's getting outs. Mm-hmm. Who cares if he's at 98 or 97 pitches? Let him finish. Let him do the 8. And you heard Wilson say again, they were on the fence with what they were going to do in the bullpen. They had used Ferrer. They used Ferrer in the 9th inning last night. He had 19 pitches. Of course, he didn't pitch Sunday because they had the rule that you can't pitch 3 days in a row, even though it used to be a closer for Washington Nationals last year. But that's concerning that they were on the fence again. What if Kirby gets hit around in the 7th inning and he doesn't go 8? Then you might have potpourri again in the bullpen. And my point is, that's how you should manage, right? Starter dealing, shove him at 98 in the 8th inning. Let's keep him out there.
Yeah.
There's no reason to arbitrarily take him out because of some artificial pitch count number that you instilled on him.
Well, I know that he did say that they were on the fence, but he also said he kind of doubled down on what he saw in Kirby.
It shows you how much he cares and how much he wants it. And tonight was, I thought a great job on his part. Gave up a couple early, but really settled in after that and kept rolling and kept going and, kept getting more and more comfortable out there. And it was an outstanding outing for him.
That was last night, Dan Wilson managing the game and letting George Kirby pitch 8 innings that solved their bullpen problem. Hey, 1 inning, 4-run lead. You don't have too many problems in your bullpen when you only need to cover 1 inning with a 4-run lead, and that's what the Mariners did last night to beat. Now, the Angels are a joke. They're 14 games under 500 in a division that is just awful.
But they still had a close game early on. In the 4th, it was only 3-2.
That's right. And then a 2-run single by Cal Raleigh, who we'll talk about in the next segment, is no longer the number 2 hitter. Let's see how long that stays. All right, let's talk about the general manager calling a fraction of this fan base a lunatic fringe. This was Justin Hollander before the game yesterday.
I think it's fair for people to be frustrated by that. I don't really think it's fair to take a training staff and throw them under the bus for things that are out of their control. I don't think in a year where we don't have any starting pitching injuries, it's because our trainers have invented some new way to keep starting pitchers healthy. And when we have hamstrings and groins and sports hernias, and again, probably my mistake leaning on the lunatic fringe on Twitter or X, but I hate to see those people who I think do a great job and care more about these players than anyone I've ever been around as a staff. And I think if you ask our players, present or former, how they feel about this training staff, they will tell you they're as good and as empathetic and caring and skilled as any training staff in the leagues.
Justin Hollander even acknowledges that it's, quote, probably my mistake talking about Twitter and X opinions. And yes.
Well, it sounds like he believes that it's just, an outlying group of fans that feel this way. And what he was referring to is the training staff and the criticism they're getting because of the cavalcade of injuries we've seen.
Cavalcade. Great word, Jessamine. Cavalcade. It's exactly what it is.
Thank you.
That's a great word. That's a Scrabble word right there.
Yeah, I play a lot of it with my mom.
Nice. No, you're right.
Anyway, that is what he's referring to if people don't understand. And when you see a lot of injuries, I could see that being the target but you would think it was more fans, and I think that's why he's referring to the fans, because they only have voices on social media for the most part that a team would actually see or hear, and he blamed himself for even looking at it. And,
Yes.
No, don't look at that.
And then commenting on it publicly.
Yeah,
he also said sports talk radio. He did say that.
He did, yeah. That wasn't us.
He did say that, and I don't know who on the station does talk about the training staff of the Mariners or pointing fingers at them. I don't know.
Well, there's more than one sports talk radio in this town. I'll just say that, even though we don't like to acknowledge that.
Oh, I understand. And the other one is the rights holder for the Mariners team.
Yeah, I haven't heard it on our station, and I can't listen to all 13 hours a day, but I haven't heard that be a big topic of conversation because I think we talk more about the management style and pitching changes.
So, anyway, that in itself is peculiar. First of all, he's 8 years younger than I am and probably shouldn't be quoting Twitter and publicly commenting about what people say on
Can I give just the other side of the coin is I think he wanted to defend.
Of course he did.
Right. So, I mean, maybe he shouldn't have said X or,
lunatic fringe.
Lunatic fringe. Now, yeah, that's going down to wording choice, but I think he had every right to come out and defend his staff.
Of course he did. He's their boss. Yeah.
Right, exactly. I do understand the word choice, though, could have been a little different.
I mean, let's put it in context here. The Mariners, of all the teams in professional sports, to call their fans a lunatic fringe for a franchise that has never made a championship series of their league. Ever. I'm not exaggerating. They've been around 50 years. You know this, Jessamine. They've never made the World Series, yet the people are spending big bucks. They spend money. The season ticket holders spend thousands of dollars. People spend $80 on parking and $60 on beers and $40 on hot dogs. I don't know that Mariner fans, even if they're outspoken in their criticism of the training staff for this instance, which I didn't think is a big deal in this town, but the general manager made it one. I'm not sure you call a fan base of a team that's never been to the finals of anything in 50 years of their existence a lunatic fringe. They probably have a right to be lunatics after this point.
Well, I would also add to that, and I say this to Ian all the time, that hate isn't the opposite of love, apathy is. So if they're still passionate about this team enough to be angry, that's actually more of a positive than them not saying anything.
Yes. Anyway, it was peculiar to say the least, which is why I wanted to play it, that a Major League Baseball general manager or a professional sports general manager of any league would call some of his fan base a lunatic fringe. I get his frustration of being defensive about his training staff and supporting them. And yes, and Jessamine, you're exactly right. He's the boss of them, and he's sticking up for them publicly. Just not sure it was that big of a point. I guess he just used that as an example.
I haven't really seen I haven't seen any newspaper articles criticizing. There's nothing in the mainstream media that I've seen. So, and he did say, maybe I shouldn't pay attention to it. And I would say, yes, you are correct, yes. Justin, because if I paid attention to every comment I got on Twitter, I'd be laying in a box somewhere.
Exactly.
Curled up in the fetal position.
Exactly. I've been in Seattle since 1993. 94, I got here as an officer at Fort Lewis. I was there for 95 and Edgar's double at the top of the stadium. I was inside the Kingdom with my wife. I've been here that long and know that Mariner fans and following the Mariners is a very frustrating and fruitless endeavor. My point is, just don't call it franchise's fan base that has never, ever tasted the World Series a lunatic fringe. It just they can be whatever they want to be. They paid all this money and never gotten a World Series. They probably have a right to be a little
Well, you can just taste the frustration for him because Justin is pretty good at, publicly speaking. You could just taste the frustration that he must have. And that was, probably him holding back from what he really wanted to say. So that would just speak to how he feels about the criticism the training staff is getting, in my opinion.
Luke Raley is now injured, by the way. Dom Canzone is playing through injury, which is why he's DHing. Randy Arozarena is walking to fly balls and balls that hit on the left field line because he's still not fully back from hamstring issues. Dan Wilson intimated last week during the series, the road trip. So they still have plenty of injury issues. Brendan Donovan, we don't know when he's coming back. It looks like maybe August. Justin Hollander had said before the last hamstring that Brendan Donovan could come back, maybe. They still have Matt Brash on injured list. Carlos Vargas has not pitched at all this year. Those two men may come back at the end of August. Justin Hollander has said they may be like trade deadline acquisition type of rivals, which would mean into August. So, yeah, that's the injury context that Justin Hollander was speaking about. Last night, Dan Wilson mixed up his batting order. He finally moved Cal Raleigh down. The 167 hitter, the soul and heartbeat of the team, is no longer the number 2 hitter. We'll tell you who is. I'll tell you who should be. And we'll tell you where Kyle Raleigh is, and we'll have Dan Wilson explain some of why he did it and what Kyle Raleigh did for the team last night. That's coming up next. 11 o'clock, Jim Bowden, the former general manager, Major League Baseball general manager, and now SiriusXM and CBS sports analyst, to talk about this GM manager dynamic that's going on with the Mariners. He'll also talk about the trade deadline that the Mariners are always going to be active in and probably will again July and August. That's all coming up on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre with you on 93.3 KJR FM. Talk about the Mariners. George Kirby solving their bullpen decision problems by just going 8 innings and shoving last night against the Angels. We'll see what the batting order does because it changed last night, and we'll see if it's the same tonight. Cal Raleigh has been number 2 in the batting order almost all season, including when he came back off the injured list. He was on for 33 days with the oblique. Yet he's still just hitting 167 as of this morning. 1 for 4 last night, 2 strikeouts and a 2-run single, while batting 6th for the first time this year. So manager Dan Wilson had seen enough, and he's going to move his slugger, the guy who hit 60-plus home runs, the guy who carried them into the American League Championship Series last year, down to 6th. Who moved up and who moved down? Well, beside Raleigh, they put the same top of the order with J.P. Crawford leading off. Rodriguez was batting second. Dom Canzone was a designated hitter last night. He's playing through injury. He's not fully healthy, so they're putting him at DH. Luke Raley still bothered by, I think it's the wrist or the elbow injury that he's had. I think wrist now that I'm thinking about it. He's been playing through injury, but now he's not playing, at least the last couple days. Robles played in right field last night and batted 8th. Rosarina was batting behind Canzone at 4, and then Naylor, then Raleigh. This was Dan Wilson talking about what Cal Raleigh did last night, which is reminiscent of what he had said the day before. They needed to do more about playing to all fields and not trying to do everything in run-scoring situations.
I think he hit the nail on the head yesterday, saying didn't want to try to do too much and got a pitch he could handle and got on him a little bit, but able to hit it to left field and get that ball in and pick up those 2 runs. I think that's the approach is not getting too big to where you swing and miss on that pitch or you take a swing where you're out in front. But instead, he stayed on it, stayed through it, and able to get it into the left field and give us the lead, which I think was, obviously the big turning point in the ballgame.
So based on the results and based on what you just heard there from the manager, Dan Wilson, it would sound like Cal Raleigh's going to be batting 6th again tonight. When you say, Jessamine?
I mean, all indications would point to yes. If it worked well for
6
him,
runs for this team.
Exactly. That's the most they've had in 14 games. So, yeah.
You know who I'd put at number 2? Cole Young.
Yeah.
He's the most valuable player of this team. I said that a week ago. Some people on the text line disagreed with me. He hits 2 home runs last night. One of them was off a left-handed pitcher. Matter of fact, they had 2 home runs off left-handed pitchers last night. I mean, the iPads must have blown up. They probably exploded.
Yeah.
Left-handers not supposed to hit left-handers. That's why Rev Snyder's on the roster. Rev Snyder, by the way, is injured as well. May have to go on the injured list. Justin Hollander said they're day by day trying to figure him out, too. It's a forearm and an elbow for Raley. Rev Snyder's also injured, although you wouldn't know it. I mean, he's hitting 135 and has been there all season. But now Raleigh at 167 is down to 6th. I'd put Cole Young, who batted 7th again last night, up to 2. Reward him for what he's professional at-bats. We talked about this. Pitch away, runner at second, 2 out, 2 strikes. Don't try to pull that pitch. You're either going to ground it, roll it over to second base as a left-handed batter, or you're going to strike out. He slaps it into left field. He does that all the time. Bunting. He actually bunts. I'm still impressed by, I keep thinking about that double play he made a couple weeks ago where he simultaneously caught a chopper to second base and tagged the runner out between first and second at the same time, and then threw to first for the double play that got him out of an inning. Cole Young is a ball player. He's just professional in everything he does.
He is
22 years old.
Yes, I've spent a lot of time in that Mariners clubhouse, just talking to guys, getting them on the air, doing interviews with them and everything. He is a pro at such a young age. It is unbelievably impressive.
22 years old. He's from Zanesville, Ohio. Grew up about an hour west of where I grew up. So he's from good stock. John Glenn High School in New Concord. Yes, named after the astronaut. A Muskie. Played against them in high school. Cole Young last night after the 2 home run game for the Mariners.
Well, this is Dan Wilson discussing.
Yes. Thank you, Jessamine.
We saw that power last year, at times, and drove, the ball way out of the ballpark. And tonight, his second home run was way out of the ballpark. But again, I think, talk about the home runs all you want. I think that a very impressive at-bat of his was getting that base hit to left field and staying inside the ball. and just, getting his hit to left field. I thought that was a good swing too. And when you're able to do both of those things, I think you're in a really good spot. That's what he was able to do tonight. He's in a good spot.
Up the middle opposite. Used to tell my guys all the time, coaching high school baseball, up the middle opposite. Don't try to pull the ball up the middle. And he did it again last night. He's done it all season. Pitch away, up the middle opposite. Try to hit the whole field. It's just what Cal Raleigh talked about in Cleveland. Use the whole field, not try to do too much, not try to hit home runs. They did hit home runs last night, 3 of them, but they also scored 3 runs without a home run. And that would have won the game anyway, 3-2, because the Angels only had 2 runs because of George Kirby.
Oof.
By the way,
respect for Kirby, man.
Yeah.
I heard him say, by the way, just because George Kirby is coming, he said he was trying to get pissed off. That's kind of the demeanor that he has. He said the words, "I'm happy," in that cut that we played from him. I haven't heard him say that. And it made me really happy for him that he took some joy in the game.
That's good.
I know.
we need a few more of those.
He's very stone-faced.
We need a few more of those. The Mariners are just back to 500. Of course, Kirby made the All-Star game 2 years ago when he was here in Seattle.
Yeah.
And then a little bit of an off season in many respects, including health-wise last year. And now he seems to be getting back on track anyway. We'll see tonight, Mariners' second game of the series against the Angels. Remember, the series with the Angels, the home series, is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, because they're taking Wednesday off for the World Cup that's at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Belgium and Senegal across the street at Lumen Field. By the way, remember yesterday we talked about Buddy Kennedy, who has 189 plate appearances in his Major League career, and he's a 171 career average. Yeah, I know. You're joking that he'll fit right in. Justin Hollander, the GM, yesterday said before the game, the reason they traded for Kennedy from the Giants. Well, first of all, when you trade for cash considerations in baseball, that means Giants were about to cut him. He was probably going to go on waivers, and then you would be, as the Mariners, would be subject to getting a waiver claim order, and they'd be further down. Well, they wouldn't be that far down as a 500 division leader, second place team, but they wouldn't be first. So to get to the front of the line, you tell the Giants, hey, if you're going to cut this guy anyway, let's slide you $20,000, $50,000, $100,000, whatever it is, to get in the front of the line. We'll just trade and give you some cash, and you give them to us. And that's how that works. So this is what Justin Hollander said yesterday about why they targeted Buddy Kennedy. Quote, Buddy can move around the field, really hits left-handed pitching, makes great swing decisions, is really, really crushed lefties at AAA, Sacramento that is. I think it's a nice fit if Ref has to go on the IL. Of course, they said that about Refsnyder when they signed him in the offseason for $6.25 million guaranteed. That contract is why he's still on the team, I believe. How else would you be carrying somebody who's batting 137, the most at-bats in baseball, and with the lowest average, 100-plus at-bats and hitting 137. But now Refsnyder's hurt too, so Buddy Kennedy, who looked like perhaps a minor league AAA fill-in or depth piece, may be staying up here a while. We'll see what they do with Refsnyder, if there's any roster move coming before the game tonight. I don't know. The left-handedness thing, the only reason we're even talking about Refsnyder or Buddy Kennedy or anything is because they're trying to find right-handed batters to face left-handed pitching. Just trot your best dudes out there and see what happens. Let's drop the handedness for a minute, and let's just see what happens with your best guy. I know Rayleigh's banged up now, who would be the guy that probably deserves at least a try at left-handed pitching, but now he's hurt too. I don't know if it's Robles or I don't know you, Jessamine. I'd rather see Robles in right field in the chances against left-handed pitching than Refsnyder or Buddy Kennedy right now.
Yeah, I mean, give Buddy Kennedy
Kennedy's
a
an
chance.
infielder. He's a third baseman, second baseman, first baseman. But
give him a shot. Give Buddy a shot for sure. But I agree with you that, I mean, you can't just play the contract or play the left, that whole situation every single time. I get the strategy.
You're right.
It's just you don't have to keep rolling that out every single time. And, they gave Refsnyder, they gave him a shot. Give Buddy a shot. But, yeah, I'm with you on Robles.
Yeah, we'll see if Robles is in the lineup again, batting eighth as he was last night. I'd say Cole Young needs to be up at second and slide Rodriguez down, slide Canzone down, slide Rosarina down. Put the guy who's your best, most professional hitter with more at-bats up at number 2. That's what I would do. 49451, what would you do with the Mariners' batting order? Do you like Cal Raleigh down at 6? I know a lot of you didn't like Cal Raleigh at second. Well, now he's down at 6. What do you think of Cole Young as the number 2 hitter for this team?
I like it.
Right-wise hot, right?
Also, give us some talkbacks. I'm a talkback fiend.
Let's talk about what the talkback is. The red audio button on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, exactly. 30 seconds or less. And you just talk into the microphone. It even gives you a cute little countdown, 3, 2, 1, so you can prepare yourself. But I love listening to voices on this air as well. So we'll read your texts, but don't you want to hear your voice on the radio too?
And we'll open up the phone line sometime. That's scary.
Yeah,
We'll do
that's
that.
why I like talkbacks.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
Because I get to listen to them before I put them on the air.
But yes, you can go to the iHeartRadio app, go to the little red microphone button at the bottom, leave a max 30-second voicemail. We'll play that back too at 11:30 if you want to do that. Up next, the Seahawks sale, what the next incremental step is, happened yesterday. We'll talk about the latest on the sale of the Seahawks from the Paul G. Allen Trust and where it stands on 93.3 KJR FM. football music in June because there's football, some incremental football.
24/7, 365.
Correcting something I said earlier, I told you the text line 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line is nothing if not all over errata on this show. I misspoke and said that Cal Raleigh's first time at 6 was last night. He actually batted 6 Saturday in Cleveland.
I think he might have been 5th.
They were 3, 6, and 5 in the series in Cleveland. He batted 3rd on Friday, 6th on Saturday. Sunday he batted 5th.
Yes.
So Dan Wilson is moving him around. We'll see if tonight he has 2 games in a row at 6th, which he hasn't done. But he did play 3, 6, and 5 in the 3 games in Cleveland. Thank you. I misspoke and I apologize. Thank you for the text line 49451. Norway has a 1-0 lead on Ivory Coast, ending the first half in Dallas of the round of 32 match. The marquee game, the best game of the day, it looks like it's going to be Mexico and Ecuador in Mexico City tonight, 6 p.m. start. The United States tomorrow against Bosnia-Herzegovina at 5 o'clock in the round of 32 in Santa Clara. If they win, they will play in Seattle on Monday in the round of 16. They will play the winner of Belgium and Senegal, who play tomorrow at Lumen Field at 1 o'clock. I'll be at Jimmy's on First, broadcasting live across the street from the stadium in the pre-match color that goes on for Belgium and Senegal tomorrow in the round of 32 in Seattle. Yesterday, Bloomberg News, the financial Bible, said that the first round of bidding for the Seahawks sale was to end yesterday. That was a deadline. Well, what's that mean? Well, most likely there's 3 reported multiple bidders, including Adia Mittal, who's a steel baron out of India, an investor in the Boston Celtics, Wick Grosbeck, who used to be the Boston Celtics principal owner, and then Vinod Khosla, who is a co-founder of Sun Microsystems, who is a minority owner in the San Francisco 49ers, is rumored to be in the bidding as well. He'd have to divest those 49er funds if he wanted to become the Seahawks owner. And Eldridge Industries CEO Todd Boehly is someone who's invested in the Los Angeles Dodgers, and he is trying to get some of the Dodgers buddies to see if they want to put a bid together. That's reportedly from multiple reports, including Bloomberg. Yesterday was supposed to be the end of the first round of bidding. What's that mean? Well, of course, they're going to try to have them bid against each other and drive up the price of the franchise. And I'm sure that those bids have rights of answering what other bids are. Mm-hmm. You don't just allow somebody to put one bid in. And
there's no first right of refusal or anything.
It's not a blind bid where you don't get a chance to match or come back, the estate come back and say, okay, here's what this team B bid. You team A, do you want to bid up again? All signs are that it's going to be well above $6 billion, which is the current 6.05 is currently the record sale price for an NFL franchise, the Washington Commanders, Jessamyn's team, or buddies that work for them, from a couple years ago. And the numbers I'm hearing are starting at $8 billion.
Wow.
Which would be the largest. And that would be the second largest franchise sale in North American sports history, behind the Lakers for $10 billion last year. I'm still being told and heard from multiple people who say they know. And I'm not ready to print it, report it, or verify it, but there's another one out there beyond the 3.
Is it someone
it's
here?
Local.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, that's what I think fans would be excited to hear. It's local, waiting to see what the other bids come in at so they don't outbid themselves.
That's what I was going to ask you. When you hear those names and where they're from and where their investments lie, how does it make you feel? Because I was disappointed.
Well,
I didn't like it.
Many pro sports franchises are owned by out-of-towners.
I'm aware of that, but we were just in the wake of a locally owned team.
We've been spoiled.
Yes, exactly.
We've been spoiled for 30 years that the Seahawks have been.
Exactly.
And the Mariners, for that matter, although the Mariners had Nintendo for a while. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, the franchises here in Seattle, it's not a given that local owners will buy, especially when the price tag is this high.
We have been spoiled, and this is what we've come to expect. And everyone, watching that ring ceremony with the Seahawks get that, and everyone's like, Jody, please don't sell the team, just because of what a wonderful job she's done on the players' end, the coaches' end, the facilities. She has completely picked up where Paul Allen left off, R.I.P. Paul Allen. But she trusted the team the same way that Paul Allen did. And I saw Paul be just an owner that took care of his team and kind of hands off. And that's how Jody was, except she wasn't afraid to make decisions. When it came to letting Pete Carroll go, she wanted to win. And I think that was the first step to showing that she wasn't just some bankrolling owner, that she actually cared about this team. I'm sorry, I'm getting passionate about it, but I just loved her as an owner.
Jody Allen's legacy move for the Seahawks sale or ownership of the team, chair of the team for her brother's trust, was choosing John Schneider's path forward over Pete Carroll's.
Yes.
That was what it came down to. Pete Carroll did not want to fire his coordinators. He wanted to stay loyal to his assistants at the end of a non-playoff season a couple years ago. And John Schneider said, no, we need to clean house. And Carroll said no. And Jody Allen was the final arbiter of that. And Jody Allen chose John Schneider's way. And for the first time gave John Schneider the control of the football operations of the franchise. Remember, it was basically Pete Carroll who hired John Schneider as a first-time GM in January 2010, not vice versa. Carroll was the executive vice president of football operations. He had the final say. Mm-hmm. And Jody Allen changed that when she fired Pete Carroll. And now John Schneider is Mike McDonald's clear boss. Mm-hmm. And it's flipped. Now it's a first-time head coach and a veteran general manager, other than the other way around, like it was when Pete Carroll and John Schneider got here in 2010. So credit for sure, Jody Allen, for that, because that was a fork in the road for the franchise, and she chose the correct path, obviously. What Mike McDonald and John Schneider have done in 2 years speaks for itself. So what happens now with the bidding? Well, you have to have, by NFL rules, at least 30% as a down payment for your bid. So if it's about $8 billion, 30% of $8 billion has to be the cash put down up front as your bid.
2.5, yeah.
So that's first. Secondly, you can take on debt to make your bid, and then the NFL recently allowed private equity groups to get involved up to 10%. That before had not been the case, but because valuations of franchise, and because they want valuations of franchise to continue to go up, the NFL says, okay, if we're going to make this $6, $8, $10 billion franchise, we need to have the ability for buyers to borrow and bring in other partners in private equity that could drive up the value of their bid. And so now you're allowed to have private equity up to 10% of the team's value in private equity. That's new here in the last couple of years. So those are all potential options. I don't think there are only a couple people locally, and the one I have in mind is one of them, that can write a check for $8 billion and buy the team outright. Otherwise, it's probably going to be a consortium of investors. Think Melinda Gates joining Samantha Holloway and One Roof Sports and Entertainment that are going to bid on the Sonics. But that kind of bringing in others and partners and things like that's also in play too. There are nothing that I have gotten no indication that this is going to get done before the season starts. That was a kind of a goal, and they'd like it to, but I don't see that as feasible right now unless somebody steps up and blows the other bidders away with a clear bid higher than the others. The Seahawks, again, it bears mentioning again, Jody Allen, as I have not read, nor has anybody in the media read the actual will of Paul Allen and his wishes for these franchises, but I have been told that Paul Allen wants it to go to the highest bid, the maximum amount of money sale for these franchises so that the money can then go to philanthropy, his charitable causes. So it's in the benefit of his charitable causes that the Seahawks take the highest bidder here. Mm-hmm. The NFL does have a say in it in that, of course, it has to be approved by the majority of the owners. So it just can't be Jody Allen picking whoever she wants and then the owners having to go up. They have to vote it and be okay. And we talked in the past about how the NFL owners in particular are very guarded on who they let into their group of owners. So they will definitely have a say in this. But much more to come. This is just the first stage of bidding, collecting the bids, and see where everybody stands. That's where the Seahawks sale stands currently as of right now. Up next, Jim Bowden is a former Major League Baseball general manager. In fact, he was the youngest general manager in Major League history back in 1992 when he took over the Cincinnati Reds at age 31. He's now a Sirius XM analyst, CBS sports analyst. We're going to talk about the GM dynamic with first-time manager Dan Wilson here in Seattle and a few other things. And that'll be next on 93.3 KJR FM. p.m., 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. every weekday, and your chance to win $2,500 by entering a national keyword. This hour, the word is TRIP, T-R-I-P, TRIP. Enter that now at 93.3KJR.com for your chance to win $2,500. Joining us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline live, former Major League Baseball general manager Jim Bowden, who's now at Sirius XM. He's with columnist with The Athletic. He's with CBS Sports. He is a trade deadline savant. He knows everything about baseball and Major League Baseball and general managership. Hello, Jim. Thanks for joining us. I know you're busy.
Hey, Greg. Great to be back with your show. Thanks for having me on.
You're welcome. It's good to talk to you again. I was going to start in asking you about something you may, and in your past, I'm trying to remember if you have direct experience with this, but a veteran general, Seattle, of course, has a veteran general manager / president in Jerry Dipoto, hiring a first-time field manager. Last time it was Scott Service, who had no managerial experience in the major leagues, and now it's Dan Wilson, who had no managerial experience anywhere. Can you talk about just the uniqueness of that and what the general manager's role in your mind should be for a first-time manager? Would he tend to be more hands-on and more involved in the day-to-day planning and operations of a game plan because of that?
Oh, there's no doubt that's the case. You know, I had a couple of rookie managers during my career. All the other managers had more experience, but certainly, you know, it's like any job, I think, in America. When you have somebody that has not done it before, you tend to make sure you're more heavily involved to make sure that that person has the access, the information, the experience, people around them to try to lessen the mistakes. Because obviously, when you're doing something for the first time, more mistakes take place than if you've had a lot of experience and already learned from the failures, right? And so what you try to do with someone that's doing it for the first time is prevent the failures based on the wisdom that you and the organization have had prior to. So you're definitely more involved, especially that first and second year of a rookie manager.
Jim, I'm dating myself here, but when I covered Major League Baseball as a beat writer in the early 2000s, the Billy Beane, Art Howe, Ken Maka, Moneyball A's, the general manager, Billy Beane, did not have daily meetings or set, okay, tonight you can't use, we don't want to use this reliever, or we're not going to put this guy at second in order, let's move him down to sixth. Daily, like it seems, I've been told the Mariners do with Jerry Dipoto and Dan Wilson. Is that the way the game is now, or is that, in your mind, still unusual?
No, that's the way the game is now. It's completely changed. And the way the teams are operated is completely different. So you have a much more collaborative, collective approach to the game, period. You're utilizing, you know, not just scouts, but analytics, technology, artificial intelligence. You're getting as much information from the medical people, from the biometric people, from the conditioning people, from the science, from the engineers, on the best way to win baseball games. And all of that is baked in and cooked in. And so it takes more people and it takes more minds to try to get it right. You know, that's what the Seattle Mariners are doing right now, as you know. I mean, they've got 6 starting pitchers, and they've been trying to navigate how to handle it. And basically what Jerry Dipoto did was he got himself in the front office, along with his advanced team, along with Dan Wilson, along with the pitching coaches, the analytic people, together to try to figure out how do we best handle this problem that we have with 6 starting pitchers, all of whom deserve to start. And basically they came up with 3 different options. The first one was send a starter to the bullpen, which is what I would have done. I would have put Luis Castillo in the bullpen, but they didn't want to do that. The second option was to run a 6-man rotation, but there were too many people in that collective group that were concerned about how a 7-man bullpen would manage the workload that's needed to keep everybody healthy and effective. And then the third option was a split game, which they did with Miller and Castillo. And so when the collective group came in, and it wasn't unanimous, but when the collective group came in, they opted for option 3 at that time. And of course, things have changed because of off days, et cetera. Then they actually went to a 6-man rotation, as you know. But the one thing the group decided was that they were a better team if all 6 are pitching for them and all are lengthened out the long term that protects them from injuries, et cetera. The other thing is they kind of did a hiccup at the beginning because they didn't really communicate well with all the pitchers.
Right.
But they circled back, and then they met with all 6 pitchers, and then they laid out the same 3 options to the 6 pitchers, and the group of the 6 pitchers didn't want to send a starter to the pen. They didn't want to run a 6-man rotation. So the group of pitchers ended up agreeing with Dan Wilson and Jerry DiPoto in the front office and the advanced team, et cetera, the analytic people, that splitting a game probably was the best avenue to go, although not ideal. And that's kind of where it stands right now. But to your point, which is a great question, would this have happened when you were the beat writer? No. Would this have happened when I was the GM? No. This would not have happened. But that is how they have come to the decision, and they're doing it collectively with the whole idea they're going to either succeed or fail as a group.
This is Jim Bowden. He's former Major League Baseball general manager. He was the youngest general manager in Major League Baseball history in 1992, and he was at 31 years old, the general manager of the Reds. He's now with SiriusXM, the athletic columnist, and CBS Sports, joining us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Okay, I agree with you. I have said I would put Luis Castillo in the bullpen. Yet, as this arrangement is 6 starters, he's pitched as well as he has in a couple years under this arrangement. As you know, around baseball, what is his market value now that he hasn't gone to the bullpen? Because I submit that's the whole reason they're doing this, because a reliever Luis Castillo at $24 million a year is not tradable. A starter Luis Castillo, with how he's performing at $24 million, could be more palatable. What's his trade market right now heading into July?
Yeah, if he keeps pitching the way he's pitching, certainly it's going to improve. I mean, I think, other teams are still looking at him with an ERA of 4.93 overall with 73 strikeouts and 76 innings. But to your point, he has pitched much better in the pen. His stuff has ticked up. But he's only, 1 or 2 times around the lineup is all you're getting. And when, you start talking about, what he's making at $24.15 million, and you got that vesting option also in 2028 at $25 million. I mean, that's a lot of money still on the books. So you're not sure the contract is movable right now. But I think, the other issue, too, is that, you've got Cade Anderson coming. You got Ryan Sloan coming. Anderson probably going to end up in the bullpen here. But I think to win a championship, you're going to need all 6 starters. So I don't think they're going through this with the idea of we're going to trade Louis or anybody in that group. I think it's more, how do we best prepare for October? How do we best prepare when we get to October to win the championship? And Castillo's going to be in the bullpen in October. He's not going to start. The other 5 guys, or 4 of the other 5 guys, will be starting, and 2 will pitch out of the bullpen in all likelihood, right? You probably go with 4 starters in that format. So I think that's kind of where it is. To trade Castillo now, I mean, sure, if somebody wanted to take all that money off the books, you'd consider it. But at the same time, boy, if there's one problem I'd like to have if I'm Seattle, it's to have too much pitching.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That's a problem I would love to have right now, especially the way the American League is set up.
Jim, because it's so just plain unconventional, would you, as a general manager, be willing to, if your ownership allowed you, to eat some money to trade Castillo if that would solve this 6 people for 5 spots?
No, I wouldn't. I would solve it by putting Castillo in the pen. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough. And I know they don't want to, and I totally understand that out of respect to Luis Castillo's history, of being an all-star and how good he's been in his career. But, I always believe, I believe, number one, a 5-man rotation is the way to go. And I'm old school, which is the 5 best starters start, regardless of contract, regardless of history, regardless of anything. I'm paid to win championships. I'm going with the 5. Louis, you're going to have to, you're going to have to pitch out of the pen. And that's what I would do. I know he doesn't want to. I know that's not what he would like, but, to me, you got to make tough decisions here. But they can get by doing it the way they are for now. At some point, they're going to have to make that decision, though. To me, it's really hard because what's your other option? I mean, let's be honest. Bryce Miller's been one of the best pitchers in baseball since he got off the IL with oblique.
Right.
Let's be realistic. Emerson Hancock is having his breakout season, and he's been solid since day one. And Gilbert Wu and Kirby are just studs. All have been all-stars, and all have gotten Cy Young votes over the last few years. So who do you feel best about putting in the pen? Well, it's easy for me. It's Castillo.
Right.
Now, I know he's pitched better. I get it. I think he'd even be better if he was put in a shorter spurts where you only have to face 4 hitters. I think the stuff would tick up even more and give them a solid pitcher for the 6th and 7th inning and add some depth. So, again, that's what I would do, but I respect what they're doing, and I'm fine with the process because the process they have collectively included all 6 starters, and they've included the front office, the pitching coaches, and the manager, and everyone's part of this decision. So because of the way they're handling it, I'm fine with it.
You mentioned Cade Anderson at AA Arkansas, who's just shoving. Do you bring him up and just have your best 13 dudes for October, or do you worry about slotting him and not starting him because he's been a starter and all that, or you just bring up your best 13 guys and he's one of them?
Yeah, I want to win a championship. I got a window here in Seattle to win a championship. I have a league with parity. I'm more, the Yankees are really good. The Rays are good. Cleveland's pretty good. Chicago's okay. But the Mariners can do it this year. This is the window. This is it. Last year, legit chance to win. This year, legit chance to win. I'm doing everything I can to win. And if Cade Anderson needs to be in the big leagues pitching out of the pen, then I'm doing it. Because I'm trying to win a championship, and nothing's going to stand in my friggin' way. It's just like I know they're not looking for it. I'd try to go get another bat.
Yep.
I don't care if it's a DH or right fielder. I don't care how or where. I'm going to get another friggin' bat. Just like he did last year when he went on and got, Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez. Go get one more. Let's bring up Anderson. Let's go get one more, and let's go for it. This is an exciting time. Look, I know they're underachieving. I get it. But the offense isn't doing what they're supposed to do. But here's the one thing I learned in my 17 years of being a GM. The pitching in August and September is what's going to set you up for October. That's when teams separate. The teams with the best pitching separates in August and September. That's when Seattle's going to win this division. That's when they're going to win the West. Then the next step's going to be, how am I best prepared in October to run the table and get to that World Series?
Jim Bowden, former general manager, now SiriusXM and The Athletic and CBS Sports, joining us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. They have intimated in the local press, Jim, that they will seek a right-handed bat in particular because Ref Snyder's hitting 137 against lefties, and there are troubles all season against left-handed pitching. Could you see Eugenio Suarez coming back for a third go-around? I mean, there's some teams like the Reds and others that are already way out of it. I know the market's early, but what do you see available to the Mariners if they wanted to add a right-handed bat?
Yeah, I don't see a lot right now, and they're not the only team looking for that right-handed bat. Philadelphia Phillies have been everywhere looking for it. The hard part is when I talk to GMs every week, the hard part is right now who's really selling. Besides the Rockies and Giants, everybody else is kind of in between. You're just going to have to wait this out a little bit more. The GMs right now are focused on the draft, which is in a couple of weeks. After the All-Star break, things will, start to materialize, and there'll be more teams that drop back and drop out of it. But the one good thing Seattle does have, if they wanted to, is, they have a good farm system to go get a piece that they need to get. They could trade a Castillo in a package with a prospect or two to try to get a bat that way as well, as you know. So, we'll have to see. I don't have any obvious names for you. There's just too many teams that are in the race right now. And to me, there's just I have not heard any big name, like even the Angels, although that may change with John Mozeliak taking over. But even they, Perry Manassi was telling people that his owner wasn't going to let him trade Joe Adele even. So, I don't know how that's going to play out with the new leadership with the Angels. Perhaps he's a player that could become available. But right now, with that many teams in a race and everybody within striking distance, there's really not that much available.
Having said that, league-wide, Tarek Skubal is, of course, the tantalizing potential big fish at the trade deadline because of his $32 million arbitration award with the Tigers. If you were the Tigers GM, would you ride that out and see if you can get back in the race, or you're on the fringes of it? And of course, wild card keeps you in it mathematically all the way until September, even if you stink. What would you do with Skubal, having him just had elbow surgery a month and a half ago?
Yeah, so Greg, great question. I would have traded him in the offseason.
Ah.
I wouldn't even gone into the season like that. I would have gotten the most I could in the offseason and absolutely load up, knowing I wasn't going to be able to extend him and knowing that he was going to leave after this year. And so they decided the other way. They decided we'll go get Framber Valdez. We'll try to get to the postseason. Let's Skubal, Valdez, and Casey Mize try to run the table for us, which, okay, that's fine. I get it. They're not in a good position, but the league is such that they could jump into it if they get hot. What I would be doing right now is hoping Skubal pitches better than he has since he's come off the IL, which I think he will. The command and control isn't there. The stuff's there. The strikeouts are there, but the command, putting it where he wants to, has not been. He's given up some runs here in his 3 starts since. Number one, I'm going to get on my hands and knees and pray that he gets hot and starts pitching like the guy that won the Cy Young the last 2 years and goes back to that 2 ERA instead of the 3 ERA. I'm going to pray for that. Then number two, I'm going to be using this time right now to call all 29 teams and letting them know there's a good possibility if we don't turn things around that I'm going to be moving Skubal, and I need to know ahead of time exactly what your interest is, what prospects are off limits, what kind of package you'd be willing to trade, and I would be doing all my homework right now. And then I would be ready to pounce the minute I got a trade that I thought would really help me win in 27, 28, and beyond. I would not wait. Because if you wait, there could be an injury and you get nothing for him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be the Angels who 3 years ago could have traded Shohei Ohtani for Junior Caminero and decided not to, knowing that they weren't going to be able to re-sign him. That's a non-deal that will haunt that organization for the next decade. Caminero is going to end up in the Hall of Fame, and they could have had him for a 2-month rental. I'm not making that mistake if I'm running the Tigers. So you're going to give me that offer that you want, I'm going to go. And my phone is going to be ringing to Brian Cashman. It's going to be ringing to Andrew Friedman. It's going to be ringing to Alex Anthopoulos and all those other contending teams that would like Skubal pitching for them in October.
Jim Bowden, thank you. It's the text line, the Commodore text line 49451 is blowing up with, can the Mariners hire Jim Bowden right now? He's on point. I know the job's not open, but
yeah, you've got great executives there. I'm a big fan of Jerry DiPoto and the staff there. So anyway, thanks for having me on, Greg. I really appreciate it and hope you have a great day.
Yes, sir. Hope to do it again soon. Jim Bowden, former Major League Baseball general manager, now with SiriusXM, The Athletic. He's a columnist for The Athletic. He's also on CBS Sports, and he's saying, I'd put Castillo in the bullpen. In fact, Jim Bowden told us I'd put him in for short stints, like a true reliever, 4 batters, and see what his stuff looks like then.
I mean, it takes a little pressure off. It might be a blow to the ego.
It's going to hurt his feelings.
Right, it sure will.
And that's what they've been trying to protect. And he's a clubhouse leader, and there's some dynamics there that Mariners are considering that those on the outside don't.
The intangibles, yes.
But his point, I'm rolling with 4 in the postseason anyway. And he's right, because you're going to have a 7-game series. You're not going to start 5 guys in the playoffs.
Right.
You're certainly not going to start 6. So, and you're not going to piggyback in the playoffs. You're going to bring in, if you have to, matchups early in games. We've seen the playoffs here a year or two now with the Mariners. But his point is, you're not going to run out of full rotation in the postseason anyway, so let's put him in the bullpen now. You're going to have an upset Luis Castillo, but he's $21 million checks will still clear. So that's an interesting perspective that we haven't really talked about in this market, of just doing it now rather than later. And he also says, yep, Cade Anderson's coming, and you just get your 13 best horses and you roll. And if Cade Anderson's a spot reliever in situations in September, October, so be it. You get your 13 best dudes, and he's one of them. He also says he'd go get a bat come hell or high water.
Yeah.
He would go get a bat. He also said the Mariners are in competition with the Phillies and others on trying to get that right-handed bat that could solve some of their problems against left-handed pitching. If you missed any of that, shame on you. But if you missed any of that, go to the iHeartRadio app, 93.3 KJR, or go to 93.3kjr.com today, where after the show, Jessamine will download the podcast. You can listen to it at any time on demand. We'll have Jim Bowden back.
He's wonderful and very, very adamant. He loves doing these hits on radio and everything. I know that he has been a contributor to multiple shows on our station, but today was a perfect day to get that out of him, just considering where we are with the pitching staff, where the Mariners are right now, and where it is with Luis Castillo. Him just flat out do it now. Rip the Band-Aid off, put him in there now.
It was also interesting to hear him say, this is baseball today. The GM meeting and the president meeting with managers and saying, you're not using this guy tonight. And the analytics say, do this tonight. That everyone does that. It's not just the Mariners. So when you say Dan Wilson's handcuffed, a lot of managers apparently are handcuffed.
Or it's just the way it is.
It's just the way it is.
It's a group effort.
And he, as he said, it was never that way when he was a GM. He was a GM from 1992 until the late 2000s, last with the Washington Nationals. And yeah, he said the game has completely changed since then, and since when I was a beat writer as well. But people in this city don't understand that many of the moves that Dan Wilson makes are not Dan Wilson's moves. We talked about this yesterday. They are Jerry Dipoto / Justin Hollander, but Jerry Dipoto, because he's Hollander's boss too. Those are Jerry Dipoto's moves.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 days, you can't do a reliever 3 days in a row. A reliever can't start a new inning after finishing one. All of that. Munoz is only going to pitch the 9th, which is just baffling to me. Pitching when the best hitters are up in the most important part of the game. If that's the 7th, 8th, or 9th. 49451, you already some feedback on the Tacoma Dodge text line about that. He deferred and said, no, he's not available for the Mariners GM job. Sorry. It's already filled.
He did compliment the executives that we do have, though. So I think he thinks that we're in good hands, and I trust that man's opinion.
He also wants to maintain his sources around Major League Baseball and not just burn them up.
Greg, allow me to create some grace in this situation.
I'm just telling you how journalism works. That's just it. If he's an insider.
I'm aware.
Anyway, 49451, we can talk about that. We talk about the Seahawks sale. I updated you on what's the latest with that. The World Cup in the second half of the round of 32 match between Norway and Ivory Coast, 64th minute. Norway is leading 1-0. The United States tomorrow at 5 p.m., Bosnia-Herzegovina in Santa Clara. Here in Seattle tomorrow, the 5th of 6 matches, the round of 32 between Belgium and Senegal. I will be at Jimmy's on First across the street from the stadium tomorrow from 10 until noon before the match at 1. Your text next on 93.3 KJR FM. here live from Elliott Bay in Seattle. Tomorrow I'll be live from Jimmy's on First across the street from Lumen Field because Belgium and Senegal are playing the round of 32 match here in Seattle at 1 p.m. tomorrow. The United States plays tomorrow at 5, Bosnia and Herzegovina, the opponent down in Santa Clara. The winners of those two matches will play Monday live here on 93.3 KJR FM at 5 o'clock in the round of 16. If you missed it earlier, someone on the text line from the 360 asking the update on the Seahawks sale is that their first round of bidding, Bloomberg News said, was to end yesterday. First round of bidding implying that they will then play those bids off each other and give everybody else a chance to rebid. There are 3 known groups out there, and there's a 4th waiting in the wings that we'll see local-based.
That's what I like to hear.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm very pie in the sky about this situation.
Yes.
And I don't care.
Also on the text line, 49451. You know what time it is because the music says so. Great point on Castillo, the 206 says, about moving him into the bullpen now. If he can't be a reliever, I'm sure it's that meant, he is probably not on the playoff roster anyway. That's true because of what Jim Bowden just told us. You're not going with Luis Castillo in the starting rotation for the playoffs. You're going with your best 5 and your best 4, in fact, in a 7-game series, even maybe 3 in a 5-game series in the division series. And Castillo's not one of those. And so if he can't hack going to the bullpen now or doesn't perform well, why would you put him on the playoff route? Well, besides because you're paying $21.5 million for him and you have a club option for him for 2028, Bowden says he would put him in for 4 outs. Go get 4 batters and see what his stuff looks like then.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept that I haven't heard yet.
No, we have not talked about
bullpen, but not 4 outs.
Yeah, that's an interesting look at it. But there's a couple people on the text line, 206. How refreshing, a former GM that makes more sense than our current one. There's no way the 206, there's no way they would hire Jim Bowden because he's too smart and right on target with what needs to happen.
Oh, jeez. Well, I would just say, too, the biggest thing that I heard from him was how passionate he was about this being the year.
Oh, yeah.
That was awesome. I loved to hear it, and I hope the fans did, too. And that's probably what they're latching to as well because of how direct he was about go and you throw everything at it. Throw everything at it.
He said, this is it.
This is it.
This is your time to win.
This is also it, he said, yes.
In a parity league, with a league that is this bad, with only 4 winning teams, you're at 500 and you're a half game out. This is it, as he put it. You have the best team in the division. You're going to make the playoffs. Go get it now. And he go get a bat. He says, I'd do anything I could to go get a bat. And he said the Mariners have the roster to go get a bat. We'll see. 253, can Jim Bowden be our general manager or manager? He is on point. Great show.
He is really good.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
He is really good. Yeah, there's I like this one. Great point on Castillo. If we find out he can't be a reliever, he is probably not on our playoff roster anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to have him as a starter.
Yep.
Okay, a couple of you at the top of the show asked about Chris Kidd. I mentioned it yesterday at the top of the show. I'll mention it again if you missed it, and you probably did. Chris Kidd was my producer for the show I had for 9 months starting in 2024. And, of course, he was again when I came back on the show here this spring. He's no longer employed by iHeart. They said that the Seattle market needed to make a cost-saving move. And so Chris Kidd is no longer working here. Jessamine McIntyre has moved from the afternoon show to now. She was on with Ian and Anders at the noon show. Now she's working with me, and I'm honored and blessed to have her and her experience. And Jim Bowden is a friend and a colleague of hers, which is why we got her. Got him because of her. So that's Chris. We wish him all the best. I miss him already. And yeah, we had a cool thing going. And I do miss him. But thank you for asking, and that's where it is. 425 says, I don't have a problem with the training staff. My problem was the manager. They went on talent alone, should have at least 6 to 8 more wins this year. I don't think anyone would argue with that they should definitely have at least 6 or more wins. 206, they need to focus on their job, not Twitter. So soft.
Oh, yeah, that in reference to Justin Hollander talking about lunatic fringe fans that are being critical on Twitter. And apparently on Sports Talk Radio, too, but not us. Not like that. That was in reference to the criticism of the training staff.
For all the
He
injuries.
spoke out about them.
That was unprompted, unsolicited, by the way.
No,
at the
he
beginning
started off his thing with
He
that.
says, by the way, I want to defend our training staff. Jeff, the 360, longtime listener of the station. The only reason Kirby got to finish the 8th was because DePoto had to use the bathroom.
That is kind of funny. But this from the 360. I'm sorry, Greg, I didn't get to hear what's going on with the Seahawks sale. Can you briefly cover this?
I just did it at the top of
I'm
this.
sorry,
but
I
that's
missed
okay.
that. My bad.
If you missed it again, like Jessamine did, the first bids are due tomorrow. Were due yesterday, according to Bloomberg News. The first round of bids, and that implies that there will be other rounds, and then they'll try to play those bids off of each other to raise the sale price. All indications are the sale price is going to be above $6.05 billion. What's that number? That's what the Washington Commanders sold for a few years ago, the highest valuation sale in NFL history. NFL owners want each sale after that to be higher than the one before it so that their franchise valuations can go up too. With all the money that goes into the NFL with media rights and merchandising, now the international games, it would be poor business sense for franchise valuations to go down year over year.
Oh, yeah, no.
But especially the Seahawks, who are the Super Bowl champions and one of the only teams within a shouting distance of the Pacific Northwest. I mean, the closest franchises are in Denver and San Francisco. So, yes, this franchise should be valued top, and it is. And I'm told that bidding's going to probably start at around $8 billion. It could reach 10. That would be a North American market value, a franchise valuation record. The record is $10 billion last year with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, it's interesting the way this sale is coming about, too, because other sales have been for other reasons. Right. And then this one is by the letter of the will, if you will. It's Paul Allen's wishes, and it's not a bad thing. And going out for a Super Bowl trophy for Jody, I think you couldn't ask for a better ending for her.
But that's a good point about the dynamics of the sale. When teams are for sale in sports, it's generally because the owner wants to maximize his profit. He bought it at a certain price, and now he thinks it's the time to sell, or he's personal issues or business issues. But this is because when Paul Allen died, in his will, it was you must sell the Blazers and the Seahawks.
Yep.
And it's taken this many years since his death in 2018 for the lawyers to get around to clearing this part of his estate. That's the gist of what is happening here. This Blazers sold for $4 billion to Tom Dundon earlier this year, and the Seahawks are gone out on sale too. So that's where this all came from in the genesis of it, the background of it.
That's just the least negative sale I've ever heard.
Yes. And yes, exactly. And there's not a time, because of this dynamic, and the owners are only selling because of the will and the estate, there's not a time crunch where they have to do it by a certain time. The NFL would like it to be done soon, but only so the other owners knew what their franchise valuation or how they've gone up since the Washington Commanders sale. But no, there's not a Jody Allen must sell by September or else. There's not a stipulation, and the owner is not trying to unload quickly. So that's part of the reason this is dragging out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The 206 asking about Justin Hollander. You heard from him earlier in the show. Is he frustrated with the fans or his own incompetence? It's an interesting, maybe rhetorical question.
People are frustrated right now, and I understand. So we're going to see a lot of that. I do like this one from Keith Miller. Has Softy put in his bid to buy the Seahawks yet?
Does Softy have $8 billion laying around? I didn't know that.
If he did, I'd be really mad at him for not giving me a little bit of it.
I would be over at his house more often.
Right?
The one thing we want to talk to you about is the 5th annual Seattle All-Star Celebrity Softball Game. It's back. It's bigger than ever. It's the ultimate celebrity showcase. Many levels of local athletes, pro, college, celebrities, legends raising awareness. Richard Sherman has done this in the past. It's down at Cheney Stadium Saturday, July 11th. It's a community effort to give back to the South Sound community in Pierce County. Tickets are on sale now to go to the Seattle All-Star Classic July 11th. Visit SeattleAllStarClassic.com to get your seats today, or go to our website, 93.3KJR.com, for your chance to win tickets.
Oh, you know what? We do have a talk back here.
Hey
there, Greg and Jessamine, Chris and Birian. The whole crazed fans about our training staff, that's just a distraction. That's look over here. Look at the wonder over here. Well, you don't talk about what's over there. And what that is a manager that can't manage. Can't manage his batting order, can't manage his pitching staff. Come on!
30 seconds or less, Chris, but thank you for
You cut Chris off.
It's not me. It's a little iHeart microphone.
Just
on
when he
that
was
app.
getting rolling.
Yeah. No, I think we know that the last word was on. I actually think it's funnier when they cut off.
That is pretty funny. Bam. It's like a
Perfectly
guillotine.
cut exclamation point. Yeah, no, thank you, Chris. We'll get more of these in throughout the shows as we continue to. So if you want your voice heard, go for it.
Appreciate the love on the text line. Many of you writing in that they love you and I together, Jessamine. And
Army Navy's just a taste.
exactly. This is Army Navy in Seattle every day now. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. And the kind words
me
for
too.
Chris Kidd as well.
Yes.
We appreciate that. Up next, the mayor of Maple Valley, Ian Furness. He's lurking somewhere. Actually, I see him. He's wearing a Kraken hoodie. He'll come in and talk about what's on his show next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Oh, we got a goal. We got a goal.
The Corte d'Ivoire had tied the game at 1-1 in the second half.
Is Norway the team with the guy with the ponytail?
Yeah.
Where's he at?
Erling Haaland.
Where's he at?
Is
he on there?
He's in the middle of the field, or unless they just lifted him for defense because it's in
He
the
might have,
90th minute.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yes, they scored in the 88th minute. Norway did in Dallas to take a 2-1 lead on Ivory
there he is.
Coast.
No, that's a bald guy. Not blonde, bald. There he is.
Yeah.
Is that him, number 9?
Haaland. Erling Haaland.
Oh, all right, good. Okay.
He's still up there.
All right.
They're rowing. Winner plays Brazil Sunday in the Meadowlands.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah, like last night.
Yeah.
My son kept saying, "Oh, Paraguay."
Yeah.
Now they have to play France.
Oh my God, crazy.
So we played earlier. Justin Hollander, the Mariners general manager, calling the Seattle Mariner fans, or I say a section of them, a lunatic fringe, which I thought is a little bit of an unfair snipe at a franchise's fan base that has never, ever tasted the World Series in the 50 years of their existence. Could you see how that might torque a fan the wrong way?
I think the bigger, Jess mentioned this earlier, and we've talked about this, we used the word apathy before. I always kind of, I come back to that, and I've had, listen, I'll be honest, I've had this conversation with Kevin Martinez before, the team president, and on a number of occasions. That would you rather fans be apathetic or would you rather they be pissed off? Like it's the easy answer is you'd want them to be mad because then they care. I'll give you an example last week when the Todd Lywicki video, when we had that.
Yep.
When we played that. And I wasn't worried about what the reaction would be, especially with my name and face on it. That's my job. I don't mind being hell in a sense. I'm Justin Hollander. I'm going to protect my franchise, right? And my employer. But I wasn't worried about what the reaction would be in terms of it being negative. I was worried if there would be a reaction. And there was. And I was telling Rich Moore, I was telling our program director, I was, and we looked at it. There was a pop on the 2 times we played it. There's a lot of people tuning in. They wanted to hear what Todd had to say. And then they were pissed off and disappointed because of what he did say. They thought he should have said more and all that, which is fine. We can debate that and how ludicrous it is to think that a guy's going to give out his trade secrets and how they're doing things. But the fact that people were upset and we had literally as many texts as we would have for a big Seahawk topic, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
And if you're Justin Hollander and your team has, as you said, never been to the World Series, much less won it, you should be happy there's a, quote, lunatic fringe out there.
But there isn't.
I don't think it's a lunatic fringe. I by the way, one of the great songs of all time. But
yes.
writer from the movie Vision Quest. But yeah, I think, lunatic fringe is more, I take that honestly as being diehards. Like people that really care.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. Like you want that. Lunatic fringe is probably more South End Zone guy. At Lumen Field.
Right.
Like wearing the construction Seahawk hat, neck tattoo, like losing his mind on every first down. That's a good thing though. You want that. You and I have been to enough NFL stadiums where you don't have that.
No.
Right? And think about going to a game at SoFi. I think the Rams are getting better. But, man, the first couple Rams games we went to, remember the first couple games in L.A. Coliseum?
Yeah.
It was a home game for us, for Seattle, and for anybody else playing there.
Whose house? They have to, and still to this day, they have to short the fans in L.A. to cheer.
And then and think about the Chargers. They've never played a home game.
No.
In L.A., and Arizona never has either. Right? Like you want the lunatic fringe, I would think.
As Jessamine said, he's defending his training staff.
Sure.
And I get that.
Yeah, and we also pointed out that he started out with that. He wasn't asked about it.
It
He
was
said
unsolicited.
before we get to anything else, he started his dugout session with that. So it was on his mind.
Yes. I'm going to get to this a little later, but yeah, there's a lot there. I think it's I appreciate on June 30th, Justin Hollander. I appreciate him a lot on June 30th, a month away from the start of training camp for the NFL. I really appreciate
So I know
you.
what the first segment of your show is. What else you got?
We're gonna. Well, Joe Sheehan's gonna join us our weekly baseball visit with him. Looking forward to that. We'll get into managerial decisions and who and what they are and what's going on. the Mets fired a manager. Should they have fired a manager? We'll get into that coming up with Joe at 1:20 today. John Lund's weekly visit at 2. And then we'll revisit a little bit of Mollywop Monday yesterday. Boys were fired up.
How did that go?
How do you think it went?
Yeah, okay. I thought.
Let me think. Nathan and Chris, and it's a Monday after the M's go 2-4 for the week, in which the final game that they lost was Sunday when they led 4-1 going into the 8th inning.
George,
how do you think it went, Greg?
George Kirby sure took care of those problems with managing a bullpen. Just pitch 8 innings. And
How cool would that have been to get it? Just give me a damn. All we needed was just shorter 8th inning, go complete game. First one in 2020 since 2023. That would have been awesome.
Actually let him throw 100 pitches and his arm didn't fall off. It's amazing. He woke up this morning.
Are you sure?
No,
Have
I
we
guess
checked
I'm
on
not.
George
I
Kirby?
should call him.
Has he got to the ballpark yet? Is his arm still attached? Norway, come on!
Extra time for added time for Norway.
There's
2 minutes left.
special on Lefse down in Ballard right now if they hold on.
Norway up 2-1 with a free kick coming for Ivory Coast with 2 minutes left. Ian Furness, Anderson Hurst are up next. Greg Bell, Justin Mackett. Thanks for listening. If you missed the interview with Jim Bowden, again, shame on you, but you can go to 933kjr.com to hear it on our podcast page soon after the show. We'll do it again tomorrow. I'll be doing it from Jimmy's on First right before Belgium and Senegal play in Seattle in the World Cup on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. It's a final Norway over the Ivory Coast 2-1. A late goal in the 80-something minute, right?
86 minute.
86 minute. Norway wins 2-1. They move on. An incredible save by the Norwegian goalkeeper.
I thought that
in
was
stoppage time. Might be the save of the tournament.
Yeah.
Might be the save off a free kick as well. Next up, France and Sweden at 2 our time. Mexico, Ecuador coming up later on tonight. You like Ecuador in that game, right?
I do. I really do.
Probably should have checked with you before I put my parlay down, but but it didn't matter because
I also liked Ivory Coast in this game, so what do I know?
And you may have liked Germany.
I did.
Okay, well, so it was done
Everyone
yesterday.
did.
Our show brought to you by Snoqualmie Casino, snocasino.com. Seattle's closest casino and sportsbook. You're welcome for the donations.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're taking my money.
Exactly. Mariners a winner last night. Come back home over the Angels, back at it tonight. George Kirby was great. Went 8 strong last night to get the win for Seattle. Cole Young had 2 home runs, first multi-home run game of his career. He's good at baseball. Mariners actually, for the second straight game, scored more than 3 runs. Break them up. LeBron James says he will play in the 2026-2027 NBA season, just not for the LA Lakers. God, I love that.
I do too.
That's so funny. Big trade in the NHL. Goaltenders moving all over the place. 5-team deal. Jacob Markstrom from New Jersey going to the Florida Panthers. Bob becomes a free agent. We'll get into that a little bit later because free agency starts for the NHL tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do that daily power play. Coming up 1:45. Let's go. Here we go.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Man, I'll tell you right now, World Cup has not disappointed. It has been absolutely sensational, man. It has just been remarkable what we have seen here in the knockout round. Another great match today, Norway and Ivory Coast. Couple shootouts yesterday and goals in stoppage time, goals disallowed in overtime. I mean, take your pick. And you don't have to be a soccer fan. You just have to have a pulse to be enjoying what's going on right now. Simple as that. Whoa. Look who's here.
Hi.
Greg Bell's still sitting here. Look, do you know who that guy is? Have anybody seen that guy
He's
lately?
seen me more recently than you have.
Yeah, I think he has. He's got stuff going on. He's moving. He's got listen, there's a move that took place yesterday into the new place. Congratulations,
Thank
your
you.
first house.
Thank you.
There's that. And then there's a little thing called the World Cup going on, and he's been doing stuff daily for that, not just the show at 7 o'clock. He and the cast of thousands. He's doing an hour podcast every day as well. You're a busy man.
Very busy.
Good to have you back.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
Good to have you back.
I missed the daily grind of doing the Ian Furness show.
Well, I appreciate well, here's the thing. We got a lot to talk about today.
We do.
We got a lot to talk about. Thank you, Mr. Hollander. We appreciate you very much on June 30th, this time of the year. We'll get to that. We got a lot of sound in the next segment coming up at 12:20 today. We'll get to. I've got a little different take on him, I think, than some. And not to be like the smartest guy in the room. I'm far from that, but I'm seeing it from a different lens. I'll just say that. And there's part of me that really supports his stuff yesterday, his little media session that he had. And there's part of me that has a huge problem with what he said yesterday, but probably more supportive than not. And I'll get to that coming up at 12:20. We'll also play a little bit back from Molly Watt Monday. Greg asked me as the show was ending, Greg goes, well, how was that yesterday with those guys? I said, well, how the hell do you think it was? I mean, Mariners went 2-4 on a road trip, and they absolutely wet themselves on the last game.
They go below 500, not in first place in the AL West anymore.
Listen, the Dan Wilson stuff is there. Like the reality is the team has, I think it's safe to say the team's underperformed, right?
Yeah.
Like they've underperformed.
Absolutely, yes.
If you think they're a 500 team, I can't dance with that. They should be better than a 500 team. And that's who and what they have been for most of this season, hovering around 500. They're able to get away with it because up until recently, the rest of the division has been awful. Now, that's the problem. The rest of the division right now is starting, well, at least two of the teams starting to catch them up.
It almost feels like, Ian, that the rest of the division almost assumed, the Mariners will figure it out. And now they're kind of realizing, wait a second. What if they don't figure it out? Maybe we can actually go and take this division from them. And so
right?
that's kind of what it feels like at this point.
I think you're 100% right. And now all of a sudden, now they come back. Nice win yesterday.
Yes.
Nice bounce back.
Thank you, George Kirby.
George Kirby, awesome. And then on top of that, you throw out a Cole Young 2-home run day. Canzone again. I mean, but the recipe for success is what we saw yesterday yet again. They have to hit home runs to win. If they don't hit home runs, they don't win. If they hit home runs, by and large, they win. So that's a good thing. Nice win. Perfect. We move on. We'll talk to Joe Sheehan coming up today at 12 or at 1:20. The Mets made a managerial move, and I know it's one that Joe kind of endorsed. We're going to talk about what's going on here with Joe. We'll do that in the next segment as well. I think, baseball is such a fickle sport because it happens so quick. Like game, maybe day off, game, day off, game, day off. It's a fickle game in that regard. Like we're feeling better today, right? Everyone feels a little bit better today. It doesn't erase all of the issues going on with this baseball team. And some of the issues are out of your control. Injuries. Some are players underperforming. Cal, looking at you. A little bit with Julio in the month of June, but we'll get to that later. I think there's some underlying numbers there that might make it feel a little bit better for Julio. We'll get to that with Sheehan. Naylor's been a big disappointment.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm starting to really worry about that contract.
I think that's a valid concern. I think there was a concern. We talked about yesterday on Moywap, Anders. Chris brought that up. He said, and if I remember right, Chris did say that.
He did. Almost
said,
right after it happened.
He said, this thing may not age well. And when it doesn't age well, it's going to be fast. And it's not just that other players don't like. First of all, I like the fact other players don't like him.
Yeah.
I think that's great.
People telling him no one likes you.
Yeah.
Give that guy on my team. Let's go.
You know who nobody likes? Jacob Melanson for the Kraken.
It's true.
Nobody likes him. Brad Marchand. You know what? If you're a baseball player, nobody likes you.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
We don't have to play grab ass.
No.
Like, I hate the grab ass stuff.
I do.
Like, I hate it. The NBA is the worst. Like, the NBA.
They're all best buds.
The NBA, you get the impression nobody cares at all about winning, right? Baseball, you got a little more red ass in you with baseball. There's no doubt. But there's a little bit of that. I mean, Julio might be the nicest guy in the league. I mean, he's never been on base and not been smiling and playing grab ass with the other team.
True.
That's just him. That's not a criticism. It's just him. I prefer Naylor, nobody liking him. But problem is right now, we're not liking him either because he's not playing well. So that's an issue coming up. Lund's going to join us coming up at 2 p.m. today. Wrote a great story on the NBA draft. Just what an absolute embarrassment that thing is on every level. And I think the NBA is embarrassing itself on a daily basis. The John Morant deal is a joke.
Yeah.
LeBron is going to force his way to another team again. There's word about, is it Golden State and Steph?
Be kind of fun.
Now, here's the thing. Part of me just says that's awful and gross and disgusting. Part of me also says, that'd be interesting.
Well, I mean,
can you go trade for Clay and bring him back?
Yeah, that'd be really fun if that were the case.
And
Isn't he out of contract though, LeBron? Is it?
I think he's a free agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's forcing his way out. He's just choosing not to resign.
Yeah. He'll play elsewhere. Yeah. He's moved. He is going to play elsewhere, according to Sean.
The decision 2.0.
Oh, God. Oh, please no. We don't need that. All right. 49451. 49451. That is the Tacoma Dodge text line. 49451. Your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your concerns. When we come back, we'll go twofold into things. Let's start when we come back with the Justin Hollander stuff. Because like I said, I'm going to look at it from, and I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I'm far from it. In fact, I'm probably one of the dumber people in the room. The older you get, the dumber you get. Believe me, Anders, you'll find this out someday.
Yeah, I'm already finding it out.
When your kid gets old enough to talk and speak, probably in about 3-4 years, you're going to find out how really dumb you are.
Or when your wife tells you how dumb you are on the daily.
Yeah, indeed. My wife doesn't even tell me that anymore. She just looks at me. It's just a look.
Yeah,
it's a
true.
look.
It's a look.
It's a look. And
It's
you're
a
like,
look.
yeah, I know. I know. It's like you need to have cash in your pocket. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway, but there's part of what Hollander said that really kind of resonated with me. I'll get to that coming up. And then we'll jump into a little replay of the Molly Wop, just a snippet about Dan Wilson. I want to get your thoughts on that as well. All that's coming up next, 93.3 KJR FM.
It's on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we'll get some baseball in here. Joe Sheehan 120. By the way, France, Sweden, easy win for France coming up at 2 o'clock.
I mean, should be, but I thought that was going to be Germany yesterday too, so never know. But yes, I think France is a step higher.
Mexico, Ecuador later.
I think that's such a good game. Mexico's playing at home. They've won all 3 of their group stage games.
They're playing in Mexico City.
But somehow I think Ecuador's the better team, even though they got third place in their group. So I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening.
I'd hate to be Ecuador if they beat Mexico in Mexico City. Get the hell out of get out of Dodge.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. You know, rival to the U.S. Come on.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with Mexico losing. Trust me, I'm very much okay with that. But plus, like some of those smaller countries, it'd be great. For Ecuador, it'd be awesome.
Absolutely.
All right. So first of all, Mariners returned home yesterday. They have their first game of the homestand. There's a lot of what Justin Hollander did yesterday I really love. At the top of the list, I love the fact that the guy is speaking to the media. I open GM conversations, John Schneider, would be nice. Not just with the flagship, which is an ironic twist here we'll get to in a second. Justin Hollander yesterday in the dugout pregame. Take a listen.
I do want to say something before we get going. We've had a lot of injuries as a team right now, and I think it's fair for people to be frustrated by that. I don't really think it's fair to take a training staff and throw them under the bus for things that are out of their control. You know, I don't think in a year where we don't have any starting pitching injuries, it's because our trainers have invented some new way to keep starting pitchers healthy. And when we have hamstrings and groins and sports hernias, and again, probably my mistake, leaning on the lunatic fringe on Twitter or X, but I hate to see those people who I think do a great job and care more about these players than anyone I've ever been around as a staff. And I think if you ask our players, present or former, how they feel about this training staff, they will tell you they're as good and as empathetic and caring and skilled as any training staff in the league. So while I'm not going to go through them individually, I just wanted to speak up for those guys and how unfair I think it is that there have been people, both in the lunatic fringe and maybe in sports talk radio, who have taken the opportunity to call for their heads, for lack of a better way of saying it. These are really good people who care about the players. They care about keeping them healthy, who put their souls into these guys and develop trust and relationships. And they deserve better than that. So I just want to start with that. And I apologize for getting a little bit of a soapbox, but when someone is hurt, and there's a lot of guys on this list that are, it is not their fault. This playing sports at a high level, it happens. But these guys are awesome, in my opinion. These guys and women are awesome, and they deserve better than people online posting their pictures and saying they should be fired. That's not right, and they're better than that.
All right, there's a lot to unpack there. The top of the list is the sensitivity of a guy who's a general manager for a Major League Baseball team. But before I actually defend Justin Hollander, which I'm going to do in a second, just some thoughts from you.
Yeah, I mean, you've talked about it before that there are ways to look at the reason the Mariners' injuries are mounting up this year more than in years past. This isn't necessarily, and I don't want to pin it directly on this specific training staff, but there have been incidents in the past where this franchise as a whole has not dealt with injured players in the most positive way. Whether it's a little incident like Julio a couple years ago when he did his ankle and had to jog off the entire field.
It's just unbelievable. That was unbelievable.
That was, right?
I was at that game and I was like, what are you doing? And then he's out for like 2 weeks.
Exactly. And so that's little things like that, or even bigger stuff that happened, before my time, and then there were suits involved. And I realize there's different training staffs, there's different people that are part of this. So Hollander is specifically defending the guys that are there now. But I also will say I don't know anyone that has called for their heads. No. And that's...
What about the lunatic fringe comment?
I struggle to... I agree with him, but I don't want... You don't say that. like a lot of those people are your fans. So the people that care about your team.
They care about that more than anybody.
Yeah. And it is true that you get people that are hiding behind an alias on Twitter and X and stuff like that. And, they can say more vulgar and, criticizing things than you and I can on the air, or that anyone can write in a newspaper or a blog or whatever. But you still don't want to belittle your fan base like that. And that speaks from a place of where he thinks he's above his fans. And I don't think anyone is.
Agree. There's two things to this, two sides of it. I'll start with the lunatic fringe part. Yeah, man, like your fans are mad. They're upset. Yeah. You have not played to the level that most people expect from this team this year. That's actually a good thing. Like the fact that the expectations are higher than 43-43, or before last night, 42-43.
Right.
You're playing an awful baseball team right now, like an awful baseball team that's 16 games below 500 or 14 games below 500. You should win those games. You played a good team, or at least an average team in Cleveland, and you lost. You were not good in that series. So, but the lunatic fringe, I like it from this standpoint. If you didn't have a lunatic fringe fan base, I think there'd be an issue. I think there would be a big issue.
Agreed.
You want to have a lunatic fringe fan base. You want them to be completely out of control without any sense of reality. That's okay, because they're the ones that care the most.
Yes.
When you're the best, everyone cares. When you're not many people care. You want a lunatic fringe. You want that. You want those people to be there, and they are there 24/7, 365. They're the ones getting pissed off in the offseason. They're the ones getting upset in spring training when a guy goes 0 for 4 in Cactus League games. You want those people, Justin. You want those people. You really, really do. The part I really agree with him, though, and I guess this is where I kind of see it from a different lens. Because, if I'm being honest, last week sucked for being someone who works for the Kraken. And I say that as someone who loves working for the Seattle Kraken. But it was a hard week. The audit video aside, I expected there to be blowback and pushback from that. I've expected fans to be upset as much as I try to explain how it makes no sense for you as a fan to think that they're going to give you every single piece of inside information and trade secret. And here's what we found. And here's where we're going to correct it outside of generalizations. I think you're a fool if you think that was actually going to happen. Now, Todd, because he is so open, kind of like Hollander, because he's so open, Todd Lywick is the biggest open book in Seattle sports history. He sees a microphone, he'll say yes. And that's a great thing to have. It's a great trait to have. I think we're lucky to have that. We were lucky when he was with the Seahawks, lucky to have that with the Kraken. But he's not going to tell you everything. But the fact that he insinuated he would tell you something and you didn't get what you wanted, I understand, because the Kraken lunatic fringe was pissed.
Yeah.
So that part I understood, but I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy having that be part of my week.
It felt like you had to defend what was going on.
Because it was my face and my name.
Yes.
And as a representative of the team. I tried to explain it. Nobody wanted to hear explanations. There's times when people don't want to listen. They don't want to hear what you have to say. But that's part of the job, and I get that, and that's fine. Then, of course, the Jason Robertson stuff, and basically our organization just got drugged through the mud by national media for 4 days. They weren't the only, Kraken weren't the only team Jason Robertson said no to. But everyone decided to trash on them. For some reason, St. Louis and other teams that he told no to are getting a pass. It's like, let's crap on the Seattle Kraken. That's like a sport now in the National Hockey League. And I said this on our draft show, and I say it again. I'm going to get back to the Mariners in a second and bring it back to that. It'll make sense. I'll tie it together.
Yeah.
But if you're the National Hockey League, you should want, and National Hockey League media, whose livelihood depends on covering a league that people are caring about more than ever before, you know how you grow the game and help that? By having Media Market 12 in the United States of America have a relevant team that you're not just crapping on. But instead, we want to for whatever reason, we're in the crosshairs. And that bothers me. So I get very defensive. I got into it with a couple national media guys and text messages over the weekend. Said, you guys, just pull your head out, man. What are you doing? It's not just Seattle. And why did he not come here? Well, because there's a loser organization. Really? Go look at the facilities. You tell me that's a loser organization. A loser organization is one that's never been in the Stanley Cup in 50 years and doesn't have a practice facility, Vancouver. Or can't win with the best player on the planet, Edmonton. But, so here's where I'll bring it back to the Mariners. I understand what Justin's doing. He's defending at first his team with the lunatic fringe, and then he's defending his training staff. But this is where he loses me. And listen, good for you. Defend your people. You should defend your people.
Yeah, what they were doing, taking pictures of them and asking them to be fired on social media is not right.
And like if you're an athletic trainer for a professional sports team, sometimes you're kind of known.
Yeah, you are.
Not always. I mean, but Rick Griffin was borderline celebrity in Seattle for, his 40 or so 10 years of being the Mariners trainer. I mean, Rick's a great dude. And when he was in running the team and I mean, hell, he did the bigger dance with us famously back in the day. Like he always wanted a sheet. I mean, Rick's a great guy, and a friend to all, and was always open. Always would talk to him before the spring training started. Hey, here's the injury updates, and I think we always felt really, really good with Rick in charge. The Seahawks made a change to their training staff a few years ago. Their group is really good, like really good. Just watching how they operate, and they've been really good. And you know what? If you're a training staff at the highest level, your training, schooling, degrees, expertise, background is of the highest of levels. Like, you're really good at your job. Who makes the decisions, though? Well, that's the front office. Here's the only criticism that I've ever heard on our station in regards to the training staff, because he mentioned sports radio, and I'm going to that in a second. Stand by for that one.
Okay.
But because immediately everyone's like, well, it's KJR. The only criticism I've ever heard on this station is not so much for the training staff, because first of all, let's try to use, common sense. Please. The trainers, if you want to criticize anybody in the organization for guys getting hurt, it's twofold. It's the athlete for not being ready physically, if it's a soft tissue, or B, it's your strength and conditioning department for not having them ready to go. If you have a bunch of like soft tissue and all those types of injuries, but I don't think that's the case. They've changed. The Mariners changed that out a couple of years ago. They had this weird advanced stuff. I think it was James Clifford, the ex-Husky linebacker, was doing all these things. There's all rubber bands and blah, 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 and all this weird stuff they're doing. They've changed all that. They gutted that staff.
And those who would think, oh, that's the same as the training staff, right? No.
No, it's strength and conditioning.
It's different.
The strength and conditioning guys treat guys after they get hurt.
Right.
They're not the reason they get hurt. They treat them after they get hurt.
Yeah.
But the only criticism I ever heard was, well, wait a second. Why are guys not going on the injured list immediately? Why do we wait? And that's the question I've had on the air, and I think we've all had on the air. It's like the only criticism I heard on this station ever from multiple people was like, well, why did it take 3 weeks for Cal to finally go on the injured list?
And whose decision is that?
That decision is not made. The trainer doesn't say,
no,
here, I'm going to put you on the injured list today.
No.
That is, or maybe it's a recommendation.
Sure.
But the organization, Justin, Jerry, have to make that determination. So let's get all those facts straight first and how the protocol works. No, but he's defending his people, and he should. And good for you. Let's be careful when you're tossing out sports radio, because that's a big term. There are 2 sports radio stations in town. There's a zillion people that have podcasts. My mailman has one. The milkman has one. Andrew's 6 or 4-month-old child has one.
Yes, he does.
Everyone has a podcast. Jerry, are you referring to a podcast? No, Jerry. Justin, are you referring to a podcaster? Or are you referring to one of the 2 sports radio stations in town? Well, I can tell you it wasn't this station. So then I think to myself, well, wait a second. Are you referring to a podcaster, or are you referring to the flagship radio station? Well, if you're referring to the flagship radio station, because you said radio station, and we're having people text in and tell us who the show over there, So that's what it sounds. I'll go with that. I don't listen to that show. God, I'd listen to paint drying before that. But if you're talking about that radio station, that's your flagship station, Jerry, Justin, Kev, the group, John Stanton. That's your flagship radio station. They're the ones? Apparently they were. Oh, well, that's interesting. Your flagship radio station is going after your training staff on the air. But we're the ones that everybody automatically said. In fact, I've already... Nathan and Chris.
It was the Mollywop guys. I'm sure everyone just assumed it was
Nathan and Chris did it. Now, listen. 100%. 100%. I would go down that road too. And if you want to blame somebody for something in this market on sports radio and it has to do with something with the Mariners and it's not good, yeah, man, you put those two in your crosshairs and you're probably going to be right most of the time. But not this time. You weren't right this time.
I love it.
Somewhere over across the water, take a ferry, that's where you would go most of the time.
Yeah.
Those two, the Muppets sitting above the stage
Yes.
there. It's them. It's 100% them.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
No.
It was your flagship station, fella. It was your flagship station. Only thing I'd ask is, have the Stones to say who it was. Don't just lump everybody together, because here's the thing. Chuck is different than Greg. Greg is different than Ian.
Yes.
Ian is different than Softy and Fane, blah, blah, blah. Go through the whole list, right? And now the other guys, they used to call Mike and Mike in the morning. Same.
You couldn't tell who was talking between the two of them.
Same. Except for one guy always wanted, like 8 times a show, would point out that he played football. But same. Well, same over there. But you know what? If it's not, if I'm over there and I know it's on our state, I want them to say who it is.
Yeah.
I don't want to be lumped into that. Because, yeah, it's wrong. You don't be putting, and then so then this lunatic fringe, apparently, whoever it is, bloggers or fans or whatever, put their names out there, their faces out there. Well, their faces are on TV anyway anytime a guy gets hurt. So I don't, that part, Justin, relax. Your trainers are out there. Aaron's going to go, hey, there's Sorgerson out there, like that. That's what they're going to say.
Yeah.
But the whole thing is just kind of laughable. But I do applaud Justin for sticking up for his people. I think that's important. I think if I'm working for him, you know what? I appreciate that 100%. There are some sensitive folks over there. Hell, there's a coach that won't come on our air anymore. I mean, there's some sensitive people. I get that. And I'm sensitive. I'm 100%. You know that. I deal with you guys all the time, right?
Yeah.
I'm sensitive as far as my hockey team is concerned. Very sensitive. I just thought it was funny. Sports radio. Okay. I immediately thought, well, which podcaster it was, but now we find out it wasn't a podcast.
Well, and that's kind of the question I have. Was he referring to like one of the Mariners podcasts that exists when he's talking about the Lunatic Fringe?
Right.
Or are those like just the fans on Twitter that are saying anything they want?
Listen.
I don't know.
You should be thrilled that you have a Lunatic Fringe.
Yes.
You should be excited that you have a Lunatic Fringe. You want to have a Lunatic Fringe. You want them on that wall. You need them on that wall. You need them.
It's true.
You need them.
Don't belittle them, though.
Don't belittle them. Yeah, don't belittle them. Don't belittle your fan base. They need to come out. They're buying tickets. They're going out there. They're buying beers. They're hanging out, and they're supporting you. And they supported. Greg brought a great point. Like, it's 50 years, man. It was 49 without a World Series. Maybe year 50 is the magical year. Maybe.
If they turn it around.
But you cannot go down that road. You just can't. But at the same time, I get the fact that he's defending his people, and I understand that he's defending his people. I just love it though. It's hell. I don't know if you were sitting out there. Purple Sheet comes out. Oh, was it you? No, it was not us. We could tell you it wasn't us.
Yes, it was not.
I mean, it was somebody, and apparently it was your flagship radio station of all things. Because I would have said, well, it's never them. They've never said a negative thing about anybody.
Yeah.
That they're partners with.
Apparently it was.
That's funny. I think you got a problem with your flagship. Pretty significant one, too. Pretty significant one. I'd look into that. I would look into that right now. All right. I do want to. I don't know if we'll have time. We may have to hold it for later in the show. I was going to get to the managerial stuff.
Yeah.
I think we'll have to. We'll table that for now. But yeah. So there you go. 49451. A lot of text coming in. No, by the way, 206. Mariners fans, lunatic fringe. I wonder if he's referring to Skeeter and Shelton. No, Skeeter's got other issues. I'd love to blame it with Skeeter. That'd be awesome.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome. All right, we'll take a break. Come back with more. I figured out what's better, NHL or NBA free agency. NBA free agency, which technically begins tomorrow, but trades are starting today.
Yeah.
Everyone getting moved is like just an absolute afterthought piece of just nonsense.
Kawhi Leonard's going to the Raptors.
The rotting carcass of who was once Kawhi Leonard.
It's true.
LeBron now going to pick a team to go try to win a title yet. Everyone's saying Minnesota would be good for him.
Ooh.
I mean, listen,
I want
wherever he
Warriors.
goes, I need him to go to the Western Conference.
Yeah.
So we don't have to deal with those guys again next year. Because wherever he goes is going to be better.
Right.
And they're already an instant contender, right?
Right.
So just take that pressure off of us here in Seattle. LeBron, you want to be a diva and you want to go somewhere, not name the Lakers, stay in the West, go to a team that's ready-made, just needs a piece or two.
Yeah.
And make sure Oklahoma City realizes they're still Oklahoma City. Okay? We need you to do that.
Go to Golden State. Go have some fun with Steph.
Yeah. Minnesota seems right, though.
You think so?
God, what if he went? How about Denver?
Ooh. With him and Jokic?
Well, and Murray. Like, if he's healthy, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't need the money, so he can probably go somewhere for, like, next to nothing, I would think.
But he's not taking a pay cut, he said.
Yeah. So I think we're going to hear from Chase Reed at 145, the Kraken's first-round pick. They were on the ice. They had their first day of development camp with the rookies. He threw the first pitch out last night.
That's pretty cool.
You see that?
Yeah.
I looked at him do it. Like, dude's an athlete. Like, he's out. Like, you see sometimes people go, like, in other sports try to throw a first pitch.
Yeah.
Which is amazing, like, how many people can't throw a baseball in today's world.
It's pretty wild. I guess when you specialize at that level, like, you never touch anything else, right? So then even if you played baseball when you were younger, it's like, oh, it's a lot harder to do now.
We threw out a first pitch years ago at Cheney Stadium.
When you say we?
My former co-host.
So it was multiple people.
Puck. Me, Puck, and actually my kid was there.
Oh,
and
cool.
so the three of us went out there. We did a show down there, threw out first pitch. And like both of us, old guys could throw it. I mean, not well and not hard, and maybe barely got it there. So you realize it is kind of, there's some pressure to it.
Yeah.
Right? There's a little, it's
100%.
I mean, I've never been asked to do it again and down there, and haven't been asked ever here. So probably never have to worry about it again, which is fine. But yeah, there's a little something to it.
Are you going to do a ceremonial puck drop for the Kraken?
I won't do that either. No, I'm usually working. But yeah. Anyway, I was going to give you just a little thing. Trade conversations in Columbus are on Zach Werenski, but teams are still discussing Kirill Marchenko, who's
That's who I want.
Big-time goal scorer. Yeah. Teams that are interested appear to be Montreal, Utah, Seattle, and Philly. Listen, they're going to get crushed again. Oh, he doesn't want to go there. Whatever. Our guy, listen, Bots is in on everything right now. You know how Jerry DePoto always says we're in on everything? Oh, no, Schneider. That's a Schneiderism.
Schneider. Yeah, we're in on that.
God, I love that. Schneider. That's a Schneiderism. Well, that was kind of more of a Pete thing, too, right?
It was, yeah.
Kind of a Pete / Schneider.
Well, Schneider wouldn't talk very much.
It was one of those things where they'd finish each other's sentence back in the day.
Yes.
Now, we're in on everything. Oh, yeah. John's on top of that. He's on it. And John's like, yeah, we're on it. We're on everything. We're in on everything. Well, that's what Bots is doing right now. And the difference is, can you get the guy or not? But I'd take Marchenko in a second, huh?
Yeah. That's like a perfect profile of player Kraken need. Like, young, I think, really is on the cusp of breaking into superstardom.
Yeah.
Right? And goal scorer, right?
Yeah.
So that's like the perfect mold of a player that I think that not to say unknown, but like he's not like A tier, like every team wants him sort of thing. He could easily come here, elevate his role.
Well, for people who want to, have a hard time with Seattle, you're going from Columbus to Seattle, that's an upgrade of a city.
Upgrade. Easy upgrade.
Trust me.
And,
massive upgrade for a city.
Honestly, in franchise as well.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been around forever and haven't ever done anything. Zero, zilch, nada.
Plus, then you won't have to listen to that stupid cannon every time you score a goal.
Oh, it scares the hell out of you. One time I was there, somebody and I'm like, it can't be. Whoa, it is that bad.
It really is.
It's really,
on the radio broadcast.
Yeah,
it's that bad.
Yeah.
So,
all right. So we're gonna come back. We're gonna hear a little bit from the boys, from Mikey or from Chris and Nathan. One of the things, and I kind of wonder if this is what Justin Hollander was doing yesterday. Was he just taking the focus on Danny Boy and moving it elsewhere? Was he providing a much-needed distraction from the criticism the manager got?
If that's the case, man, well done, Justin Hollander.
I mean, Wow. It felt very calculated in that regard. Then on top of that, then the Seattle Times does a whole fluff piece on how great Dan is today. Did you see that?
Of course.
It was It was disgusting. I'll just say that. It was really bad. Like really bad. He needs more time. Really? I don't know. 50 years seems like a long time. And yeah, he hasn't been the manager for 50 years, but let's be honest. There's a sense of urgency to win right now today. We'll get to the boys coming up next. These are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. We have a final. Norway over the Ivory Coast, 2-1.
I thought they had that, man.
Yep. They move on to the round of 16. France and Sweden coming up in an hour's time. Mexico, Ecuador tonight in World Cup action. Of course, 7 o'clock tonight. All the recap, all the shows, cast of thousands. Are you on that tonight, or is it Jackson?
That would be me.
Okay. 7
Yes.
o'clock tonight.
Yes.
On KJR. U.S. plays tomorrow.
They
5 p.m.
4:30 pregame.
Right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Oh, Softy and Fing, another easy day.
Huh, interesting. Weird.
It's weird. It's almost like they're the show that always gives us a hard time. Huh, weird. Monday Night Football in I kid. Glad we're carrying the games. Really cool. All right. LeBron James says, I want out. Not playing in LA anymore. Free agency starts tomorrow in the NBA, as it does in the NHL as well. Mariners win last night. Back at it tonight against the Angels of Los Angeles, Anaheim, and Orange County. All there. None of them are good. Let's get to hour number 2.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hour number 2 of the show, brought to you by Snoqualmie Casino. Let's get to it. Yesterday, the boys, Nathan and Chris, little Mollywop Monday. Dan Wilson, despite the win yesterday, still in the crosshairs of the lunatic fringe out there. The lunatic fringe is not happy with Dan Wilson.
We're going to use that term a lot, aren't we?
43-43 is your baseball team, Anders. Is that good enough?
Nope.
Does that reflect our expectations for the team this year?
Nope.
Nathan and Chris, yesterday. Here's Chris starting out, asking him, is Wilson the issue?
The whole pie for the Mariners S show is not Dan Wilson, but he's a good chunk of it. And I will tell you this, if that pie has turds in it, he's not the one who's adding extra flavor to it. He's not making them better. Dan Wilson is not making the Seattle Mariners better. And that ultimately is what I come down to. It's why I thought, was everything that happened in 2024 Scott Service's fault? Hell no, not even freaking close. But it was time to make a change because Scott Service wasn't making the Seattle Mariners better. Dan Wilson cannot be making the Seattle Mariners better. If Dan Wilson is making the Seattle Mariners better, we have grossly understated how bad this roster is, because there's just no chance in hell. There's no chance in hell that Dan Wilson is giving them an extra boost. Now, what he does in the clubhouse, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, we can't really judge because we're not there. We are not in the clubhouse. We don't know what he's doing for player morale. But I will just point out, player morale clearly can't mean that much. You're a below average baseball team when you had aspirations to be something much, much more than that. And we are past the halfway point of the year. We would be talking about, if the Seahawks were 4-5 right now, we would be talking not about firing Mike McDonald, but we would be talking about what went wrong. We would be talking about why this didn't work out. It's time to start wondering why this isn't working out. And Dan Wilson is not making them better. I will just tell you this much, and I don't like saying this. If Christopher Crawford was in charge of the Seattle Mariners, he would make a managerial change, and he wouldn't think twice about it, because I don't think that Dan Wilson is good enough at his job right now to get the Mariners where they need to go. And I know that managers are also kind of fungible things. We've seen managerial changes in the middle of seasons all the time that lead to success for teams. We've seen it go the other way as well. Yeah, Dan Wilson is not the only reason why the Seattle Mariners are struggling, but he's certainly not a reason why they're better either, or making them better, I should say.
I think that there's an element to that. One of the things that I see discussed a lot is this: how do we determine how much of this is on Dan implementing a play sheet that's given to him from above? Is he just a puppet for the front office? Is he just running the plays at the front office? And I'll admit that from my perspective, from the perspective that I have, I can't delineate exactly where those two things go. But what I do know is that there's not like there's a phone or like a Dan phone in the clubhouse where the front office is calling in during the game and telling him what to do as the game goes on. What we have here is the difference between, if you'll suffer the analogy for a second, we have the front office doing the battle plan before the battle happens. And then Dan Wilson is the general. And when action starts to happen and when things start to happen on the field, he's in charge of the tactics in real time. So there is absolutely no way that the way I have my issues with this front office. There is no way this front office drew up a game plan yesterday that involved Michael Rucker and Josh Simpson pitching in the 8th inning. That happened because of how the manager reacted in real time to the things that happened on the field. He is a very bad tactician. And I'm sorry. I know that he's a really nice man and I bear him no ill will. We have seen it over and over and over and over again. If I'm wrong and the Mariners did design Michael Rucker and Josh Simpson to pitch the 8th yesterday, we have way bigger issues than Dan Wilson. There's something going on at the higher level that is a bigger concern than what's happening with Dan. But I don't think that's what's going on. You are seeing a man who struggles to adapt to changes in real time. The game moves too quickly for him due to a lack of experience and possibly a lack of acumen. And for the organization that's in the place that it is right now, there should be World Series or bust expectations like Chris has. That should be what's going on inside that organization right now. You can't have this guy doing this stuff, man. You can't do it. I'm sorry. It can't happen.
All right. Chris kind of answered my next question, but I'll toss it to Nate, and I'll spin it a little different way as well. I don't know if you guys know this is the 50th anniversary season. I don't know if you know what Dan's history is with the baseball team as opposed to just being a manager. I'll spin it a little different way. And I do want to kind of go back into just the roster makeup, though. Now there's part of me. You guys watch 24? Did you ever watch 24 with Kiefer Sutherland? Remember?
Absolutely.
Remember how he's talking to Chloe. He always had that little earbud, like we call it in TV, like an IFB, but it's wireless, right? You couldn't see that he had it in his ear. Are we sure there isn't a 24 little earbud in Dan? Are we sure? Hey, I think you need to go to Josh Simpson right now. I think Simpson's the guy.
If so, that's a big issue.
Chloe's at the computer. What just got spit out? Chloe, what just got spit out? Michael Rucker.
Well, I think
Michael Rucker it is. Let's go to Michael Rucker.
I think you can absolutely, if you want to have a separate discussion over what Dan has been handed as far as a roster and the weaknesses of what's going on there, I think that's a whole other discussion. And I think there's plenty of room for criticism as to how this roster was constructed, especially on the fringes of it. But as far as just the day-to-day management of what's happened with the bullpen specifically, good God, man.
If you were in charge, you would make a managerial change.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's worth pointing out I wouldn't have made the hire in the first place. But yeah, right now I would absolutely make the managerial change. It's nothing personal with Dan Wilson, obviously. It's just I think that they need a different leader at the top right now.
Nate?
It's hard for me to not agree with that. And again, I really like Dan Wilson as a person. I respect the fact that he's beloved within the organization because more than his play, he's just treats people the right way. And I think it's important to acknowledge that. Like, this is a guy that got where he is because he's a good person. And I value that. I respect it a lot. But he's not fit for this job. They need to find somebody better. They just
Real quick, also, the last time we asked for a change, the Mariners had a 14-game winning streak. When we had the last time we did our we should have a change thing. Hey, maybe if that's what happens, then just I'll let everyone know what my Venmo is because clearly we have some sort of magic.
Well, I mean, it is true. We've done this for a while, this show, and this is not something we've discussed a lot ever.
No,
and
not at
this
all.
is the second time in about a month and a half we've done so. There's a reason for that. Chris, there's also reality. There's two realities, I think, in play here with Dan. One is, Jerry DePoto, since coming here, he's hired two managers. They both had no experience as managers, as managers, period. Not just big league managers, just managers. And now Dan did manage a JV softball team. I did see that. My daughter played against him. But nice. as far as Major League Baseball, he has never done that. And his first job was here. I do think that's not unrelated. Like, I think there's a reason for that.
Sure.
You know, we just talked about the 24 little earbud in your ear, you know, like and dictating things. And, you know, different guys would not want that particular job, right? So the other reality is it's the 50th anniversary season. Chris, do you think there's any chance they do make a managerial move with a Mariner Hall of Famer in the 50th anniversary year?
No, I think things would have to get really bad. And boy, do they have a chance to, and just to get this out of the way, I'm not rooting for this whatsoever, but you lose a series to the Angels. If you lose this upcoming series to the Angels and like lose 3 out of 4, maybe then you start talking about some stuff, particularly if things look bad or if there's some decision making. But I just can't see the Mariners doing it. And the only reason I disagree with you there, Ian, about him hiring 2 guys, I don't think Jerry Dipoto hired Dan Wilson. I think that decision was made by somebody else. And, you know, there's no evidence that I have other than intuition. And yeah,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. So there you go. That's Nate and Chris yesterday. Obviously, Dan Wilson is, and I think, you know, we'll talk. Well, I'll get into this with Joe Sheehan coming up in just a couple seconds, because I think with Joe, you know, he wrote about the Mets firing their manager. We always kind of wonder how much pull the manager has, and none of us really know. But
what decisions are his versus the front office, right?
So that does come into play. I think in the case of Dan Wilson, though, it's until he wins big, or if he never does win big, then it probably won't matter. It'll be moot. But maybe there's some after effects of last year in Toronto with Bizzardo. And I don't know if you can get past that. But interesting stuff. The whole stuff's up there on the podcast page if you want to listen to Nate and Chris from yesterday. And no, they are not the ones that said fire the training staff.
No, they are not, believe it or not.
They are not.
They're looking at what actually is the issue, and that's the manager. One of the issues, and that's the manager.
That's a great text, by the way, coming in 49451. We'll take your talkbacks as well, because Anders is here. He knows how to do that. We'll get the talkbacks today, 49451 on the Tacoma Dash text line, or you can go to the Red iHeartMedia app. Red microphone speaking to that as well. Joe Sheehan next.
Visit with Joe Sheehan of the Joe Sheehan Newsletter, brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet racks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, we sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or give us a call at 425-255-0500. Now here's Ian with our weekly baseball fix from Joe Sheehan.
All right, welcome in. Here we are, Joe Sheehan, the Joe Sheehan Newsletter, joesheehan.com, joining us his weekly visit here, brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. And, Joe, we got a lot to get to. We got a lot of stuff going on here in Seattle. But before we do that, I do believe, in fact, I want to take credit for this. Didn't I ask you about the Chicago White Sox last week? Didn't I ask you if they're real last week? And looky who wrote about the Chicago White Sox. It's my friend Joe Sheehan.
Wait, I did? I got to remember what I wrote about it.
Great. Yes, you did, sir. Yes, you did. The Chicago White Sox are a good baseball team almost.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a surprise how quickly they've come along. The rebuilding trades that they made are really starting to show up on the field. You look at a high draft pick in Colson Montgomery at short. You look at the trade for Braden Montgomery. He's out there in the outfield. Kyle Teal, who was part of the Garrett Crochet trade, just came off the IL. They have a deep system that's mostly been created through all of these trades that they've made. So, give Chris Getz a lot of credit here. I worry about their pitching depth. They really have two starters. They have two young lefties in Noah Schultz and Hagen Smith, who really haven't been able to make an impact yet. So we'll have to see if they get that out of them. We'll see. But, they're going to have to be buyers. They're not going to fall far enough to be sellers at the deadline. And I think if you're in first place, you probably have an obligation to buy. So it's really a fascinating season.
I think, too, and I bring them up just because we saw Cleveland with the Mariners over the weekend, and somehow Cleveland won 2 of 3. I say somehow because they had the miracle finish on Sunday, and we'll get to why and how in a second. But, Cleveland doesn't look like the most impressive team in the Central. We've talked about the American League, really, with the exception of maybe the 2 teams in the American League East. Nobody looks very good at all. But, I think it's a cool story, honestly, Joe. Like we talked last week about parity, and we talked about, salary caps and what they're going to go with. Instead of same old, it's nice to see a new team, and it's the other team in Chicago. I want to see a little fresh blood out there.
Oh, no question. Turnover is good for the game. When we have different teams to focus on, different teams to get excited about. You got the Marlins actually basically the same record over the National League doing interesting things as well. So, it's early, and I think there is some risk here. I go back to the 2021 Red Sox. Chaim Bloom took over at the end of 2019, and he went into a rebuild. And then the 2021 Red Sox turned out to be very good. They got some pitching in Rule 5, and they brought along some guys. The bullpen was very good. Hitters had a good year. And it changed this. It reset the expectations for the Red Sox. They made the playoffs that year. They won 90 games. And everybody said, well, okay, now we're winners now. Chaim went out, signed Trevor Story, which was turned into a disappointment. And ended up getting fired a couple of years later because he reset those expectations. I think if you're Chris Getz, it's a little bit different because we're going to say this over and over again, right? It's the AL Central.
Mm-hmm.
So he might fall back next year and still have a pretty good team. But you want to be careful about getting ahead of your skis. It's still a team that's building towards something and shouldn't necessarily go all in right now. And you want to be sure you don't basically reset the expectations for your fans before you're ready to meet them.
Joe Sheehan joining us, brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. Let me go to the AL West for a second. We've talked all year, and we'll get to our baseball team in a second. I spent the first hour of the show talking about them, so I need a little bit of a break and cleansing of the palate, but we'll get to them in a heartbeat. Mariners are 43 and 43. They're even. Here come the Rangers, winners of 5 straight. They have moved ahead of Seattle by a half game. But the team I've asked you about a few times this season, and God, they just seem to haunt us. Like it's a cockroach, man, or like a tick that sticks on your skin when you're hiking in the summertime. They just don't go away. They're only a game and a half behind Seattle. They're 3 under 500, but I kind of feel like despite that 43 run differential, is Houston a worry? Is Texas a worry? How does Joe Sheehan see what's going on with the 2 Texas teams and the Mariners here in the AL West?
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams are actually tied in the standings about 4 weeks ago. And the Rangers have ripped off 18 and 29. A very impressive sweep over the weekend in Toronto as the Jays are trying to get their season together and, coming off an AL pennant. The Rangers had basically bottom 10 everything through May 28th. And they're top 10 everything now. Everybody's playing better. The rotation's been absolutely fantastic. The bullpen, which is really a concern, has been good. Jacob Lax had a 2-inning save last night. Nobody does that anymore. Health is a concern for them. Corey Seager's been in and out of the lineup. Wyatt Langford's been in and out of the lineup. I think they're going to have to go out and get some bats. But this is a team that I thought would be the 6th playoff team in the AL. And they're basically playing almost exactly to my expectations, which isn't, I don't mean to put that as on me, but just to say that this is the team I thought they could be.
Wait a second. Did you tell me someone can do a 2-inning save in today's baseball in the year 2026? Did you just say that out loud?
Well, some of it is necessity, right? Skip Schumacher doesn't really have that 1 3-out guy. Robert Garcia hasn't been that guy. Chris Martin's been, on and off the roster. So he's using lots of this original way. And I love to see it. You love to see creativity in the bullpen. What happens, unfortunately, too often is a manager will start out using his reliever this way. And if the reliever pitches really well, they'll just say, okay, well, now he's got to be my 1-inning closer in the ninth. And you just kind of lose that flexibility. I mentioned that because talk about the Astros. Josh Hader in Milwaukee started out as a 2-inning guy. And over time, he's just become this 1-inning save specialist. Since he came off the IL, he's actually been incredible. 19 strikeouts against 7 base runners in 12 innings. And it coincides with this great run by the Astros. It's not just having the guy in the ninth inning. It lines up the rest of what is a pretty thin bullpen. But remember, Brian Abreu got off to a terrible start. Talking about Eniel De Los Santos and A.J. Bluebaugh, just a lot of very mediocre arms there. But if you have those guys in lower leverage by steps, with Hader taking the ninth inning, it helps you in each of those earlier innings. And that's one of the reasons the Astros have been good. A lot of it is just health. They got Pena back. They got Yainer Diaz back. They got Jake Myers back. They're not going to get Carlos Correa back, but they're as close as they're going to be to the lineup they expected to have at the start of the season right now.
Joe Sheehan brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. Big thanks to Eric Gordon. They have everything from forklifts to pallet racks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, sell, rent, and service all of your warehousing needs. Give them a call today. That's Northwest Handling Systems, 425-255-0500 or nwhs.com. I'm going to get to our team and managerial decisions in a second, but let me start by, we can kind of transition into it. Carlos Mendoza, well, I don't know, was he fired by the Mets? What happened there?
I mean, colloquially, I call it a firing. Managers generally just don't up and leave in the middle of June. The timing was surprising to me. I thought they would have fired him at the end of last year when he made his pitching decisions last year, may have kept them out of the playoffs, but they stuck with him. Then they didn't fire him that week. Then everybody got fired, Thompson and Cora. And then you fire him in June when it's too late to really save your season, but it's too early to start a real managerial search. Just a very strange path. And it kind of goes with David Cernola. The Mets weren't bad this year because of Carlos Mendoza. David Stearns had a terrible offseason, just terrible. One of the worst offseasons I can remember for an otherwise very good executive. Jorge Polanco hasn't worked out. You guys got saved there. Bo Bichette hasn't worked out. Trading for Luis Robert hasn't worked out. Trading for Freddie Peralta hasn't worked out. But, Mendoza wasn't the answer. If he wasn't necessarily the problem, he wasn't the answer. Stearns can go into this winter, find the right guy. I think it'll be a more experienced manager. 2 of the last 3 Mets managers have come in without experience and hasn't really worked out. I think you look at this veteran roster, this expensive roster, they're going to want to go out and get a guy who's got some resume. I was looking, and there aren't a whole lot of under 70 options. You look at managers who are, experienced, have done some winning, but might actually be there for a few years, and it's a little hard to find. You've got Mike Schilt, who I don't even know if he wants to come back. He's coaching now. You look at the options that you think of, Baker,
like just
Brenly,
old.
Bochy, they're all old. They're all very old, and I don't see any of them really coming back to take over a job here. So, we'll see how it turns out. But this is an important decision. Stearns gets basically 1 firing and 1 new hire, and then generally the focus turns to the GM.
Pitching decisions aside, you wrote about his lineup cards and his lineup decisions. Let's just take a bigger, broader view for a manager for a second, and you can use Mendoza as the example. How important is, like, for a manager, day-to-day job-wise, filling out a lineup card and pitching decisions? Where would you rank those in terms of importance, one above the other, and how important are those?
At the day-to-day level, lineups are made out now in conjunction with the front office. I'm not going to tell you the GM writes the lineup or the stat guys write the lineup, but it's definitely more of a collaborative effort than it was for most of baseball history. However, I still blame the manager. When I see a bad lineup or a good lineup, I blame or credit the manager because at the end of the day, he's the guy writing it out. So he's signing on to these decisions that might be being made collaboratively. And I was frustrated early in the year. Francisco Alvarez, the catcher for the Mets, came into the year as something like their 4th highest projected hitter, and he was batting 9th for a month. And they were batting the desiccated remnants of Marcus Semien in the 5 spot and Luis Robert, who hasn't been a good hitter in 3 years, in the 7 spot. They weren't putting an optimal lineup out there. On a fundamental level, you just want to make sure your better hitters get more at-bats and your on-base percentage guys are hitting in front of your slugging guys. And Mendoza was failing both of those. That's the thing. He wasn't a good manager in the dugout, and there was very little indication that he was a good manager, in the clubhouse. Like, you think about a guy like Dusty Baker, who wasn't a good dugout manager until later in his career, but his players had enormous respect for him, and that carried the day. There was no evidence that Mendoza was good at either parts of the job.
So where does the pitching decisions in game come? Is that a feel thing? Is that because that's one of our frustrations here in Seattle right now. But if you're just looking, Mendoza had those issues as well. I mean, seeing what their team did at the end of last season, and I mean, it was 17 games below 500 in the final third of the year, all those things. But like, in terms of the pitching decisions, how much of that do you think is feel, talking to a pitcher, looking and seeing, you can see things? How much of it is what you just said, kind of like filling out a lineup where you've got like your card and it says, if this, we go here?
Let's start with something more basic. It's having good relief pitchers. I know you want to talk about the Mariners, and I will get to that, but some of it is just, if you only have 2 or 3 good relievers, it's going to be very hard to seem like a good manager. There was a year, Bob Melvin with the Diamondbacks did a perfect job of having his A bullpen and his B bullpen, and his good relievers pitched when they were winning, and there's bad, and it was like a perfect. So the bullpen statistics didn't look good, but they were winning a lot of games because Melvin used them very well. But nowadays, a combination of front office and managers have tied their hands. Even though you're carrying 8 relievers, like 3 of them aren't going to be leverage anyway, sometimes more than that. But it's also, you never want to use guys for 3 straight innings, 3 straight games. Like, that almost never happens anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You remember everyday Eddie Guardado, right?
Yes. Oh, God, yes, absolutely.
That doesn't exist anymore. I want to say no pitcher has pitched on 4 straight days this year, and maybe it's a dozen times somebody's pitched on 3 straight. It just isn't, even back-to-backs. Managers don't like to use their guys on back-to-back if they can avoid it. So if you've used the guy the day before and you're tied in the 7th, you might try to pick somebody else. There's also the thing where managers don't like to let guys get up and down. This is my pet peeve. A pitcher comes in, has a 7-pitch 7th inning, and then gets taken out. The guy he did more effort warming up for the outing than he did the outing itself. But we've got this thing now where, no, you pitch your 1 inning and you come out. So it's tying your own hands. And then that gets into the depth. So if you're a situation like the Mariners where you're missing a critical piece of this bullpen in Matt Brash.
Yep.
Matt Brash is really was projected as one of the best 8th inning guys in the majors, and you back him up to Andres Munoz. We'll take him out of the equation. Now, okay, well, how do I deploy Eduardo Bazardo? How do I deploy Jose Ferrer? With Criswell, my 3rd righty and 4th righty are guys I've never heard of. Brucker blew the game the other day. He's a Cubs reject. And I got to be honest with you, I don't remember where Josh Simpson came from. But these are the guys who blew the game in the 8th inning because there was nobody else available. So it's as much about having 5 guys to rely on. And you look at some of the better bullpens out there, and it's not just about managerial decisions. It's the manager can't make a bad decision if everybody he picks has a 2.0 FIP and a 30% strikeout.
Well, and that's Joe Sheehan joining us. That's the thing. Like, we'll get to Dan because Dan Wilson's under after Sunday and really throughout the year. There's been a lot of heat on Dan Wilson. Local newspaper wrote an article today that was basically, I sometimes feel like it's written by a PR staff, but they're singing his praises, and everyone else in town is like questioning it. I look at it from this standpoint, and you said it well. It starts with having good relievers. Not having Matt Brash is a massive, massive detriment to this team. Now, it doesn't mean they'd have a different high leverage guy to use as opposed to the 2 guys they used in the 8th inning that no one's ever heard of the other day. But, Joe, when you have a 6-man rotation, that's also 1 less bullpen arm, right? So, like, they're also kind of hurting themselves in that regard.
Well, this gets into the whole 6-man issue. It's funny. I can't remember very many teams that had more good starters than good relievers in recent times, and the Mariners are one of them. And, when Castillo wasn't pitching well, I talked about putting him in the bullpen and just letting him air it out for 2-3 innings at a time. And for a minute, it looked like they were going to do that. And now they've got this weird tandem thing. I don't know that ports to a multi. What the Mariners really need is a Matt Brash type. The guy who's going to come in and give you 15 pitches in the 8th inning. Yeah. I don't know if I want to take any of those starters and ask him to become that guy. That's a really hard job to shift to in the middle of the season. What the Mariners need, they don't have. But, okay, do you look into the trade market? That's the thing. I mentioned Castillo not pitching well. The Mariners have 6 starters. And Castillo's ERA is still inflated. which is a better measure of pitching, of 3.93 or lower. They have 6 guys pitching to the level of a number 3 starter or better. And they have like 2 reliable receivers. It's a very strange fix. Now, it's hard to make this kind of trade in season, but something's got to give here. I don't think you can continue to do this tandem thing. It's almost like they're waiting for somebody to get hurt. Nobody's getting hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You stupid guys, pitchers, get on be like the Dodger pitchers, get unhealthy, hurt something. But it's really a remarkable story. And, they'll solve this at the trade deadline. They're obviously going to go out into the market. I think the Anderson-Sloan question is fascinating.
Yes.
Because they are starters.
Yes.
But, Anderson, of course, is just ripping things up. And then Sloan is a 4 ERA, but he's a 6-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio and a 30% strikeout rate. Like, both of these guys could go into your bullpen. Now, that's a tough thing to do to your starter, your projected starter, but that's a more traditional way of getting your young pitchers to the majors than asking a 12-year veteran to go be your 8th inning guy.
Well, wouldn't, like Sloan and Anderson, like for those guys, wouldn't it just you're not going to start this year in Seattle, and you've got all offseason and spring training to ramp up, don't you, if you want to keep them as a starter next year? For some reason, they find their way into the rotation. It just they have to be better options than the guys they're throwing out there right now.
I would like to see them in multi-inning roles. I don't want to see them. Maybe it gets to the postseason, obviously everything changes. But what you don't want to do is deload them. And I'm going to channel Will Carroll here. But, when you have a guy who's used to throwing 75, 80, 85 pitches every 5th day, asking them to throw 25 deloads them and makes them less able to throw those 70, 80 pitches. And, again, can we do this? Slide him down. He's probably not going to go through a full season anyway. Maybe they should make this part of the process. But it's not as simple as you were throwing 75, now you throw 25, and then we'll ramp you back up to 75. There is a little bit of cost there, but you've got to weigh all the factors, right? The example I always go back to is Jarrett Wright in 1997, I want to say, with the then Indians. Pitcher ended up throwing a ton of innings going through the postseason in an effort to win the World Series. The end goal here isn't to nurture pitchers to full health in free agency. The end goal is to win a championship. That doesn't mean you abuse the pitchers, but if you have these guys that can fill a role that you need in your effort to win the World Series, you find a way to make that work. Kate Anderson and Roger Sloan, every pitch they throw right now is being wasted.
I agree. And I want to go back to, you mentioned the throw 10 pitches or 7 pitches and then don't come out from that. That's what they did with Bizzardo the other day. And that's what sent people nuts. And Dan Wilson was kind of in the crosshairs of many people. In a shocking development, your friend Chris Crawford and Nathan Bishop yesterday in their crosshairs, and others as well. But that's probably a decision made above Dan Wilson, right?
No, I think it's a decision that would have been made by 27 or 28 other managers. This is just the way bullpens are run right now. We've decided in the baseball industry that up downs are bad for pitchers. That's what it is. Dan Wilson didn't do anything that other managers would have done. He used his best available right-hander to get the key outs in the 6th because those are key outs, and he figured, I'll figure it out later. Now, let's get back to what part of this is, which is it'd be nice if the Mariners would go out and score 8 runs. We're focusing so much today on our pitching staff for a team that is the 5th worst offense in baseball in June. A lot of this, the pitching, when you're scoring, would they go 12 games without getting to 4 runs?
They went 12 straight, 3 runs or less. Yep.
Right. You end up focusing a lot on the pitching then because every decision has so much meaning, but maybe score 4 runs in a game, take some of the pressure off. I think this is, and Dan Wilson, I can't blame Dan Wilson for that. The managers today have very little to do with like the performance of the offense. It's not part of the job. They have coaches and technology, and I just can't really blame Dan Wilson for that. I will say this. How much of what we're talking about today goes back to using Bizzardo against George Springer last year?
It goes 100% back to it. 100%.
He's just never going to be forgiven for that.
Nope.
So every pitching decision now, people are still mad about what happened in October.
Until he wins a World Series, or if he wins a World Series. And even then, people will still look back on that. Well, right? I mean, but I'll wrap it up this, because you brought up the offense. We're running out of time, but I do want to get to this, because we brought it up yesterday with Chris and Nate. I mean, if you just look at the splits in June, Cal's been awful. And really, if we're being honest, Cal Raleigh has not been good all year. In fact, you want to go back to World Baseball Classic. He wasn't good there. He wasn't good in spring training. He wasn't good before he went on the injured list. He hasn't been good since he came off the injured list. His slugging percentage is abysmal. The only thing keeping him afloat is he's walked a few times since coming back. And Julio has an awful first month of the season. He has a really strong May, and he's had a really brutal June as well. And Joe, I this is me way oversimplifying it. That's why I've got you on the air to help me out with these things. My oversimplification is, man, if Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh are not hitting, I think as a Mariners team, you're probably going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and even the guys that have been hitting are hurt. Dominic Canzone, he's got the injury now. He's been their best hitter in June. Cole Young had the big day yesterday. Cole Emerson got off to the great start. He slept a little bit. I feel like we talk about this with Julio every year. I'm going to read you two numbers, okay?
Yep.
The first is his WOBA, weighted on base average. We use it all the time. It's how good a hitter have you been? It's 286 in June. His expected WOBA, which is what your WOBA would be if you got fair results on all your batted balls, is 379. So I feel like we have this conversation in June every year that Julio Rodriguez is hitting the ball just fine and getting bad results. But Julio Rodriguez is hitting the ball just fine and getting bad results. I'm sorry, man. It's just what the numbers are saying.
But Joe, that's great context. So it's there. He's just been, for lack of a better term, you call bad results, I'd say just unlucky.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't like that because people react funny when you talk about luck. Like they're just saying, oh, everybody's just lucky. But that is something about baseball, right?
Yeah.
You go back to Field of Dreams, Bull Durham.
Yep.
You get one ground ball or you can get a ground ball with eyes. That's what baseball is. Sometimes they fall in and sometimes they don't. Julio Rodriguez, when he hits the ball, is having one of the best months in baseball, and everything is finding a glove.
I like that because of this. And that's the beautiful thing about baseball is how many times you see a guy just lace one down the right field line or the left field line. And by 2 inches, it's foul. If it's 2 inches the other way, it's a double, maybe scores 2 or 3. Like that is luck. It's a batted ball that sometimes finds a spot, especially, wait for it, Joe, in a sport that is not uniform in terms of the playing surface. In other words, every outfield is different, right? Every gap, every power alley, all those things are different. I think that's good perspective. So if you're a Mariner fan, what Joe's saying, to quote the great philosopher Aaron Rodgers, RELAX, relax, right?
I can't believe I got Aaron Rodgers mentioned on a segment I'm on.
Thank you.
That's got to be a new one.
You know what? I kind of almost threw it in my mouth when I said it too. So I apologize to everyone, including you. I feel bad. I feel really bad right now. I feel dirty. I need a shower. All right. In the meantime, tell people about JoeSheehan.com.
JoeSheehan.com. Check out the Joe Sheehan newsletter there. You can subscribe to it. There's information there about how to get it. I had a free week last week. So everything on the site, everything I wrote and sent to the subscribers last week was actually on the site. It was about the draft proposal by MLB. I did a Thinking Inside the Box, which is a bunch of notes. The Carlos Mendoza firing. Go on there, check it all out, and then subscribe. You get information there. I think the link for actually 20% off is still live. I haven't taken that down yet, so check that out as well. JoeSheehan.com. Read, love, subscribe.
The draft stuff is fantastic. Go check that out. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Ian.
Joe Sheehan, JoeSheehan.com. We'll come back. Daily Power Play coming up.
The Daily Power Play.
Kraken hockey, baby. Montour off the bench. Score!
On your home for the Kraken. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, what do you say? The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
All right, Daily Power Play, your home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. Ian Furness with you. Real quick, let's get to this. We got a fun night last night at T-Mobile Park. Mariners come back home after the road trip. They get a win, and they also invited the Kraken's first-round draft pick from last Friday's NHL entry draft, Chase Reed, to come throw out the first pitch, and he was on the ice today at the Kraken Community Iceplex. Day one of development camp, and listen, if you're the number one pick for the Kraken and you throw out the first pitch at a Mariners game, you know what the result is? You get to meet the captain, Mike Benton.
The night before development camp, you took in a Mariners game and threw out the ceremonial first pitch. What was your experience like, and how'd you prepare also to take the mound that night?
Yeah, going up there, I was more nervous to walk to the mound than I was to actually throw the pitch, but it was a huge honor. Obviously, the Mariners giving me that chance to go out there, and the Kraken as well. I was a little nervous to throw it. Thought I was going to miss the plate, but threw it right down the middle, and then obviously Josh catching the ball and sending me that video was super cool as well.
He was also a big hockey guy as well, too.
Yeah.
He also had a Kraken jersey in the dressing room after they won the ALDS against Detroit, so he's a big hockey guy as well.
Yeah, he was super pumped, and he had nothing but good things to say.
How much baseball do you have in your background?
I played baseball a little bit growing up. I was a catcher, and yeah, that's about all I got. I wasn't the best hitter, though, so we stuck to catching.
But yet, how much did baseball kind of help you develop your game as a hockey player?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just gave me something to do in the summertime when I wasn't playing hockey. I'd go to the gym, train, and then baseball practice at night. So it was super good. And, I mean, eventually at some point you got to cut off the two sports. So I did that about 2 years ago, and I mean, it's done nothing but the best for me.
How beneficial is it for kids to grow up and play multiple sports than you think?
Yeah, I think just being able to do anything just away from hockey. You're playing hockey all winter, all year round. So anytime you can get away from it, whether that's golf, baseball, it's always good to take a little time away from the rink and play another sport or hang out with your family. Just get your mind off hockey for a little bit.
Now, you mentioned golf as well. What's the lowest round that you've ever shot?
On 18, I think I shot 71. So 1 under.
I hate that kid already.
Of course, Mike had to throw that in there in the audio.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. Elite hockey player, and yeah, I shot a 71. Matter of factly.
Oh yeah, just 71. You know.
I like what he said about this second sport. Like, just do something else. You're not to play at a high level. So you're not just doing the one thing.
I do like that, too.
Right? Just not doing the one thing along the way. So, he's a good player.
Really good.
Really good player.
A lot of people think he might be even the best prospect out of the draft.
I have heard a few people say that.
Pretty cool.
We'll see. We will see. All right. We come back. You don't have to text in at 49451. I'm sure if I look, I'll probably see some already texted.
What's the over-under?
He said he's ready to go. Okay. Well, apparently you guys listening to his national show, John Lund's national show, and busting his chops about A, being late, and B, is he coming on with us today? The answer is yes, he's coming on with us. Will he be late?
Probably.
More than likely. That's coming up next. for the Angels of wherever they're at. Are they in Anaheim today or Orange County? Who knows? That's a you thing. Big news coming out on the eve of the new Pac-12 starting up tomorrow, July 1st. Washington State University and the Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation announced a new partnership. It's the largest annual sponsorship in Wazoo athletics history. 5-year agreement. Hey, if you're going up to Chelan, help out my Cougs. Go gamble in the casinos up there, all right? Go help them out. Donate some money to the Cougs. That money's going. Love it. Serena Williams, I think, has just won, correct? Yes. No. Oh, she lost in the third set. It's over. Damn it. She returned to Wimbledon today. Loses in the third set. 3-6, 7-6, 6-3. She's out. Thanks for coming. LeBron James says he wants to get out of LA and play elsewhere. We've got a final score earlier today from the World Cup. Norway 2, Ivory Coast 1. Damn it! Parlay's still alive. France and Sweden just underway. They're in the second minute. Later tonight, Mexico and Ecuador. Go Mexico! Buddy.
No, go Ecuador.
Our show is sponsored, should I remind you, by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel and Sportsbook.
Ian and I may have opposite bets placed.
We've got some
game.
active action for the final 2 games today. One of those is based on the U.S. winning tomorrow. That's going to happen, right?
Should.
I don't need should. I need a yes from you, sir.
I told you. I thought Germany was going to beat Paraguay.
U.S. tomorrow taking on Bosnia, and they will be at 5 o'clock, 4:30 pregame, right here on 93.3 KJR FM. John Lund. Is he there?
Maybe.
Let's see.
Welcome to Ian's weekly visit with John Lund Unleashed. He's a Bay Area media icon who's known Ian for over 25 years. But don't let their age change your opinion of them. John takes you through the Bay Area and the NFC West and dukes it out with Ian over the Niners and the Hawks. So let's unleash it. Now with John Lund, here's Ian.
By the way, Anders' first shot on goal, first save of the game. First shot on goal by Sweden. What's going on here? Where's this Mbappe guy? Can he crank it up a little bit, please?
It's just like the second minute. Chill.
All right. John Lund joins us right now, fresh off doing radio somewhere else, parts unknown, national radio, whatever he's doing. He's a busy guy. Apparently, people are bothering him. Are you coming on Ian's show today? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm rocking. I did a show that was 3 to 6 a.m. national this morning, and then I just did a local show, and that now I'm ready, and my highlight has been you. By the way, soccer, really quickly, an old friend of all of ours, Colin Cowherd.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard him try to talk soccer? This is kind of a thing that's going on with these national hosts.
Oh, is it bad?
It's so funny. I can hear them reading Chat GPT. Like, it's just like, and they're not changing what it's saying. So there's like, I was just watching Colin during a break, and I was laughing so hard because him and Nick Wright are trying to talk soccer. And the thing is, Fox is making them talk soccer. Like, I can't believe they just weren't LeBron, wall to wall. LeBron's going somewhere else. LeBron, like ESPN's just, there's no NBA free agency. It's just LeBron agency, like LeBron free agency. But Fox has the soccer, and so they're forcing guys on that channel to talk about soccer, and they're trying to intricately talk soccer. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I can talk about it, but I can observe about it and all that kind of thing. By the way, I lived in Seattle as a youth. I was on a team called the Seattle Sting. We went through Canada. I was the goalie. I know soccer a little, but I can't sit here and talk it. But when Colin tries to talk, it is so, if you want comedic, have a drink, get it ready, and then just watch Colin try to talk soccer. And you sit there like, our thin back line. I'm like, shut up, man. You don't know anything. He's like reading it off chat. It is so funny because Fox has the game. So they're like, okay, our hosts have to talk about it. And like Nick Wright is dying to talk about LeBron. And they're forcing them to talk soccer. And it's maybe the worst thing I've ever heard because they don't have a clue what they're talking about.
It's true because I have my little soccer fan here. I can talk soccer. Hopefully that you guys can.
You can, Anders. You do a good job.
Right. Thank you.
You're anchoring coverage for 100 stations across the country. I really hope you know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, and on one level, I'm happy that the mainstream sports media people are trying to do it, but at the same time, I have seen like the memes of all of the British people saying like, "What are these American radio people talking about when they try to talk?" It's so funny.
Well, Colin's he's a two-trick pony. He's LeBron James and NFL.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
LeBron James
Right.
and NFL. That's it. And by the way, listen, I'm as excited as anybody that LeBron's giving the middle finger to the Lakers. But is this going to be a national nightmare now, waiting for him to sign somewhere?
Yeah, well, a couple of different things. It's going to be a national nightmare because it's all anybody's talking about. And then the second thing is whatever team, which is probably going to be Golden State, it's going to be here in the Bay Area. And the reason I say that is because we all know this. Let's be honest. Not everything is obviously on the up and up. Like Durant made a ton of tech money here in the Bay Area. Steve Kerr has all these guys. They get them hooked up with all these guys, and especially as hot as AI is right now, they get them connected with these companies. And you know what's led by? Steve Young has a huge financial company. You know how smart Steve is. I mean, he could have been a lawyer or whatever. And they get him connected to the right people. And it's not that it's replacing Hollywood. It's not. But it's just these guys are a little bit smarter nowadays. Not everybody's going to be an actor or a rapper or something like that. And so what they do is they get them hooked up with these people up in the Bay Area, and they make a lot of money. So that $15 million mid-level exception that I hope LeBron James can get by on, man. I mean, things are expensive nowadays, so I don't know if he can get by on $15 million.
Wow.
But he'll turn that 15 into, 30 by the end of the season. So I fully expect him to sign at Golden State. But then the biggest problem for there becomes ESPN might as well just have, whatever it is, the Ocho, and just make it the LeBron channel. And remember when they used to follow around Barry Bonds?
Oh,
they're just going to follow around LeBron.
That's the late Pedro Gomez, right? The late Pedro Gomez was the guy, right? There was another reporter. Yeah.
He was what an incredible guy. But yeah, and we're all just going to get bombarded with it. They only talk like 3 topics on those shows anyway, like the Cowboys, Dak Prescott, whatever, and, like 3 topics. And it's just going to be like LeBron's going to need his own channel when he's on the Warriors. My God.
Well, I just want him to go somewhere where they make sure I really don't care as long as he goes somewhere that's ready made to win and we don't have to worry about Oklahoma City again next year. That's all I care about. Like, just make that happen.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Just make that happen, right?
Yeah.
I just no need to worry about those guys along the way. You wrote a great article for Barrett Media, which I loved because we talked about this last week. So, and here, by the way, did you know this is the second to last, more than likely, the second to last NBA draft without Seattle? We should have the 2028 draft should be us. So,
absolutely.
One thing that fans, when they do re-engage with the NBA and the NBA draft here in a couple of years, Seattle fans, unless something changes, it's still going to watch the most dysfunctional draft in all of sports, right?
Yeah, well, they've complicated the league so much in the 65 game rules. People are complaining about that because it's you can't get the awards. You have to play 65 games to then be first team, second team, third team, all NBA, which then that ties into your contract of what kind of money you can get if you can get a contract. Oh, you weren't all NBA, then you can't get a max contract. Like it's the stupidest thing. And then it's like, oh, we've got to worry about the teams tanking at the bottom, so we're going to put playoff teams into the lottery. Like, they just make things so much more complicated. What if I were them, I'd be like, what does the NFL do? It's the number one sport with a bullet. They do everything seemingly right. They have an off season that's not really an off season. What do? Oh, they just draft players in it to the worst team. Oh, they just it's just so simple in the NFL versus what the NBA does. It's in the style of play and everything else. But that aside, okay. Then what they do is rather than the NFL, that when you make a trade, it flashes right up on the screen. It's the same network. It's the same. It flashes up on the screen. You know who's going to make the pick. Kupo, the day before the draft, gets traded to Miami, but they have pick 13, and they haven't even changed it yet. So the kid's going to Milwaukee. Native Ment, he's a forward out of Tennessee. The kid's going to Milwaukee, but he's got a Miami Heat hat on. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I don't know, could there be any 2 different places? I mean, you're either going to South Beach or you're going to go freeze your ass off. Like, not very big of a difference. So then the kid has a hat that he never played for a team. And this is an amazing number. They had 60 picks in the draft. 44 of the 60 picks in the NBA draft were traded, including every pick but 1 in the second round.
Oh, my God.
And then, so what they're doing is all these kids are wearing draft hats that they're not even going to play for the teams. There was a kid out of Baylor named Cameron Carr who got picked by the Knicks, and the draft is in New York. It's in Brooklyn. And he moused to the camera that you can see it. I've been traded. He got traded to the Lakers, and he didn't even know. So here you are as a fan trying to stay up with the draft, and their insider, Sam Charania, is telling the guys, a pick or two later, oh, this is the pick, oh, this is where this guy is going, and you're trying to stay up with it. And it's like, how about you just do what the NFL does, which is the trade is announced, the pick is made, the player's going to the right team. That like, what are you doing? Their whole league is just so much more complicated than it has to be.
Why? You know what's odd about this? And it's just, I mean, first of all, you got a zero commissioner still, and that's part of the problem. Right there.
I know.
Just an
absolute you want to complain
zero.
about Goodell?
Oh,
yeah. Adam Silver is just I mean, he has the personality of a doorknob. Like, he's just, here is the next pick. It's like, dude, I mean, look, people hate Goodell. I get it, but he embraces the boo. He's part of the deal. He hugs the guys. Like, at least he gets it. I mean, this guy is like the nerdiest of nerds.
I just don't get why. I don't get why, like, your TV partner, it's ESPN. Like, why is your TV partner say, listen, you just fix this, please. This is dumb. No one wants to watch it. We don't know what's going on. It's confusing. Like, why just fix? And for those that want to say, well, like, oh, the league year begins on July 1st. Well, the very next night, the NHL had their draft. And their league year, same thing, begins on July 1st. But you know what? All throughout that first round, we see, like, all of a sudden, big red thing. It was actually, they kind of did it cool. They had this big red screen, and it said trade alert, like a goal horn kind of.
Yeah.
And like Gary Bettman would come out, we have a trade to announce. We have a trade to announce. And it's like, some of the trades you already knew, right? But at least okay, cool. We got a trade to announce. And so then the kid goes up there and gets his jersey, and it's a jersey of, wait for it, the team he got drafted by. It's a weird concept. I just thought it was amazing the NFL did that.
Well, you know what?
NBA, I should say.
You and I have done this for a really long time, and one of the things that they tell you in this business is like day one or 101 kind of stuff, radio 101 kind of stuff is they use this keep it simple, stupid KISS.
Yep.
And you're told throughout your entire career, simple, 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 simple. You don't want to be bombarding people with statistics and this and that and make them follow along. It's known in our business, our communication business, that the minute you start confusing the consumer, the listener, the person watching the show, the minute you confuse them, they're gone. We've got a million other things we could be watching. And so the NBA confuses the viewer, the consumer, again, and again, and again. And I don't understand it. And it may not seem like a big deal, but when you're trying to consume that product and you don't know where players are going, and there's a player that just got drafted who doesn't even know where he's going, then you're doing it wrong. And it's such a simple fix, but it's a symptom of a much bigger problem, because the league, for some reason, with its nerdy commissioner, makes everything so much more complicated than it has to be. Like when Seattle re-enters the league here in a couple of years after they steal the Blazers or whatever, because their owner's a jackass. It's so difficult to follow this whole process along, and it seems that they have zero common sense. And I think for all consumers, no matter what we're talking about, confusion just creates the hell with it. I'm just not going to deal with it.
Let's John Lund joining us. All right, let's just continue to rip on the NBA. What the hell? But we'll just go. Let's do the team.
Yes.
So for those who don't know, John and I both worked at separate times, but both during the Jailblazers era in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
And like, God, there's so much going on down there right now. You kind of let's start there first before I get to the trade, because the trade's hilarious. It's absolutely hysterical. So now the owner Tom Dundon doesn't want to put 1 cent into the Rose Garden or the Moda Center, whatever the hell it's called these days. Now, in his defense, the city owns the building. He doesn't own the building. Like, it's not like when we were there in Paul Allen. He doesn't own it, but doesn't want to put 1 cent into it. The city seems to be kind of pushing back now. In all seriousness, how concerned should they be in Portland they're going to move that team to, say, Nashville? Because that's where he'd probably want to take it.
Yeah. Well, doesn't it seem like, and I don't want to dredge up old wounds here, but it is a lot like what the group did when they had the Sonics. Like, from day one,
this is the Clayton Bennett playbook, man. It's the Clayton Bennett playbook. Yeah, it's 100%.
It is. It just seems like from day one, and it reminds and if you don't relate to that, or you don't want to go back and remember that, and I understand why fans wouldn't. It's like the movie Major League. It just seems like to me like you're just doing everything you can to alienate people, to not be there, to get them out of there so that you can financially gain. And the fact that they approved this guy is unbelievable to me. because he just doesn't seem to have two nickels to rub together. He doesn't seem prepared to do this. I get it. He owns an NHL team, but it's far different. And it's unfortunate because in Portland, you know this, and a lot of people in Seattle know this. Most sports fans do. Look, it's a passionate fan base, and they deserve their team, and you shouldn't pull them away. And I thought when David Stern was alive that they said that, we don't want to be moving teams, but it just certainly seems like he just grabbed this thing from day one with the first and foremost plan of let's move this team and let's just alienate everybody, because I get it. You hit it right on the head. It's $600,000, which, by the way, to him, he's got that. And
600 million. 600 million. 600 million. Yeah,
right.
600 million.
Yeah. Or 600 million. But the thing is that look, we can't continue to, and this is just our country. This isn't Portland. I'm in California. You can't get anything done in California. There's just no way. That's why Oakland has left. That's why the Giants built their own stadium. The 49ers built their own stadium. There were no taxes involved in any of this. And the rest of the states in our country are doing the same thing. Look, we're not paying for a billionaire to build something that's going to make him more money, a lot more money. It's not the way that things are going nowadays. There's other things people have reprioritized. Not to say that sports is not important. It's very important. But for him to not think that he has got to put money in the place that his team plays and so forth is ridiculous. And to me, he's only doing this because, like you said, it's the Clay Bennett playbook, and he's trying to get the Blazers out of Portland to a place that he would prefer.
Do you think there's a better chance that they move to a city not named Seattle, or to Seattle or Vegas?
I mean, initially, you would know this better than I would. I mean, initially, it'd be real easy to move him to Seattle. But I don't
think there's any appetite, because he would own the team. I don't think it would be Seattle. I think it would have to be. I think it'd have to be Nashville. I think it'd have to be Nashville, because he would have to go through a lease agreement with the people that run the building up here in the Kraken and stuff like that. Nashville would concern me, man. I swear that would be a concern for me if I was Portland right now. They signed a coach to a 1-year contract. Like, how unheard of is that in the NBA?
Well, that's the exact same thing. It's just, we're going to see what certainty is. You wouldn't normally do that kind of a thing. But I'm with you. I think what's going to happen in Seattle and Vegas is I think there's going to be expansion teams there. At least that's what I've heard. I've talked to a number of people about it. And I think that in both of those cities, in your city and in Vegas, I think they're going to bring those in together. And I think they're going to bring those in as expansion teams. And then I very much fear, just like you do, that they're going to move the Blazers, that given what this owner is doing. And like I said, I don't understand how the rest of the owners could do that, because now, having said that, owners want what they want. And if a guy wants to move, here's the thing, owners aren't against that, because they want to, if their city is not treating them to their level,
they want the leverage,
which is give me a bunch of free, right. Yep. They want the leverage to be able to move themselves. So they're never going to stop a team, but they had to have known, right? I mean, he hasn't owned the team very long. They had to have known that that's what he was up to. But then that goes back to when you sell the team, did you vet the owner as a person selling the team? And obviously it's the same people who own the Seahawks. Did you vet the people and explain to them that, look, we want that in Portland. We want this team to be in Portland. Or is it the owner says, look, I can do whatever I want. I ponied up the money to this. I can put this team wherever I want.
Well, at least they're staying on brand. And going back to the Jailblazers, you go get Ja Morant. I mean, he's had more gun charges than points the last couple of years, right? So, I mean, what the hell? I like that.
Yeah, it's. I guess the upside would be if you're sitting in Portland, or if you're with the Blazers, is that you didn't give up much of a risk. I mean, you look at a situation where they didn't want Jeremy Grant anyway. Murray was in there just to make the salaries match, and if the guy doesn't work, and then it's some sunk cost, but not a ton. So I kind of get that. They obviously have I think, who knows, with the way that organization's being run now, you have to think that they've got another move in place. So they do that one because now they have 4 guards and Dames back there. They're undersized in the backcourt. I guess that they had McCollum and Lillard and it didn't work in their prime, so they just thought they'd go with 2 small guards again to just double check that it's not going to work. But like you said, I've been trying to explain this to people, and Portland, and most people in Seattle know Portland. It's different. And so for Ja Morant to go there, I just don't think it's a great landing spot for him, because there's a lot of, he's going to get bored. It takes a lot of getting used to. If you're from there, if you understand it, it's one thing. People tried to tell me, well, Memphis is kind of the same thing. It's not. Portland is itself, and players there are under a microscope big time. And so if he has any small transgressions, it's going to get blown into a lot of things. I think overall, would I have taken a chance on John Moran at some point somewhere? Yeah, I could see a team doing that because it cost you very little, pennies on the dollar. But I don't think Portland's a great fit for this guy.
No, I would agree. It seems like a no-go along the way. I mean, it's just what a nightmare. So are you watching World Cup? Are you in? Are you all in?
Yeah, I
Good,
love it.
good.
Yeah, and with the national show, they're pressing it as well on Westwood. So I have to know something about it. And again, I'm not going to sit here like Colin Coward and go to ChatGPT and read up stuff. We had a guy. You'll get a kick out of this. We had a guy in this morning, play-by-play guy, soccer play-by-play guy. I mean, he's awesome. And I got all my notes and I studied really hard for it because I didn't want to sound like a rando, like the rando guy. We're like 2 questions into the interview this morning, and the guy goes, "Well, like you're a random." And I just stopped him right in the middle.
No
I go, "What do you mean I'm a random?
No
what gave me
way.
away as a
Now I want to know
random?"
who was it.
And
Who was the guest? Who was the guest?
His name's Joe Marta or something like that. He's out of New York. He does all the soccer leagues in America. He's a really good guy, and I like him. But I went off on him. I'm like, "What do you mean I'm a random?" And we got into this whole thing. And he just finally, at the end of it, he said, "It's not anything you said or anything you acted like." He goes, "I just assumed." He goes, "I just think all radio hosts in America are just, they're just randoms." And I go, "Yeah, I'm a random, but like I didn't give you any reason to think I was a random, So we got into this whole thing about it. And then, of course, after he left, the thing I really do best is when I don't have to confront the person, then I rip them more. That's kind of what I did. But, that kind of a thing where it's like, how dare that guy? You know what I mean?
Oh, God.
But yeah, so I think everybody kind of does that, but I don't try to pass myself off as it. Like the people who say simplistically, "Well, how hard is it? They're kicking a ball into a goal." It's like, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Stop it.
If it was that easy, France would already be up 2 or 3-0 instead of Mbappe being offside and my parlay stressing me out right now, buddy. That's all I know.
You have a betting issue? Do you have a betting problem right now?
Just call me Sorsby, buddy. Just call me Sorsby. Listen,
it's the Ian Sorsby show.
If you saw my bet slips and the amount of money I really don't spend on it, it's fine. So I'm okay. I think I'm okay right now. It's what?
What is? Yeah, go ahead.
Make it comfortable. Whatever you wager, it's got to be comfortable. That's all, right. Yeah.
And soccer is tough, man. That's it, especially when you get to this stage. Like, there's certain teams that should advance, but we saw like Germany yesterday and all that kind of stuff. I guess we weren't so bad because there's a team right there that we blew out, and Germany struggled. The one thing is, and I'll ask you guys this because who knows? It would seem to me, okay, I was a goaltender, but it would seem to me, obviously penalty kicks, and I do like them, but yesterday with Germany, it's like. The one thing is a penalty kicker, and I get it. It's like kickers in general. You can have the yips or whatever, but it's like when you put a penalty kick, you've got to make sure it's on goal. Like you just if it gets stopped, fine, because the goaltender is basically guessing 50-50, but it's got to be on goal. And like yesterday, Germany had a chance to win it. And I'm gonna embellish this thing, but it's like you missed by 10 feet, dude.
Oh,
like
you're not embellishing at all. He skied it.
That was an off. Yeah. The one in the 6th round.
Yes.
That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing.
So the story behind that, John and Ian, is
okay. That's what I want to know. What happened?
So you could see the captain for Germany while Paraguay is taking its 6th penalty kick, going around to the other players saying, "Okay, who wants to take the next one?" Multiple players said, "No, I don't want to." So the guy that literally in his professional career has never taken a penalty kick goes up and he misses, and that's the reason why they lost.
That's awful.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
That's the same team, by the way, that in the Qatar World Cup in 2022 said, our bench players are going to sit inside because it's too hot.
Well, listen, John, there you go. You got your soccer. Andrew just gave you your soccer stuff for tomorrow. If you need a soccer guest, he's your guy.
No, I just love it. The thing, and I'll use that for tomorrow.
Yes.
But here's what blows my mind about that mentality. Look, I'd be the guy to say no. I'm not saying I'm not. I'd be like, are you kidding me? The last thing I want to do is go do that. And then my whole country hates me and I can't go back and all that stuff because I'd kick it 20 feet over it. But these are professional soccer players who are living for we get this every 4 years. He's going down the line to some of the best players they have and say, who wants to kick? And they're saying no.
Correct.
Like I would do that.
Well, imagine if at least he's Germany, right? Because if it was like some of these other countries, you can't go home.
Oh,
you can't go home, dude. Like you're not going home. You're like, I need some political asylum. And you know what? we're hitting that stuff
Jump
out
in the
like candy
coffin,
these
like
days in this
Brazil
country.
and all
So
that.
it's easy. Like here in this country, you get that in a second, right? Like, oh, sure, why not? Hang around. All right. When do you want again? Because I like the fact that my listeners are bothering you.
Oh yeah, so that real quick. I know you got stuff, but real quick. I'm doing the morning show this morning on Westwood One and like Sirius XM 375. I think it's on one. It has to be on one of your sister stations. But anyway,
9:50 a.m. It's on the 9:50 a.m. Yeah.
And so this AM show, this drive time show that I fill in for, it's 3 to 6 a.m. It's 6 to 9 Eastern. That's where they put the real talent, as I've told you before, 3 o'clock in the morning. And so I'm doing the show. And I'm getting calls, and we have a text line and everything, and calls and texts from people going, "Are you going to be late today? Are you going to be on time today?" And I'm like, "What is this, like the Kashi, whatever that is, the
betting
prediction
thing.
market?
Yeah,
like,
prediction. Yeah.
People want to know if I'm like going to be on time for your show. Like, I'm like, I don't know, maybe, I hope.
That's a good
but
thing.
That's what they're asking.
That's a good
I'm
thing.
getting bombarded with that stuff.
We get
I think
texts.
people have betting problems.
We get texts every week, by the way, with that. Like on our text line every week at about when we go on the air at noon, it's like, and I'll say, "Hey, John Lund coming up at 2 o'clock." And that's the same thing. What time? 2 o'clock, 2:15, 2:10, 2:20. Like it's, yeah. And now you're kind of been off.
It's probably because they don't want to be listening. Like, I don't want to get caught listening to that. What time is it going to be on? So I don't listen.
Well, I'll say this. I'll give you credit. I mean, you've been kind of off brand. You've been on time the last couple of weeks. So, we'll see if it keeps up next week.
Happening.
We'll see if it keeps up next week.
I think 2 weeks ago, I totally missed the day and we had to change the day.
You did.
One of those are coming up. I'm just telling you. Right now.
Wait till I'm on vacation.
Gotta be coming up.
Wait till I'm on vacation.
Leave it for someone else.
Leave it for somebody else.
No, I respect. Well, now that Greg Bell has a regular show, I don't know who's going to be filling in because I respected Greg Bell far too much to screw around with him. He's a true professional. So I don't know what I would do.
I think we
And
lost
Anders?
John.
Is Anders filling in now?
Yeah, he's here. Well, he's here. It's like Jess just left. Jess was here
Yeah,
one
she had
day.
enough of us.
Oh, she's
really?
gone. Yeah, I walked in yesterday because I'm doing Greg's show.
She did the exact same thing you did, John. She actually thinks he's a professional and that we're just kind of nobodies
Yeah,
here.
she just left us. She left us yesterday with no warning. That was it. I'm out. Okay.
What?
Yeah.
What kind of ship is Rich Moore running over there, man?
Well, that's a whole
People can
different.
get
listen,
on whatever.
That's a whole different
Get on
conversation.
any show they want.
That's a whole different
Just
conversation.
change shows.
Yeah, I
I
don't
think I'm
know.
going to do this show today. I think I would have worked, that show. Like what?
Well, we've had those same words. What kind of
leadership is that?
We've had all those same conversations ourselves, buddy. Don't worry about that. All right, I'll talk to you next week. I'll see
All
you.
right, man.
That's John Lyon. We'll take a break. Come back. Check the text line next.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, here we go on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. We'll get to the talkbacks here in a second. Still no score between France and Sweden. It took one off the board for France. Oh, that's the second goalpost they've hit. Wow. Anders, I'm going to be grinding, buddy. I'm just telling you right now. I'm grinding. Okay, we'll get to that. All right, talking about the Mariners stuff earlier today. I like this one, 425. You know what? You're right. Why did I not think of this? The fact that people think of KJR when they mention sports radio, I'll take that every time. I should mention that to Purple Sheet when he was trying to insinuate that maybe it was Nate and Chris or me. I don't know why he wouldn't blame Softy or Fane. But it wasn't us. Somebody else. This is 54% of the lunatic fringe wants Dan out as the manager. Another one. Come on, we're only 54% of the lunatic fringe. Man, can't make this stuff up. I feel like I should check those. Those might be Nate's. Nate loves himself some 54% along the way. Let's see. Oh, Mariners Lunatic Fringe. I know you're out there. You're always posting and always doing podcast. Oh, that's a talk. We'll get to that. That's the song. I don't know if Anders even knows what that song is. Let's see. Can Tennessee really support two NBA teams? Everyone loves Nashville right now, folks. Nashville is everyone's. It's Major League Baseball wants to be there. You kidding me? The NBA want to be there in a heartbeat. For sure they want to be there. Absolutely all day. Do we have a 425? Do we have a Dan Wilson firing countdown clock yet? Can we start it? No, we don't, and no, we won't. Show some respect. He's a Mariner Hall of Famer, people. All right? Show some respect along the way. Anders, do you know if the buses that they're on are marked? If so, the guy might have just seen Senegal.
Yeah, I did. They usually are. So Senegal will probably roll it in to town right about now. Pretty cool.
Very cool.
Yeah. Should be a really good game tomorrow, by the way. We're seeing how special, no matter what level or what, teams are playing against each other, the knockout stages are just different. So if you have tickets tomorrow, I did, have fun. It's going to be a good time.
All right. You got some talkbacks?
Yeah, we got a couple.
Fire away.
Maybe Justin Hollander just wanted to acknowledge one of the greatest sports movies of all time, Vision Quest, with his lunatic fringe comment. I mean, that makes more sense than anything else.
I agree. Yeah. Have you ever seen Vision Quest?
No.
Filmed in Spokane.
Really?
Really good movie. Yeah.
Awesome.
About a high school wrestler. Yeah. Really good. And
awesome.
The soundtrack's unbelievable. Lunatic Fringe, the song. Madonna, Crazy for You. Yeah. It's very 80s, but It's very good. Yeah.
Probably not my cup of tea then.
No, you might enjoy it. You might enjoy it.
Check it out. We got two more.
All right.
Mariners Lunatic Fringe. I know you're out there. You're always posting and always doing podcasts. Mariners Lunatic Fringe. This is the regular season. Ball players get hurt. And sometimes they can't play.
I like it.
Yeah,
well done. Good effort.
Well done.
Good effort. All right, you got one more?
Got one more.
Fire away.
Hey, Ian, Seattle sports guy here with an update on your Seattle sports. The Seattle Mariners bounced back with a 6-2 win after Sunday's god-awful performance, in which Dan Wilson late in the game went with hard throwers Bobby Ayala-Rucker and Marge Simpson. It was the worst performance by a Simpson since OJ tried on the bloody glove in court. They're back at it again tonight, where let's hope Dan Wilson doesn't blow another one for the Mariners, although good news, Rob Refsnyder's on the IL with a hiccup. Thanks, guys.
A hiccup.
A singular hiccup.
A hiccup. Oh, my God.
I wish when I got
that.
the hiccups, I only got one.
I hate the hiccups.
I know.
It's the worst. Final one, 206. Why didn't the captain, Mike Benton, ask Chase Reed if he regularly pulls up some grass to check the wind while golfing? He might have off the air.
He probably did.
Chase, final one for me, Mike Benton, Kraken Audio Network.
How much grass do you pull up when you check the wind?
Yes. How do you check the wind?
How many blades exactly do you pick up?
We are 10 days away from watching that.
I need a live stream.
I'll go do some video. I'll get some.
yes.
I'll get some video of the captain.
Let's go.
He's playing since you have this little soccer thing going on.
I know.
We replaced you with Big Al Kaniski. So it'll be just a Kraken Audio Network love fest out there is what it's going to be.
Big Al's probably a good golfer.
I think he is.
Yeah, it seems like it. Probably an upgrade, to be honest.
I wonder if he'll complain about Benton.
He did have to work with him in Everett, though. So
yeah, but he's never. I don't know how much golf he's played with him. I'll have to
Fair
check.
enough.
I'll check with Big Al and see what he says.
I'm upset I'm missing that, but just too much of my life going on right now.
I get that. Yeah. I totally get that. Oh, great. I got to restart my computer.
Oh, fun. That's good.
I'll do that as we go to a break.
Yeah.
Softy's next.
you get two black marks on the resume, and then you're done.
They said
Benton checking the wind, and then Jackson showing up with a T-shirt. That was pretty much it.
Those
They
are
can handle
basically
one, but not both.
those were basically Phil Mickelson like moves in a country club.
God,
huh?
how about that, man?
Well,
Jeez.
hey,
hey now, come on.
He's we always kind of thought maybe there's a little he's a bad dude,
I used to like him.
I know.
I used to like him a lot.
I can say this now because they're not really doing this stuff anymore. But when I was in Portland and Nike Golf was a really big thing, like the clubs and everything else, and we had a pretty good relationship with them at the radio station. And those guys, they would say all the time, Phil is a fake. It just crushed him. And I always kind of took it like, yeah, but he's the Callaway guy. That's why you're saying that, right?
Right.
They were kind of right. Those guys were 100% right.
Well, his image and his cred has taken a huge step back ever since he jumped over to Live and then everything else going on. It's not just the Live thing, obviously. It's everything else that's been going on with
He's
it.
a creep, man. He's a creep. He's a creep.
Apparently.
Hey, we're at the half. We're at the half. France leading Sweden. France leading Sweden.
Look at us calling guys creeps. Just got done talking about Madonna and Vanessa Williams and Penthouse and Playboy magazine. But hey, Mickelson, he's a creep.
He's a creep. And Anders, the parlay's still alive. 1-0 at halftime.
Let's go.
1-0 at halftime.
We're going to be against each other tonight, though.
Yeah, I'm Team Mexico tonight. Softy.
I'm Team Ecuador.
Anders is Team Ecuador.
Did you see what the Mexican fans did outside the Ecuadorian hotel?
Apparently they disrupted
they were all night keeping them up. Yeah,
banging drums. Blowing vuvuzelas, whatever.
I see nothing wrong with that.
The whole freaking night they were keeping these guys up.
I see nothing wrong with that. I think it's fine. What's the problem? What's the problem here? You know what's funny about that? That's an NFL thing.
Right.
That's like they're making it sound like this is the worst thing ever. Like that happens every week in the NFL.
Are they still doing the thing where they fill up Ziploc bags full of pee and throw them at players, Anders? Is that still a deal in Mexico?
Not to my knowledge.
You know where that's I'll tell you where that's a thing. That's a thing in Laramie, Wyoming. No, Laramie,
Oregon.
Well, Laramie, Wyoming does it too. Mostly to BYU. At least they did back in the day.
Dave Hoffman once told me that he got pelted with dog poop in Eugene, Oregon when they played there with the Huskies. Actual dog poop.
Maybe it was duck poop.
No, that could have been. Could have been duck poop.
All right, what are you doing today? What are you doing today?
Well, let's see. What's today? Tuesday, is that
Tuesday.
right?
Today is Tuesday. Yes.
Well, we actually are changing things up a little bit. John Wilner's at Yankee Stadium with his son.
Okay.
So we're going to give him the day off.
Okay.
Brian Schmetzer will join us, give us his World Cup thoughts, do a little fun with audio, testimonials. Chad Doing, our buddy from our iHeart sister station in Portland, will join us as well and talk about the future of Blazer basketball, which may be looking bleak, by the way. So that's coming up as well, all from the 520.
The Nashville Blazers. See ya.
Ooh, see ya.
Seattle Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, happy Tuesday. We are back at the 520 Bar and Grill in Bellevue watching the World Cup here on a Tuesday afternoon and doing the radio show, by the way, and enjoying some cocktails and enjoying some food at the 520. The question is, are you here? If the answer is no, the answer is why not? Anyway, headlines on Softy Dick Jackson on this beautiful Tuesday, brought to you and you only by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
I cannot believe it.
Cole Young with 2 bombs last night, including one off what used to be the Hit It Here Cafe. I don't even know what it is now. That was a shot in the 6th inning. The M's now 43-43 after a 6-2 win over the Angels yesterday. George Kirby, great start. 8 innings, 2 runs, 7 Ks, and a walk. Second time he's gone 8 this year. He's only allowed 3 earned runs now in his last 14. The M's will do it again tonight in Game 2 of 3 against the Angels at 6:40.
So the Junior Can't Hit It Here Cafe is the Cole Young Can Hit It Here Cafe?
I guess. I don't even know what it's called now. What's it called?
I don't either. Some sweets or
What
something.
happened?
I would imagine. LeBron James returning for next season, but it won't be with the Lakers. He made that announcement today. The Golden State Warriors are the favorites to land LeBron.
And more in the NBA, the Raptors are nearing a deal to bring Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto, where he won the NBA championship in 2019. Working on a trade as we speak right now with the Clippers.
Former Hawks OC Shane Waldron promoted to assistant head coach and pass game coordinator with the Jags. Another familiar face promoted in Jacksonville. Former Hawk Heath Farwell has been promoted to associate head coach and special teams coordinator.
Did the Jaguars not watch Shane Waldron at all in Seattle or Chicago? No. Whatever the under is now on the Jaguars for the year, I'm going to bet the under on that. World Cup action from MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. France leads Sweden 1-0 at the half. Mexico, Ecuador coming up tonight from Mexico City at 6 p.m. And Norway already moving on with a 2-1 victory today over the Ivory Coast.
And here we go. And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
God, I really got to do better with my sound bar here, Dick. I need to teach you. I need to show you the ways of the sound bar. And then you can grab it and you can use it now when you feel like touching it. Because there's a lot of opportunities here that end up going wasted. Like, for example, in the headlines right there, did the Jaguars watch any of Shane Waldron's tape at all with the Bears or the Seahawks?
No!
I mean, clearly not.
But the Jags are smart because they just made him. Do you notice the position he went to?
Yeah.
Assistant head coach.
That's right.
Not offensive coordinator.
No.
He will not be calling the plays for Trevor Lawrence.
Liam Cohen is he the play caller down there as well?
I believe he
in
is,
Jacksonville.
yeah.
So it's kind of a name only type of position. But I don't know, man. If anybody from if our buddy Fat Tony, right, in Jacksonville, isn't that who it is, Jackson, our pal Fat Tony in Jacksonville?
Yep.
If he called up and say, hey, do you think the Jaguars should promote this guy? I mean, the answer would be absolutely unequivocally. No! I mean, he's done nothing.
What is
the fact that he keeps hanging on is unbelievable.
What is an assistant head coach?
Associate head coach.
I think it's assistant for him.
I thought it was associate head coach.
He's assistant. Heath Farwell's associate.
All right, gotcha.
So assistant is higher than associate.
Yes.
But what does an assistant head coach in the NFL do if they're not calling plays?
Yeah, I think it's a title to keep them on board. It's like, hey, man, why don't you stick around and we'll give you the fancy schmancy title that can maybe make your resume look a little bit better when we fire you halfway through the year because Trevor Lawrence can't hit the side of a bus with a freaking balloon. Are you kidding me? It's unbelievable, man, how this guy, he's like a cockroach. He just keeps surviving all over the NFL. Well, I'll tell you what, we got a lot to get to today on a busy Tuesday. It is throwing me off a little bit that we're here on a Tuesday, by the way.
Yes.
Typically, we'd be here during the NFL season on a Thursday at the 520 Bar and Grill. The sun is now finally starting to come out. We got 8 TVs inside, 4 TVs on the patio outside. We got France and Sweden going on right now, Mexico and Ecuador coming up later tonight. So you're looking for a spot to watch the World Cup. This is the spot for today, the 520 Bar and Grill. Now, John Wilder's going to take today off because he's at Yankee Stadium with his kid. Larry Stone was going to be on tomorrow, but he's going to take today off as well well because his wife's having a procedure. We wish Mrs. Stone luck and hope
Yes.
everything's okay. So we're going to kind of do a little switcherino today. Brian Schmetzer will join us with his World Cup analysis coming up at 6 p.m. tonight, including some thoughts on those unbelievable shootouts we saw yesterday, back-to-back phenomenal matches in the World Cup. Brian will join us at 6 to talk about all that. Chad Dewing will join us at 5 p.m. From our iHeart sister station in Portland and talk about the future of the Blazers, which, if you believe a certain segment, Dick, of the Blazer population, is looking bleaker and bleaker by the day. Now there's rumors about Nashville maybe re-upping their arena, or reinvesting some money in their arena where the Preds play and bringing them to Nashville, Tennessee, which would put 2 teams in the state of Tennessee before we get 1, for God's sakes. Everybody's crapping on Memphis, including LeBron, by the way. Now we're going to put a team in Nashville. So it's unbelievable how this thing is going to become a story every single day until it's not. And John Canzano was on with us, about a month and a half ago, when we asked him flat out, what are the odds of the Blazers moving, and he said 30%. I asked him yesterday, you know what he said?
What's that?
50-50 at this point. 50-50.
That has risen considerably and very quickly. Because how long ago did he say just a few percent?
Oh, God,
remember that? Like 3-4 months ago?
Yeah.
And then it went to 30% last month, and now it's 50-50?
Right.
And, it's different than the Sonics situation because the Blazers are actually getting really good.
Mm-hmm.
The Sonics weren't a playoff caliber team in 2008. They had a young Kevin Durant, but the rest of the team stunk.
Right.
I mean, the Blazers just got Ja Morant. They have Damian Lillard coming back off of injury. They already have an all-star in Abdia. I mean, they've got like a 50-win team in Portland, and they're going to lose them.
So Randall Williams, who writes for Bloomberg, is going to join us on Thursday. And he's a guy that I've gotten to know a little bit offline through this whole expansion saga, right? Like all of us kind of made friends when the Sacramento thing came down. We've all made friends covering bowl games. Dave Smoke, who we have on every now and then, is a guy that I got to know during the Alamo Bowl against Baylor. Our buddy, the idiot, Carmichael Dave in Sacramento, is a guy that we got to know very well during the Kings saga. But Randall's a guy that I've gotten to know a little bit, kind of talking to him offline. He covers the NBA business world for Bloomberg, and now he just did a story yesterday on the Seahawk bids and how many are coming in, who's putting them in, blah, blah, blah. So he's going to join us on the show Thursday. The reason why I bring him up is because when he's on the air, and you and I talked about this, I think, right here at the 520 on Friday, I want to ask him, does this Dundon guy get first right of refusal on what he wants to do with the team? Meaning, if Tom Dundon says, look, I want to move to Seattle, is the NBA then going to say no to all expansion bids and say, you move the team to Seattle, and we'll put 2 new expansion teams somewhere else? We'll put a team in Nashville. We'll put a team in Kansas City. We'll put a team in Vegas, whatever. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I know they're taking bids right now. They might be too far down the road. And, oh, by the way, Samantha Holloway owns the damn arena, for God's sakes, and she's also the one putting the bid in. So I assume the NBA would like to have an owner who also owns the arena. That'd be great to make it clean and easy for everybody. But is there a chance the NBA says, look, if you want to move and you want to move to Seattle, you go there and we'll do 2 expansion teams somewhere else?
I'm just trying to think, if I was the owner of pick your team, the Houston Rockets.
Right.
Which would I rather see? Would I rather have 31 pieces of the pie and the Blazers move to Seattle?
Right.
Or would I rather have 1/32nd of the piece of the pie and you've got 2 new expansion teams that you get all that expansion money from, and you got a great new owner in Seattle that everybody wants to have in the club?
Well, the 31's the odd number, right? So it'd be a little bit wonky there, but you're
But they already said that they would go to 31 if necessary.
Well, yeah, if necessary. If, like, disaster strikes, right? Don't you think they would prefer 32?
I think they would prefer 32, but
for sure.
it's one more slice of the pie that these owners have.
It is. Yes. Those are all questions. And what you said the other day that, look, man, they're not going anywhere. The team is not going to, contract. They're not going to fold. So the only question is, do they add 1 more team? Do they add 2 more teams? And, again, what you just said, Dick, the reason why I brought it up is this, because you just said it right there. If you're a basketball fan in Seattle and you can get over the whole we're taking somebody else's team. First of all, if they're moving anyway, I'll take them.
Yes.
And then second of all, the minute they show up here, they're much closer to being a contender than an expansion team ever will.
Yes,
right?
Yes, they are. But in the long run, you're stuck with Dundon instead of Samantha Holloway.
Well, the guy just won a title with Carolina. Again, I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve all the guff he's getting. And that's a great word, by the way.
Right.
Guff. It sounds like a word your dad would use.
It is.
Guff and rhubarb, right? But he has won. He's been very successful as an owner in Carolina. So maybe this is all unfair. Maybe it's not. Time will tell. But I do think that the point of this conversation is that the idea that the Blazers are staying in Portland as a guarantee, I don't think that's the case at all.
Not at all.
At all.
Not
So
at
we'll
all.
talk to Chad about that coming up at 5 o'clock tonight. We'll get a break. Mike Benson is also down, by the way, at T-Mobile Park. And LeBron is on the move again. We're going to chat about that coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, we are back at the 520 Bar and Grill in Bellevue, hanging out till 7 o'clock tonight. Great place to watch the World Cup, by the way. Bar's packed, man. Jeez. I love it. A little happy hour here at the 520. We got the TVs on the patio up and running. 8 TVs inside, 4 TVs outside. So great place to watch the World Cup or any sporting event, or even just come for a cocktail, by the way. My favorite neighborhood bar on the east side, the 520 Bar and Grill. So this is not a surprise because we saw this story yesterday when Draymond Green opted out of his player option, presumably to create more money for the Lakers to make a run at LeBron and maybe even Anthony Davis. LeBron James today, I don't know if Rich Paul made a tweet or Clutch Sports said something or whatever, who, by the way, Damon Williams now rep by Clutch Sports. So LeBron and Damon have the same agent.
Okay.
Yeah, how about that? That'll be fun. So anyway, LeBron telling the Lakers that he's moving on. After how many years in L.A.? 8 years in L.A. and won the bubble championship. Is that right, in 2020? Telling the Lakers he intends to play elsewhere, so his time in L.A. is done. I'm sure Petros will be heartbroken to hear that on tomorrow's radio segment with him at 4 o'clock. But I went to Twitter and I saw a tweet from ESPN, quote, only a matter of time for LeBron after his tenure with the Lakers. And it's LeBron James staring up at his retired 23, by the way, okay? That's what he's looking at. So the comments are obviously very mixed. A lot of people are just killing him.
Well, look at the timing. He's leaving.
What do you mean?
The time. I mean, Laker fans would not be very happy right now with the guy that's leaving them.
Well, right, but when Ken Griffey Jr. left for Cincinnati, don't you think most Mariner fans would say his number deserves to be retired?
Yeah, but we were
in
pissed
Seattle?
too.
Okay, so you think it's about timing?
Oh,
Gotcha.
yeah, I mean,
you don't think that there's a lot of Laker fans that don't like the guy anyway?
Yes, I
Okay,
do.
Gotcha.
But that doesn't mean he shouldn't have his number retired.
I'm not saying he should or he shouldn't. I'm just saying that it's interesting to me how there's a lot of Laker fans that are just crushing this, saying there's no way we want this guy to have his number retired. I mean, look at the comments. It's unbelievable how many people are just killing him and killing ESPN for making this tweet. So, hey, look, I mean, I haven't dived into it enough, Dick. I was looking at who the Lakers have retired already. Like Pau Gasol has his number retired. Jamal Wilkes has his number retired. Michael Cooper, I know he won 5 championships, has his number retired. So there's a lot of lesser-known players. Lots of lesser-known players.
Not only lesser-known, lesser
than LeBron.
players.
Right, for sure. So if you want to make an argument that LeBron should have his number retired, that's fine. I could see that. I just think it's funny and interesting how there's a lot of Laker fans, and maybe they're not even Laker fans, who were just killing ESPN for even suggesting that LeBron should get his number retired.
I don't know why that would surprise you. There's a lot of people that don't like LeBron James.
It's not a surprise. I just think when you're talking about a guy whose number should be retired, it feels like that's a guy that's beloved by everybody in that city. And I don't know if LeBron's beloved by everybody.
No, but I mean, you read the names.
Right.
Do you not believe
there's
it's
a lot more.
statement of fact that LeBron James did enough in Los Angeles to have his number retired if they already decided to retire Jamal Wilkes and Michael Cooper, for God's sake?
Well, what I would say is on the surface, yes, it's a different owner back then than it is now. I have no idea what the guy that took over the Lakers, I don't even know his name, thinks of
the Dodger
LeBron.
guy, right?
Yes. So, I mean, that's number one. It's a different owner. Number two, my sense is that a lot of Laker fans would tell you that their standards for getting a number retired are higher than winning one title. That, it's multiple championships
so
in
you
LA.
can be the sixth option on a 5-time championship team and get your number retired, Michael Cooper?
I mean, I'm just saying this, Dick. I could see both sides. I see your side, and I see if there's a Laker fan that says, no, his number should not be retired. He doesn't deserve to hang there with Jerry West and Magic and Kareem and Kobe and guys like that. I could see that, too.
I would like to be able to discern between whether I like players and whether I think they have a certain level of greatness.
Right.
And I think I do that.
Right.
And I don't think people do that about LeBron. I think whatever they feel about LeBron impacts how great a player they feel he is. And I think those should be two completely separate discussions.
Right. I get that. I also could see, again, the other side of it. I guess I'm living in a gray area, Dick, here with this thing. I could see how a lot of people have been turned off by LeBron James in L.A. for the last 8 years. A lot of people have been turned off by him. And I understand your perspective that, hey, just look at the accomplishments, look at the stats, look at the wins, look at, what the guy did when he was there. How many finals did he play in? I don't know off the top. Was it just the one in the bubble? Is that right?
LA, yes.
Yeah, so I could see how people would think that's a disappointment. The guy was here for 8 years and made the NBA Finals one time, and he did it in 2020 in the bubble. So, I mean, can you see how somebody, a Laker fan, would say he doesn't deserve it because he didn't accomplish what – I think when the Lakers got LeBron James, and maybe I'm crazy about this, and Jackson, you want to chime in, go ahead. When the Lakers got LeBron James, I think Laker fans and the NBA thought that LeBron James was going to finish his career in L.A. and bring multiple championships and multiple NBA Finals appearances to L.A., and that didn't happen.
I think for me, the expectation is if he even gets one, it's a good thing because I viewed the Lakers situation as sort of like, okay, if he brings in another star, cool, but like you look at the rest of the NBA at that point, and I just saw too much other star. I mean, Boston was on the rise, right? You could see the makings of other teams and what they were doing. Toronto, right? They won a title. I didn't see the Lakers as being one of those teams on the come just because they brought a LeBron who at the time when he joined the Lakers was what, 34, 33?
Yeah.
Like
early to mid-30s,
yeah,
right?
We're talking about a LeBron who is, I mean, yes, he's still great, but he's on the decline. So we're not talking about a LeBron like when he joined the Heat, oh my God, they're going to win 3, 4, 5 titles. It was an entirely different situation for me.
He was 34 when he went to L.A.
Yeah.
And from the age of 34 on, God, I hate how they do this on basketballreference.com. Where's his freaking points, his scoring average? I mean, he was their best player, right, every year, correct, Nick? For
Until
8 years in a row.
Until this
right.
year.
Yeah.
Luka was their best player.
7 years in a row, he was their best player, right? I mean, this guy was, top 10 in the MVP, all-star, first team, second team All-NBA. So I get it. It's just, it brings up a conversation to me again, and I know that this is something that you hate hearing, that this guy should be beloved, right? He should be beloved by everybody, and he's not. And I think it's fascinating that he's not. I think it's fascinating, Dick, that we're talking about a guy who did all that stuff that Jackson and you were talking about in L.A., and yet there's a big portion of the Laker fan base that is glad he's gone and wants nothing to do with his number getting retired. Again, I mean, Michael Jordan kind of felt like, Magic Johnson, guys like that back in the day were kind of beloved by everybody around the country. They were the faces of the sport, and LeBron James just isn't that. And I don't know if I said this to you off the air yesterday, I'll say it now on the air. Part of the thing about LeBron that bugs me, and I get that it's a part of the game now, and I totally agree with that, the fact that he's jumping from team to team is a little bit of a turnoff for me. I realize that more players are doing that now than not. If guys had free agency like these guys had 40 years ago, they may have been doing the same damn thing.
Of course.
But there's parts of him that I really respect and appreciate, and there's parts of LeBron that I just can't freaking stand. And I could see how a Laker fan would not want his number retired.
I just want Laker fans to remember, and they probably forget this, and certainly the rest of us forget this, of what the Laker franchise was like before LeBron James. What do you think the Lakers' record was the few years before LeBron?
I think they were terrible.
They were worse than terrible.
Right.
Their 3 years before they got LeBron, 17-65, 21-61, 26-56.
Yeah, awful.
And then all he did was turn them into a championship contender every single year, got him a championship in the mid-30s.
Yeah.
I mean, that's unprecedented. What other player has come to a terrible team in NBA history, taken that awful team over in their mid to late 30s, and won a championship?
Well, what were the Raptors before Kawhi Leonard showed up for that 1 year?
Well,
but he was only there for a year.
And Kawhi was like 29 or 30.
He was there for one season, right? So that's look. I mean, I get it. Look, I mean, Dick, I'm not. Everything you're saying is totally rational. Of course, it makes absolute sense. But he's a lightning rod, right? He's an absolute lightning rod. And these comments on this Twitter post by ESPN are, I mean, he's getting killed.
Well, what are the comments?
Right?
I mean, you say this all the time.
Yeah.
One, don't listen to Twitter.
Right.
And two, the comments are always going to be 90% negative.
That's true. That's true.
So I would just ask
but
you
I do find it interesting that on a day like today, when he's leaving, that it's so one-sided, right? That's what interests me.
Would you agree that Golden State is going to be the number one rock star team in the league?
100%.
And mostly because of him.
And I think a lot of, rock star, what does that mean, rock star?
Just the most watched team in the NBA next year.
And I think a lot of people will be watching to root against him.
Okay.
100%
Yeah.
to root against him.
Well, a lot of people don't like the Warriors anyway, and this would just exacerbate that.
Well, I think the Warriors, to me, I think they're more likable without LeBron. You know, when
Clearly.
it was Klay Thompson and Steph Curry and those guys
They
and
still have
Draymond
Draymond,
playing
though,
together.
who's
Yeah,
not
that's
likable.
true. But I think they're more likable without him. I think a lot of people will watch. I think you'll see the Golden State Warriors, just like the Indiana Fever, end up on national TV 4 times a week because of LeBron. But I think a lot of people will be rooting for them to lose because they don't want to see LeBron just chasing a ring at the age of, 41, 42? How old's LeBron James? He's 41 years old.
41 years old.
And they don't like the ring chasers, man. So, I mean, this is all part of it. Whether it's good or bad, this is why people love basketball, and it's why they love the drama of the NBA. You mentioned this the other day that, just like in the WNBA, I think the WNBA, a little bit of a different story because in the WNBA, it almost seems nasty, right? Like, what the hell's going on behind the scenes in the WNBA? LeBron and everybody else, Draymond, it's just part of the daily drama of basketball. Like we had drama back in the day. We had X-Man choking out Wes Matthews, Vernon Maxwell throwing a weight at Gary Payton, things like that. I think a lot of people will be rooting against them for exactly that reason, and I think it's great for the league. It's great to have a heel. It's great to have a king of the hill.
No,
both of them.
There's no question. And, like a guy like Aaron Rodgers, I mean, he's made his own bed, and he's made himself very dislikable.
100%.
That doesn't mean that Aaron Rodgers isn't one of the best quarterbacks ever to play the game. And I would just want people to separate those things. You don't have to root for LeBron. You don't have to like LeBron.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about retiring a jersey, we're talking about accomplishments in the league.
Right.
And the accomplishments clearly meet the criteria of retiring a
Well,
jersey.
never mind the accomplishments in the league. You should just be focused on what he did in L.A. Like, that's all that should matter to Laker
Correct.
fans.
And
Laker
7
fans,
All-NBAs and 8 All-Stars. Now, I bet there's not – I would guarantee you there is not one player in the history of the NBA that has 7 All-NBAs and 8 All-Star appearances on one team and is not retired.
Well, you convinced me. I still think he's a putz, but
That's
you
fine.
convinced me.
That's fine.
They should retire his number, but he's a putz. They should put a little P in the lower right-hand corner of the banner just to remind people that he's a putz. All right, we're going to break. We may or may not head down to T-Mobile. We'll do a little fun with audio coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Chad Doing from Rip City Radio, our sister station in Portland. What the hell is going on with the Blazers, man? Are they moving? Are they staying in Portland? Are they coming here? Are they going to Nashville? What is going on? We'll get to all that coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Boys and girls, back here at the 520 Bar and Grill in Bellevue, all brought to you by our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. Softy Dick Jackson with you until 7 o'clock tonight. Mike Benton is down there at T-Mobile Park offering bribes for players to come on the radio show. We'll see how much cash he brought, by the way, if we can get somebody on the program. But George Kirby last night, man, great start out of him. I don't care who they were playing. He needs to get his game going, right, mentally. 8 innings, couple of runs, 7 Ks, a walk. Second time this year, he's gone 8. All of a sudden, his last couple of outings, 3 earned runs in his last 14. They were 1-5 with him on the mound over a 6-game stretch up until the last 2 starts. Now they've won 2 in a row. So let's hope this is the start, right, Dick, of something that continues a long time for George Kirby. But it brings up a question that, look, I mean, somebody's going to get traded eventually, right? Somebody's going to go. I mean, Kate Anderson is just killing it right now. Right. Crushing it. 13 starts now. He's got 99 strikeouts and 10 walks, a .7 whip. He's got a 1.22 ERA. It's only going to be a matter of time before the M's are going to have no choice, Dick, but to bring this guy up to the major league level. He's 22 years old, by the way, on the 6th of July, so we're getting close. But we'll save that conversation for later because look who's on the air with us right now from T-Mobile Park.
This ball is really shot deep. Center field. Wow, that's a big-time home run. Cole Young. He just absolutely obliterates this. It hits off the scoreboard. Multi-homer game, Cole Young.
You ever watch Rory McIlroy drive a golf ball, by the way? Of
course.
And you ask yourself, how does a guy at that size hit the ball that far? Yep. How the hell does a guy that's 5'10", $185, hit a ball that far off the Hit It Here Cafe in right field? Cole Young is joining us right now from T-Mobile Park to answer that question. Cole, is that the longest ball you think you've ever hit in your baseball career? Tell me it was.
Last night, no, I don't think it was. I think it was. There was one last year. I thought I hit pretty well. I think it was against the Rangers in around August. But no, I definitely got that one good, and obviously that felt great.
Well, Cole, congratulations. You've had a heck of a season so far. And I just want to know what the communication that you have with Dan and the rest of the coaching staff as far as like where you and Colt hit in the lineup. Because every single day I look at the lineup, I'm like, why is Cole Young down at the bottom? Why is Colt Emerson down at the bottom? You're better hitters than that. So are they just trying to work you in slowly into the bigs? Because you two are not 8-9 hitters or 7-9 hitters in this league.
Yeah, I mean, I just show up to the field and I just look at the lineup, and wherever I'm hitting, I'm just ready to compete. That's honestly everything that goes into it. I just show up, do my routine and everything, and then just check the lineup around 3 o'clock and just ready to go wherever I am.
Well, the partnership that you formed with Colt Emerson, and it makes it obviously easy to see because you guys are playing right up the middle together at second base and shortstop. Talk about that. Talk about kind of how tight you guys have become and playing with him, next to him every day at second base and shortstop. What's your relationship like with him on and off the field, man?
Yeah, it's great. I feel like we have a lot in common. Just, high school picks. We're both young and in the big leagues, so we just have a lot in common, on and off the field. So it's been so much fun as soon as he got called up, and it's really fun to, share the middle of the infield with him. And it's honestly just really cool to watch him play the infield as well. It's, the plays he makes is pretty insane. Especially like how young he is, and just the attitude he brings every day too. It's impressive to watch, and it's awesome.
Well, along those lines, I don't know if you've ever heard of the names Alan Trammell and Lou Whitaker. Have you ever heard of Alan Trammell and Lou Whitaker, Cole?
Yeah, I think I've heard of the names.
Okay, like 1980s middle infield for the Detroit Tigers. They played second and short for 19 straight years together. Do you ever think about with you and Colt roaming the middle of that infield for a decade plus for this team? Because I do, and it's freaking awesome to think about.
I mean, yeah, 19 years. That's pretty impressive. I don't. That would be really cool to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever thought about doing it for 19 years, but it would. That would be a dream.
Well, you'd be 41 years old when it happened, by the way, so it's a long ways away.
LeBron's 41. He's still an all-star caliber player.
You're only 22, for God's sakes, but Cole Young is with us. And, Cole, I want to ask you about this power surge that you got going on here. I mean, 9 home runs already. You had 2 of them last night, but I'm looking at your numbers. You had 9 in Arkansas in 124 games and 24 9 combined in 2023 between A-ball and rookie ball. I mean, some people, I guess, maybe have pigeonholed you as more of a, not really a power source, but you kind of are turning into one. Do you feel like maybe that's a part of your game that's underrated that maybe could surprise some people here in the major leagues?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just the biggest thing is just growing into that power and just learning who I am as a hitter. And a lot of it too is just seeing a bunch of different pitches and just getting more at bats and, learning what pitches I do damage on and feeling confident with that. So
yeah,
I think a lot of it is just getting a bunch of at bats and just learning about myself and how my body moves. So I feel like I've always had some juice, but the most important part is just bringing it out in the game and learning how to do that.
Yeah. Well, Cole Young's with us. And, Cole, I'm just looking at, again, some numbers. And Sunday was kind of a milestone for you. I don't know if you even noticed this or not, but Sunday was your 162nd game in the Major League. So you have now, congratulations, officially played a full season of Major League Baseball. I see a different player. I see a different guy defensively. I see a different guy at the plate, by the way. How do you think you're a different player than that guy that was called up last season?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just confidence, confidence in myself to go out and produce every single night. But yeah, just especially last year, learn a ton, failed a good bit. So just the biggest thing for me was just learning from those failures and trying to have a productive off season. So that was the main goal. And I feel like I put in a good amount of work to do that. And yeah, went into spring training this year, just feeling confident and, just had the mindset is just, give it my all and whatever happens.
Yep.
Mariner second baseman Cole Young with us right now. And Cole, maybe the tide has turned a little bit for this offense. You guys have scored 11 runs in the last 2 games, 6 last night in the win. You guys had that stretch, the long stretch of 3 runs or less in every game. When you were in the midst of that stretch, was there some pressing going on? Could you feel kind of the pressure at the plate for the entire team during that stretch? And if so, has some of that lifted now?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely feel that a little bit. Obviously, we want to get on base, we want to produce, we want to score runs. It's definitely a tough stretch, but this is such a talented team. So sometimes it's just baseball, and that stuff happens. But it's nice to just focus on getting one win and just try to build the momentum and turn that 1-game win streak into a 10-game win streak. So it's just, just building momentum. And I feel like that's the biggest thing in terms of hitting is, getting on base and then someone gets a bloop knock and then it just, builds the momentum and just turn things around.
Yeah, well, Cole Young with us. And Cole, before you go, I mean, hitting the Hit It Here Cafe last night, that was pretty cool. But how about hitting a home run in front of your hometown fans in Pittsburgh last week in front of your high school coach? I mean, dude, tell me about that, what that moment was like. And did you get a chance after any of those games to go home and get a home-cooked meal or hang out with your buddies?
Yeah, that was a special series. We had an off day on Monday, so I was able to see all my friends and family. But once the series started, I was pretty locked in. Just wanted to focus on the games. But that first game was really cool, just to play in front of all my hometown friends, my family, and all my coaches growing up, and to be able to do that and get the win that day, that was special. And I dreamed of playing in that stadium one day, and that was awesome.
Yeah, well, listen, man, we're still pissed off about the Steelers robbing the Seahawks of a championship in 2005. So you can make it up to us by going out and winning a World Series for us in Seattle. How's that sound?
That sounds awesome.
All right, man. Hey, congrats, man, on a great start for you so far. Great season. Hell of a game last night. That was fun as hell to watch you at the plate yesterday. Go get him tonight against the Angels, and we'll talk soon,
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, pal.
Yeah, will do. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think. You asked about Alan Trammell and Lou Whitaker. I mean, he wasn't even born, obviously, when those guys retired. Doesn't mean he didn't know who they are.
Sure.
But, yeah, I mean, you could absolutely see these guys playing 6, 7, 8 years together. I'm not sure about 10. That's a little bit different in baseball now than it was back in the day.
Well, how long's Colt signed for?
8 years,
Yeah.
right. And Cole Young's got 5 years left until he's going to be a free agent. Actually, 6 years left,
Don't
2032.
You think Cole probably get a 7 or 8 year deal here pretty soon?
There is certainly a chance those guys could play a long time together. I mean, it's not often you just see that anymore.
Right.
Guys get traded, right? Things come up, guys get hurt, whatever. I mean, I'll take 5 years right now for the two of them, to be honest with you. But what I do like about this baseball team is that you can go to to the park, and Naylor's at first, Cole Young's at second, and Cole Emerson's at short. And now go find me a third baseman. Go find me an everyday third baseman, and we can complete the freaking foursome.
That's the thing. I mean, everybody says you need to have defense up the middle. Well, that is not the Mariners' problem.
Right.
They have defense all the way up the middle, from catcher all the way to center field.
They
it's
do
just
now.
everything on the outside. Like, they have nothing on the outside of the middle of the field.
Well, I want to go back to the Kate Anderson conversation later because, dude, we are sitting here literally, we are a month away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline. This team and this rotation could look drastically different in a month. We're going to break. A lot more to get to on a busy Tuesday from the 520 Bar and Grill right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk. Your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go. Happy Tuesday from the 520 Bar and Grill in Bellevue. Softy Dick Jackson with you until 7 o'clock tonight. Headlines brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. As cold as the Rockies.
Just explaining it to you, hot dog head.
Mariners have made a move. Cole Wilcox has been recalled. We recall you from AAA. Homer Simpson, Josh Simpson, your buddy, has been sent down to Tacoma after that performance the other night against the Guardians. The M's 43-43 after a 6-2 win over the Angels last night. They'll do it again tonight, game 2 or 3 at 6:40.
LeBron James returning for next season, but will not be with the Lakers. He made that announcement today. And, Dave, I guarantee you are going to like this next story.
All right.
The NBA will hold its mid-season NBA Cup championship game at Butler's historic Hinkle Fieldhouse, December 11th. You love stuff like that.
I love it. I think you should do more of it, man.
Yep.
Absolutely. I think you should have an NBA Cup championship at a high school stadium one day. Why not? At a high school arena. Why not? I mean, do it in somebody's backyard.
The Lahaina Civic Center.
Do it. No. Do it. Do a contest and let somebody host the game in their backyard. How freaking cool would that be? What else we got? World Cup, France annihilating Sweden 3-0 today. They're moving on. Mexico, Ecuador coming up at 6. And Norway with a 2-1 win over Ivory Coast this afternoon.
And an ugly story here. Mercury forward Alyssa Thomas says she has received death threats and called racial slurs in the aftermath of last week's incident where she stuck her fist into Caitlin Clark's throat and received a 1-game suspension.
And this is probably a good idea. Brandon Sorsby has announced that he will not pursue litigation against the NFL. Not going to sue the NFL. Instead, he's going to back off and just prepare for the 2027 NFL Draft. All right, we're back here at the 520 Bar and Grill in Bellevue. Big thanks to Cole Young for joining us last segment. We were talking about Kate Anderson in that conversation and how much different this this rotation is going to look in maybe just the next month or so. You know, his numbers in Arkansas are so freaking off the charts that at some point the Mariners may have no choice but to bring this guy up. I mean, he's not 18 years old, man. This is not like Ryan Anderson, back in the day. This is not a 19-year-old high school guy that just got drafted throwing 100 miles an hour. This is a guy who's going to be 22 years old in 7 days from now on the 6th of July. He's crushing it right now in Double-A Arkansas, and I think we're going to see him this year. I mean, I just don't know if it's in a bullpen role, Dick, or in a role in this rotation, whether it's a 5-man rotation or a 6-man rotation. We will see him up here this year.
Yes, we will. I think it'll be maybe spot start at the end of the year. Hopefully you're going to just need spot starters at the end of the year because you've already secured your division championship. I think we'll see him in the bullpen in the playoffs. I think he'll be the George Kirby of the 2022 playoffs,
right?
Where he comes in 7th inning, 8th inning, throwing 99, 100 miles an hour, getting out of jams like Kirby was in that Toronto series. If you wanted to move him up quicker than that to the starting rotation, you're going to have to make a trade. And I'm okay if you can find the offensive version of Luis Castillo on somebody else's team.
Somebody overpaid?
Somebody who's overpaid that they don't want anymore, and you can make a swap for that, great. I would also be fine with trading Logan Gilbert for a guy that's got 2-3 years left on a deal and is a legitimate middle-of-the-order bat, like the Logan Gilbert version of offense. I'd be totally okay with that. But if you don't do either one of those things, then you send Castillo or Hancock to the bullpen. You bring Kate Anderson into the bullpen in the playoffs, and look at your bullpen then. My God.
Yeah.
Hancock, Brash, Munoz.
Right.
Anderson. You got tons of arms back there.
No question. I mean, I don't know if the Mariners have it in their DNA to stick Luis Castillo in the bullpen. I mean, they've got this allegiance to him that, as Bill Kruger mentioned yesterday, I understand it. I mean, the guy was great for them for the last 4 years, but, Father Time's catching up.
Yep.
And maybe he's getting a couple nice starts here, every now and then for the M's. But I find it crazy, and I said this on yesterday's show, that you got a bullpen that clearly needs some help, and you got an extra starter that you don't need that you could put in the bullpen that would make your bullpen better tomorrow, and you're not doing it. And you'd rather just go with the 6 guys. And I wonder if Luis Castillo was a guy who, I don't know, the Mariners just traded for, or He's just some dude that didn't have great success. Would they be more apt to put him in the bullpen right now? If he wasn't making the kind of money he's making right now, Dick, would they be more apt to put him in the bullpen right now? I think the answer is absolutely yes. I think sometimes the Mariner front office and the Mariner ownership group, they make decisions based on the wrong things, and I think they're doing it right now with Luis Castillo because I 1,000% agree with you. I think this bullpen could be dynamite. I mean, it's good already for the most part. It could be elite with one or two of those guys in the bullpen. And you got a shot to put both of those guys in the bullpen. I mean, imagine, again, you go to a four-man rotation come playoff time, and you've got Kate Anderson, Luis Castillo, Emerson Hancock, Gabe Spire, Ferrer, Bizardo, Munoz. That's your bullpen. Are you kidding me? I mean, that is unbeatable. Absolutely. There's no manager in baseball that would have that many weapons at his disposal in relief like Dan Wilson would have. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to wait until October to do that. I want to get guys comfortable, right? I want to stick guys in there now and get them in that role and get them to a spot where they kind of know what they're doing, man. So I hope they do it, and I hope they do it soon.
Well, Luis is making it more problematic with 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 run performances.
Of course
like
he
has. I mean, and he's really, his ERA in June is 3.38.
Right.
I mean, he'll
but like
sign
we
up
said,
for that every time.
But like we said yesterday, you don't need 2 drivers in your bag.
That's right.
I mean, somebody's just got to go. I mean, again.
Can one be the mini driver?
Yeah.
Because sometimes you have a mini driver.
I get it, man. I get it. I get it. You want a driver and a 2-iron? Okay, that's fine. But, he doesn't deserve to be demoted. Okay, fine. But what have we said all season long? What are we doing here? Is this what's best for Luis Castillo, or is this what's best for the Mariners? And all of us agree the bullpen would be balls if they made a move like that, man. Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm excited for the future of this rotation. I'm excited for the future of this bullpen. I just think when you have this many bullets to fire, Jerry and Dan and Justin need to find a way to get the most out of them. That's it.
Let me ask you this. Let's say Emerson Hancock, in his last outing, where he was 5 2/3, they took him out a batter late, or a batter early, right? 5 2/3, 1 run.
Right.
Let's say that was 5 2/3, 5 runs.
Right.
And he was
3
coming
in a row?
6, 5, and 5.
Right.
You think he'd have been demoted?
I don't know. I mean, maybe. I would think there's a shot he gets demoted.
I wonder if he saved his job in the rotation with that performance.
But again, why would you continue to go every 6th day when there's a guy that's going every 6th day that could help you every 2nd day?
That's right.
To me, it's just that simple, right? Between Hancock and Castillo. And I said this yesterday, and even my wife was busting my balls for saying need too many times. You don't need 6 guys in your rotation because you don't need to have George Kirby waiting an extra day or Logan Gilbert waiting an extra day, or Brian Wu waiting an extra day, okay? You don't need that right now. What you need is help in relief. And you put those guys in the bullpen right now, and you are basically telling yourself, not only are we getting more out of Luis Castillo or Hancock because they're pitching every 3rd day or every 2.5 days, whatever, but we're also getting our rotation back into a groove where those guys know their role, they know their routine, they're creatures of habit, blah, blah, blah. You mentioned it yesterday. The ERAs, the numbers of the starting pitchers on average in general have been disappointing this year, right?
Yes.
So let's get back to not being disappointing. Let's get back to letting these kids do what they do best, which is freaking run. These guys are thoroughbreds, man. They're Triple Crown winners. Let them run.
Well, and it's fine. If this were the old days, and I use that in quotation marks because I'm talking about maybe 10 years ago, not 50 years ago, when you actually could have starting pitchers go 7 2/3 innings.
Right.
And you could actually have starting pitchers throw 115, 120 pitches, which is, my God, you can't have that anymore.
Right.
Right? Then it would be fine to go to a 6-man rotation because you wouldn't need the extra bullpen guys. Hell, the Mariners won 116 games with basically just Sasaki, Rhodes, and Nelly.
Right.
They had a little Shiggy, but Shiggy after the All-Star break was crap. So, you had 3 relievers, and that was enough. You know why? Because Jamie Moyer and the rest of the guys could get to the 8th inning.
Right.
And now they're just yanking these guys. Oh, they reach the magic number of pitches. So it doesn't matter if they've gone 4 2/3, 5 1/3, or 6 innings. They reach the magic number of pitches. Well, guess what? Then you got to find me 4 good relievers to hold on to a 3-1 lead for the rest of the game.
Well, I got news for you, man. It's not just us doing that. Everyone's doing
I know.
it.
I'm
in
not saying it's just
baseball.
a Mariner thing.
Jorge Posada came out today and just said there's too many button pushers, there's too many analytics in baseball, and I get it. I mean, maybe there's a 20-year-old saying, you guys just sound like old boobs, and I'm sure we do, right? I mean, a lot of it's a matter of preference, right? Because if everybody is winning or losing the same way, then there really isn't any advantage. But I'm with you. I think when you do have a team like this that's got this many great starting pitchers, you need to let these guys roll, let them run. And you look, I mean, the Mariners are actually I think they're leading the league, or they're right up there and leading the league with their innings that their starters have thrown this year. That's great, but I still think that they're way capable of doing a lot more. I mean, I'm looking at the league leaders, by the way, in innings pitched. Last year, Logan Webb had 207. Garrett Crochet had 205. Let's just go back. Let's go back to 2008, for example. Yeah. League leader had 253 innings pitched in CC Sabathia.
How many guys over 200 innings?
Last year?
No. In that season you're talking about.
2008, you had
30 guys?
Yeah, maybe even 40.
Jeez.
At least 30.
I remember if you didn't pitch 200 innings in a season, what was wrong with you?
Right.
Like, you were either on the shelf for a month and a half or you were demoted for a month. Like, what was wrong with you?
Last year there were three guys in baseball threw over 200 innings. Logan Webb, Garrett Crochet, and Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies, and they were all in the National League.
Yeah.
Every
and
single
don't tell
one.
me guys weren't throwing hard back then. They were throwing plenty hard. There was a lot of guys in the mid to high 90s back then.
Sorry, Crochet's with the Red Sox. So the American League had one guy, and the NL had two guys. All right, are we going to break here and do fun with audio next segment? You want to stay here? Okay. Well, I mean, I like to do a little fun with audio.
Yeah.
Can we do it right now?
Let's take a break and let's do it, because we'll give some more time for all of the clips we have.
Yes, we got enough. Yes. We got some good stuff. All right, we're gonna a quick break from the 520 Bar and Grill. Fun with audio. Normally at 3:45, but Cole Young joined us on the air. We'll do it next on 93.3 KJR FM. Boys and girls, it's Softy back here. The weather is getting nicer, we think, and there's no better spot, by the way, to enjoy an outdoor deck than with my friends at Duke's Seafood Restaurants. Voted best decks in the Puget Sound multiple times, including my favorites, the Ruston location and the Green Lake location. Jump on the web and let's make tonight a Duke's Seafood night. And don't forget about happy hour twice a day from 3 to 6 and 9 to close, including half-price bottles of wine on Monday at dukeseafood.com.
It's time for Fun with Audio, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at the EQC Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by Blumetry Experts, trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or blumetry.com. Now, Fun with Audio.
Yeah, by the way, I got to mention that Blumetry was at my house today, and they were awesome. They were really, really cool.
I saw your pictures.
Yeah, I got some videos and stuff. I don't know what they call the basket thing. They go up in the tree or whatever. The guy is literally inside the tree. Inside the tree, and they did a great job with it. Had some trees that needed to be pruned in my backyard, and they were phenomenal, professional, the whole thing. You're right; those guys are incredible,
They're
man.
awesome.
So,
they're coming to my house as soon as PSE gives us the license to cut one by the power lines. Hey, PSE, can you call Blumetry and get the license?
Well, when PSE gets their rate hike, we're all going to need third jobs to pay for that crap. Are you kidding me? But yeah, big thanks to Blumetry, man. They were awesome, and like Dick says, I would definitely recommend them as well if you need to get anything pruned or taken down or cut in your front yard, backyard, side yard, or whatever. Good call on them, for sure. All right, let's get to it. A little Fun with Audio /hey, did you hear that? Normally at 3:45, but we're making things, we're switching things up today. You got to be in your heels here, guys. You got to have your head on a swivel. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
What's that, Dick?
Let's start with our old friend Diana Rossini. Just when you thought it was out, they sucked her back in. It isn't. It's just never ends. It's never ever ending. I mean, imagine being her just for a second. Every single freaking day, there's something going on social media that involves you, and none of it's good. Last week on Fun with Audio, we heard Diana tell a story on a recent podcast about getting out of a ticket by FaceTiming an NFL head coach of the police officer's favorite team. Turns out that did not actually happen. She just showed the officer text messages as shown in the newly released body cam footage from the Ridgewood, New Jersey Police Department.
Officer Bernal, Ridgewood Police, you've been recording my body camera. Can I just get your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance, please?
So I'm going to phone?
Yeah.
So, you're not going to care. I'm an NFL reporter. I just broke that Sean McDermott got fired from the Bills, and that is what I was just sending to send a tweet. I was going to pull over because I have to make calls.
Okay.
I know you don't care, but I'm just letting you know my reason why.
Okay.
It was a work thing, and it was an emergency.
So, obviously you were on your phone for a while, right? I was on, when you went under the underpass, right? On Garber Square, I was by Library Place, so you're on your phone there. I got behind you, right, by Whole Foods. You continue to be on your phone, right? I understand you have a job.
Like, I'm shocked that they fired me. I cannot believe it. You know who was on the phone with?
Who?
Brian Gable, because he lost the job.
Oh, okay.
Are you a fan of Giants or Jets?
I'm not a fan of either, so.
What is your team?
I'm a Vikings fan, unfortunately. Let's see it.
Can you see the name?
Oh my God. KOC?
See what I said? Look what I said to him, though, just now. Go to the bottom.
Oh my God. Wow. Pretty cool.
KOC's awesome.
Yeah. He seems like a good
Your
dude.
quarterback sucks, though.
Yeah. So he's got to get it. He's got to fix it. He's got to turn it around or someone else is going to get him. You heading home now?
Yes. I got to go on TV and work.
Okay. What channel?
Well, I work for The Athletic, which is like the New York Times.
Yeah.
I'm doing something for Fox this morning.
Okay. Cool. Just give me a minute, okay?
A few minutes later.
Listen, I'm going to cut you a break on the cell phone. I understand your job requires you to be on the phone a lot. Just try to wait till you get home, okay? Yeah, keep me updated with the Vikings, okay? Let me know if KOC is going to get a new quarterback in.
On Twitter, you see my name.
Of course. All right, man. Take care.
Wow. All right, you know what?
Wow. Jackson's right. That's a Hall of Fame Fun with Audio.
Well, first of all, I got to be honest with you. I am at a loss for words in a lot of ways right now. And maybe part of it is because we know her. A big part of it is because we know her. But I don't use the word cringe very often. That was very, very cringy.
Right. It takes a lot to cringe you.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, I'm embarrassed for her that came out.
Are you a little embarrassed for the cop?
I'm embarrassed for the cop.
Oh,
I'm embarrassed for the Athletic. I'm embarrassed. I mean, she lied about committing an ethics violation, which never happened, right? Like, she's taken crap already for FaceTiming a head coach and putting the coach on the phone with a police officer, which people were giving her crap for doing, and it turns out that wasn't even true. It's just one hit after another for her. The punches just will not stop. My God, I am at a loss for freaking words. That was so awkward. That was so cringy. It was so embarrassing. You know what? All of us, I will admit, I don't want to speak for you guys. I'm assuming, but you can answer for yourself. Okay. I have used my phone before while I'm driving. There's been times where I've had to get something to somebody, whatever, so we've all been there. And nobody ever expects that to go out on social media, right? Like there's things that you do that you don't expect that anybody will ever see. All of us do that. Like when Angie was Googling the thing.
Right.
In the
questions to ask, yeah.
She never thought somebody would be recording that over her shoulder. And Diana, I'm certain, never thought that this would go public. I mean, she sounds awful, right? Sounds awful. Oof. Sounds like she's arrogant as hell. Like, I'm Diana Rossini. I'm an NFL reporter.
Look who I was just talking to.
Look who I was talking to. You're trying to take this conversation one way. I'm going to ignore you and take it a different way. The whole thing was freaking terrible, right? All of it.
Yes, but the fact was, I don't blame her as much because he was taking the bait, hook, line,
yes, he
and
was.
sinker.
Well, I will
if
admit,
he would have just shut her down from the get-go, she wouldn't have gone all high and mighty on him. But she was like, wow, this is working.
Here's an opportunity.
You want to see this text from Kevin O'Connell, your favorite coach? I mean,
I thought she went down that road even before he made it obvious that it was going to work.
Well, she asked him about the teams that he likes and stuff like that. So, like, he didn't have to engage.
Then to the very, very end, where he's just like, by the way, let me know if the Vikings do anything with their quarterback. Like, come on, have some dignity, officer.
Yeah. Well, that's for sure, number one. And number two, let's not act like that hasn't happened before, where a guy has sweet-talked his way out of a ticket.
Oh, yeah.
Or a gal has sweet-talked her way out of a ticket and impressed a police officer. I mean, I will be honest with you. I've been pulled over multiple times, and I've never said to a guy, you know who I am? Never. Now, there's been times where the officer knew who I was when I gave him my ID.
It
like,
says
hey,
David Muller
are you
on it.
softy? And that's happened. And there's been times where I've gotten off the hook. I will be totally honest with you. There's been times where I've gotten off the hook. I swear to God, on your kid's eyes, Dick, I have never, ever one time looked at an officer and tried to play the "Who am I" card before that guy figures it. I've never done that.
I 100%
never.
agree with you.
And
now,
hearing somebody do it, it's just, oh my God, it makes my skin crawl. It really does.
Now, when the officer says,
God darn it, Diana.
Are you softy? Did you answer with, will that help me or hurt me if I say yes?
Yeah. Are you a coug? That's my standard line. Well, it depends on who you are. Are you a Duck fan? Because if you are, then no, I'm not softy at all. That was very cringy, Jackson. You were 100% correct, man. That was awful. I mean, just cringy for her, cringy for the officer. The whole thing just makes her sound unbelievably arrogant at the same time. And I'm trying to support her. I'm trying to have, feelings for what she's going through and have some empathy for what she's going through.
Yeah.
And then you hear something like that, and it's hard.
One more thing.
It's very hard.
Because
darn it.
She obviously lied about the FaceTiming. But she lies about the FaceTiming, but fully, like in this, shows private text messages with the NFL head coach.
Right.
Like that, it's a massive ethics violation either way. So why don't you just share what you actually did? That was an ethics violation if you're going to lie about it.
Right. She just embellished the lie. The lie was the one that got her
because it would have sounded better if it's FaceTime than a text.
Oh. Yeah.
Like that's why she embellished it.
I'll tell you what, we do know this is that there's going to be a made-for-TV movie about her.
Yeah.
And I hope she writes a book and just tells everything she's got, because I guarantee you she's got a buttload of stories, man. Tons of stories that people would pay a lot of money for the rights to. Oh, God, dude. I thought it'd be over by now. When did this whole thing break? When did this whole thing start?
Right after the Super
Bowl. The owners'
Bowl.
meetings, right?
Wasn't it right after the Super Bowl?
I thought it was the owners' meetings. Well, whatever. It was close to the, When did the whole Vrabel Rossini thing start? Like March or whatever?
Yeah. Feels about right, yeah.
Late February, early March?
Yeah.
And it's still freaking going on. It's never going to end.
Well, this investigation stuff, I mean, this is still going on.
All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
God, good luck following that one up. We should have saved that for last.
That's a classic.
Holy hell,
But we
man.
needed the time to talk about it.
Yeah, we
It's
did.
like doing an update after
Yeah.
somebody died. It's like, what do we do now? You know, Jesus, man. Well, yesterday on his Speakeasy podcast, former NFL linebacker Emmanuel Acho, who I think played for Holmgren or his brother played for Holmgren in Cleveland, shared a new take on how the WNBA is treating Caitlin Clark.
The W at this junction in time would be better without Caitlin Clark because she is a bigger distraction than she is an additive. Caitlin Clark has gotten the WNBA over the necessary threshold they needed. Now people are watching. Now we realize, oh, there's talent in the W. Talent that's actually even greater than Caitlin Clark. And I'm not just talking about bigs like Asia. I'm talking about the Olivia Miles. I'm talking about the Paige Beckers. Hell, I'm talking about the Kelsey Mitchells. Caitlin got the necessary eyes there. But now that the eyes are there, we don't necessarily need her anymore. Thank you, Caitlin. We can take it from here. Now you're saying that the WNBA needs to be cognizant of where they put Caitlin Clark on posters. The WNBA and the officials need to alter the rules for Caitlin Clark. The WNBA and opposing players need to treat Caitlin Clark more gently. The WNBA could and would be better off without Caitlin Clark.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think that the idea that he's saying that people think she needs to be treated differently, and Jamel Hill said the same thing a couple days ago on social media, by the way, in response to Cowherd on his show. To me, it's not about treating her differently. It's about treating her the same.
Right.
Like, I don't think anybody's looking for preferential treatment for Caitlin Clark, but can you treat her the way everybody else gets treated? Right?
Yes.
And not say the things you say about her and not have the attitude you have about her and not stick your freaking fist in her throat. I mean, let's just forget preferential. Let's treat her equally like everybody else gets treated. And I said this to Dick off the air, Jackson, and I'm curious your take on this, Dick, that, I mean, the uncomfortable, I think, truth about a lot of this conversation going on is it feels like this is kind of starting a little bit of a race war in the WNBA. And I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. I think it's, publicity is one thing. We always say bad publicity is better than no publicity. I think this is starting to get to a point with this Caitlin Clark thing that it's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable for me, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would call it a race war. I think that Acho was right when he said that she got the necessary eyes to the league.
Right.
I also believe that they can thrive without her because look what they did last year when she only played 13 games. The ratings were still unbelievably higher than they were pre-Caitlin Clark.
Right.
But she's not a bigger distraction than she is an additive. That's just, I mean, I just can't, I can't buy that. I can't buy that.
And that's what he's saying.
And yes, that's exactly what he said. But I've always thought this. I've always thought that these soap operas, whether it's the WNBA or other sports, is always a help more than it's a hurt to the league.
Yeah,
it
maybe.
always brings more attention to the league. The NBA has all sorts of soap operas that have very little to do with basketball, and it always brings discussion to the league, and I think discussion to the league is good.
But that's the NBA, though. The NBA is established. The NBA has been established for decades and decades and decades. The WNBA is still growing. I think if you told the owners who just agreed to pay the players way more money than they've ever made in their life that this is the top of the mountain and they won't grow any more than they've grown now, I think they would look at that as a major disappointment. And if one of the reasons why is because of all this controversy, then you kind of need Caitlin Clark to hang around to fuel the controversy, right? I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, to me, it's gotten to a point where it's a little bit uncomfortable. And I think it's kind of the league needs to find a way to be able to take advantage of these stars like this, including Caitlin Clark, and not have everything be about animosity and anger. And a lot of it feels like it's about that right now. Okay? So, yeah. I mean, whatever, dude. It's a conversation for sure, and it's driven ratings. There's one thing you're right about, Dick, is there's no question about that.
Well,
people are watching.
I mean, it would be really cool. Like the Fever are, right there. I mean, the Fever have a chance to go deep into the playoffs.
Right.
And it would be phenomenal and fascinating if they were to make the finals.
How many people would not have would have a hard time digesting the idea of Caitlin Clark winning a WNBA championship, right? A lot of people would have a problem with that, but it'd be fun. It'd be fun to watch. All right, let's get to what's next. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
What's that, Dick?
Let's go to number 3. At a press conference today before the PGA Tour's John Deere Classic, Jordan Spieth talked about how sports gambling has caused fan behavior to change.
Betting in golf is something that's going to have to be tackled here soon because I don't know how much of, say, the Wyndham scenario was the fact that it was enticing to bet the field versus Wyndham on Sunday in a legalized betting state. And in golf, it's tricky because you could actually impact the outcome if you wanted to. It may not last very long, but you could impact a shot if you wanted to. I don't know of another sport that you could impact as a fan like you can golf. So we'll see what happens with that.
It's a great point.
That's interesting.
I hadn't even thought of it. I mean, if you get in somebody's backswing and yell, "Give me back my son," and that guy shanks one out of bounds, who's in the hunt for a title, absolutely. I mean, golf galleries have more access from a proximity perspective to PGA Tour players than any other sport out there, right? Because
tennis is right there.
Right, but they're still in the stands.
Right.
Right? I mean, you're literally, I could be standing on the same ground as you 5 feet away.
Well, here's the problem. If they continue to have problems like that, it's going to be a loss for all golf fans because they're going to end up moving the ropes another 15 yards away.
Right, exactly. Correct. Well, one of the reasons why golf is so popular is because people can bet on it, right? I mean, sports is, skyrocketing in popularity because of the gambling aspect, and I do think that Jordan's got a point about it. I do think that, they're going to benefit from it at the end of the day because more people will watch and they'll get more money. They'll make more money. I think all athletes will benefit from this. But I also think there's also a really good chance, that athletes, especially the ones that live and breathe on social media, are taking more heat and getting more threats from people because of gambling.
Yes, I think players, though, will also have to do the Tiger thing. Remember what Tiger's dad always did when he was growing up? Tiger's dad would drop things in his backswing. He'd scream in his backswing. And so Tiger was immune to it.
Right.
Because he'd heard it for 25 years before he was ever a great player.
Yeah.
So
I need that, man.
So,
I hear a bird chirp in my backswing and I fall apart. Yep. It's unbelievable. Yeah. I am a mental midget. We can have a guy 5 fairways away yell something. Oh, nah, I lose my mind. Are you like that?
I can be. It depends on if I'm locked in or not, and I'm only locked in about 10 to 20% of the time that I play. So.
Right. All right. We'll get one more here. 4 or 5, Jackson.
Let's go 5.
One you want here? All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
All right, let's go with Fox's pregame. If you've watched Fox's pregame and postgame shows for the World Cup, you may have felt some tension between analysts Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Alexi Lalas. Well, on host Rebecca Lowe's recent After the Whistle podcast, she discussed what's actually going on.
The funny thing is, there is no thunderstorm. And I can't go through a day without somebody messaging me, somebody showing me something, somebody sending me something, or I'm opening X and there's another story about how everybody in my studio doesn't like each other. Can I please tell you and finally set the record straight? There is no drama in the Fox studio. Zlatan, Alexi, Thierry, everyone gets on so well. Everyone loves everyone. There's so much respect. And I know this sounds like the lady doth protest too much, but I promise you, it's not. It's literally not true. Just had to put my bit and bob out there to defend my guys.
Well, where people are getting it is what is happening on their screen, where there are some pretty big digs being taken in a very subtle kind of way, particularly at Alexi. If they're making fun of each other, it's because there's been weeks of meetings where directors or producers go, hey, it's great when you make fun of each other. And they go, you make fun of me? I'd love it if you make fun of me.
Yeah, it's too much, guys.
Rebecca Lowe, just with the accent, sounds like somebody who could be completely gullible, by the way.
She sounds like Keeley from Ted Lasso.
And totally naive. That's not at all, Rebecca, what's happening. They actually hate each other's guts. You just can't figure it out. I mean, look, this is like becoming not on the same level, at least not for us in this country, but the soccer version of Inside the NBA with Kenny and Shaq and Chuck taking shots at each other. right? We talked about how much we used to like Mike Patrick and Joe Theismann and Paul McGuire going at it on TV, guys like that. So I mean, it's kind of like we just had the bigger conversation with the WNBA, how the controversy breeds viewership and people tune in. Well, I mean, I'm starting to get to a point, and what did I just say off the air to you guys last segment? Did you watch the postgame show last night? After the Morocco, was it the Netherlands, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they went to that show, and I was
3 minutes.
I was pissed because they were on the air for like 30 seconds. I'm like, what is this?
Yep.
Like they're taking a break to go to some James Corbin rerun crap or whatever. Even Zlatan, you got to go back and watch it, Jackson. Zlatan's on the air talking. She cuts him off on live TV. He's like, do you want me to stop? I mean, it was unbelievable. Like, this is great TV. What are we doing?
Well, Jackson, do they not like Alexi Lawless because Alexi Lawless is out there, or do they not do they not respect Alexi Lawless because he didn't have the same type of career that the other two had?
The latter for sure. It's just because, like, listen, Alexi, you act like you're some great player, and they respect you, and you're on this TV show like you're some great player. Like, dude. Come on, it's Zlatan and Thierry Henry, like two, I wouldn't say of the greatest of all time, but they are
Henry
mountains
right?
upon mountains better than the player that Alexi Lawless was.
They need to pump this show up. This is an opportunity right here that is only going to come around every so often, right? Like there's a window here, right, guys? There's a window right now with the World Cup going on for the next month or so, where they've got to take advantage of this, and they should be promoting the hell out of this thing. They should be letting these guys go as long as they want on TV, saying whatever they want to say, and then when the World Cup is over, maybe it's something that people like to watch, every now and then when there's a big Copa, whatever, CONCACAF, MLS Cup, whatever. They got a chance to really pump these guys up and, I think, skyrocket this thing. And I really hope that Fox doesn't blow it. We're going to break 441. Testimonials, and then are the Blazers moving? And if they are they coming here at 5 on 93.3 KJR FM?
Time now for Textimonials, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, big thanks to our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. If you have not been there yet to the EQC Sportsbook, please check it out. Watch all the World Cup games at the Pitchside Pub at the EQC Sportsbook, always entertaining. All right, 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. Jackson Phelps in the studio. We're at the 520 Bar and Grill in Bellevue. Jackson, what do you got?
Why does the NBA hate the PNW and Vancouver so much? And love failing small-time cities like Memphis? Such a horribly run sport.
Yeah, I mean, if the Blazers move and they get replaced by a team in Seattle, you're back to square one, which is one team in the Pacific Northwest when you had three back in the day. I mean, it is kind of an odd deal. I mean, I don't know if basketball was ever going to work full-time in Vancouver, number one. And then number two, you know, if we're living in a day and age where cities and counties and states have to pony up some money to keep a team, you know, I don't know. The city of Portland, the state of Oregon, kind of feels and looks like the kind of place that might say no. Right? Just because of their politics down there. So there may not be one answer for it, but I do kind of long for the days where we have three teams in the PNW.
Oh, of course. But I mean, I don't think the NBA hates small markets. Look, I mean, San Antonio and Oklahoma City were in the Western Conference Championship game.
Right.
David Stern spent 20 years trying to get teams to small markets.
Yeah,
so,
but, right.
I mean, they don't hate small markets at all. What the owners want is they want the biggest amount of money they can possibly get.
Sure.
And Seattle wasn't able to provide that in 2008, so Clayton Bennett moved, and the same thing's going to happen to the Blazers. I mean, it's just a business.
Well, one of the reasons why the NBA likes the small markets is because they become the only game in town, right? And they dominate. They absolutely dominate that market.
And they love that. So I don't know what that texter was saying.
Well, Vancouver, they wouldn't dominate because they got hockey. Seattle, they wouldn't dominate. And Portland, they kind of would dominate because they are the only team in town, unless you think that the Portland Timbers run the show, which I don't think they do. Jackson, do you think the Timbers are a bigger deal in Portland than the Blazers are?
No, but I think that they're bigger than you guys may think they are.
Okay. No, I think they're big.
Because they do get about 24,000 a game, roughly.
Yeah. But they don't play 82 games or 41 home games, right?
No,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's big. There's no doubt it's big, but Portland would be, if they lost the Blazers, they'd lose their sports soul. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I would
if
think
Portland
so.
lost the Blazers, they would not be the same with the new WNBA team down there and the Timbers at all. All right, what's next?
The more I see what Tom Dundon is doing to the Portland Trail Blazers, the more nervous I get about the Seahawks' new ownership. He was supposedly vetted by the NBA and is obviously detrimental to their franchise.
Well, I think it's, remains to be seen. I don't know how much authority and how much power the Allen Estate has over this thing. It might just be take the biggest check they can find, and if that's the case, then the guy that writes the biggest check might be a bozo. I mean, all these other names that we've heard about, right? Like the guy from the Niners that nobody has ever heard of before, this Canadian guy nobody ever heard of before. I don't know who these guys are. I have no idea. So, I don't know. I mean, I just think in the end, the idea of us getting exactly what we had, if not better than what we had in the Allens, that's going to be a long shot.
With all these sales in the major professional sports, we would have heard by now if the rules are just take the biggest check, right? I mean, don't you think
the Allen Estate?
No. I'm just talking about in the history, like how many teams have changed hands the last 20, 30 years in the big four? Probably 15, 20, 25, right? Maybe once a year in the big four sports. You would think that we would have heard by now, if it truly is just the biggest check that wins every single time, I would think we would have heard that by now. There has to be some vetting process.
Well, then why did this guy buy the Blazers?
What do you mean, why did he buy the Blazers?
Why did they allow this Tom Dundon guy to come into the NBA?
Because maybe he vetted out well other than having the biggest check.
Maybe he did have the biggest check. I mean, we got to admit that both of those could be possible.
Good, yes,
right?
But he also, to your point earlier, look what he's done with the Carolina Hurricanes.
Right.
So the NBA might be like, dude, this guy knows how to run a winning franchise.
Well, I think if you're telling me that you don't believe that on average that the league is looking for the biggest check they can find, I haven't seen evidence that that's not true.
Oh, I think they'd prefer the biggest check, but I think they would also take 95% of the biggest check if they truly felt that it was a better ownership group.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I also think that for the most part, money wins out.
Yeah.
I think money always usually wins out. So, I mean, I think Seahawks fans have a right to be nervous about what's going to happen because I think, again, I think you're going to sell to somebody who, simply put, is not going to be Paul Allen. He's not going to be Jody Allen, and the odds of getting the same type of ownership group that was as invested in this thing as they have been, and they ran it the way they did, by the way. They were very good stewards of the Seahawks. It's going to be hard to replicate that, man. Very hard. We're going to break. Chad Doing from Rip City Radio will talk about exactly what we just talked about. The Blazers. What is going on next on 93.3 KJR FM? All right, kids, Sati here again. Hi, how are you? Happy Tuesday for my pals over at Family Owned Beery and Toyota. Was just there this morning, by the way, talking to John Chong, the GM, and he was showing me all the certified cars they've got in the lot. Miles and miles, as far as the eye can see, on low, clean, one-owner, certified gold standard vehicles that have come in the last couple of weeks and have to go. They got no choice but to listen to any offer on these cars. We're talking something for everybody and every budget, and not just Toyotas. We're talking Hondas, Subarus, Chevys, Fords, and a lot more. So jump on the website, check out the entire inventory, and find something that suits your needs and your budget now at BeeryandToyota.com.
This is Duke of Duke Seafood, letting you know that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, Duke, thank you very much. It's time for the America 250 cash contest. Your shot at $2,500. Just go to the website. Enter the keyword that you hear every day at 5 o'clock on this radio station for a shot at $2,500. The word is travel at 93.3KJR.com. Let's get the headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, here we go. Headlines on Softy Dick Jackson, live from the 520 Bar and Grill in Bellevue. Brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
You son of a... I sat there and go, is this live?
France putting a whooping on Sweden today, 3-0 behind 2 goals from Kylian Mbappe. We got the big one tonight, the big one all of Latin America and Central America has been waiting for. Mexico versus Ecuador coming up at 6 p.m. tonight from Mexico City, where apparently last night Mexican fans were banging drums and playing music all night long in front of the Ecuador Hotel before this game tonight. How about that?
Raptors nearing a deal to acquire Kawhi Leonard from the Clippers for Brandon Ingram. Grady Dick, 2 first-rounders and 2 second-rounders. It would reunite him with the team he won the title with in 2019.
Shane Waldron has been promoted to assistant head coach and pass game coordinator with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Brandon Sorsby says he will not be suing the NFL. He will instead focus on clearing his name and preparing for the 2027 NFL draft.
So don't take Trevor Lawrence in fantasy is what you're saying.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Not at all.
NBA is going to hold a mid-season NBA Cup championship game at Butler's historic Hinkle Fieldhouse on December the 11th.
You mentioned the LeBron thing yet, by the way? LeBron telling the Lakers he plans to play elsewhere in 2026-27, clearing the way for the rumors to become reality that he may join Steph Curry in San Francisco with the Golden State Warriors. All right, joining us right now on the radio show, Portland Sports Talk radio legend. He really, by the way, is the king of iHeartRadio, to be totally honest with you.
All right.
Yeah, nothing happens here without his say-so. Oh. Rip City Radio in Portland, our friend Chad Dewing, who basically I'll just be honest with you. He's actually live on the air right now, but he's running a tape segment so he can come and call us.
I appreciate it.
Chad Dewing, how are you, pal? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Dick, Softy, great to talk to you. And you're right. I actually set it up to where I could run audio so I could be on with you live in Seattle. So I'm double dipping right now. I like it.
When you got to go, you let us know, all right? When the interview with whoever you're talking to is about to run out, just let us know. We'll let you go. But how concerned should Blazer fans be the Blazers are leaving Portland, man?
I don't think they should be concerned at all. I've never really thought that was a legitimate fear. The funding has been fast-tracked by the governor and the city, and now it's working through the council. I think they're going to get the approval, and once they do, I expect Dundon to sign an extended lease to keep the team in town once they get the funding in place for the Motor Center renovations. And so I think the Blazers are going to stay, and it's going to get a little bit nasty over the next few weeks with the rhetoric, but I think they're okay.
So talk about the level of public financial support that they're going to get. And do you need a new arena? You mentioned renovated. We renovated the Coliseum. That didn't go well. We had to tear down the Key Arena and leave the roof to make it a viable NBA arena.
Well, it's not going to be, I think, that, deep of a renovation. It's definitely going to need a major facelift. There's a lot of things internally that need to be done from the inside out with the piping and some of the structures of the building to get it up to par for today's world. But I think they'll do a lot of changes in terms of in the bowl for the fan experience in terms of, maybe open concourses and stuff. So it's going to be a major renovation, but I don't think anything that extreme. So we're probably looking at somewhere in the ballpark of, 600 to 800 million, but that they always come in low on their estimates. So we're probably looking at closer to $1 billion before it's all said and done.
Well, CPA was just over $1 billion. Why not just tear the damn thing down and build a whole freaking new arena?
Well, what Dundon has said is that he knows that, that the taxpayers are never going to approve funding for a brand new arena. But this is something that, that they're going to be able to do with the structure of the deal to be able to get the renovations done and make it more, plausible, feasible, for them to make money with a brand new arena that would be fine for years to come. But yeah, they'll never. I doubt that the city of Portland would ever approve the voters funding to support a brand new arena.
Now, Dundon, I thought he said he's not willing to chip in anything anymore.
He did.
I mean, so I'm shocked that you're saying. I'm shocked the city of Portland is willing to do this for $800 million. I mean, certainly Seattle wasn't even close to willing to do it back in the day. So why are you so confident it is going to push through?
Well, because number one, the city of Portland owns the building. It was sold to them by Allen, I think, for $1. And so whether it's with Dundon or by themselves, they're going to have to, make the improvements that are necessary to the building if they want to continue to have events there moving in the future, even if the Blazers weren't there. But it's much easier to get it done if you've got a viable tenant in the Trailblazers. So the renovations are going to have to be done. You might as well get it done when you've got a willing partner who's going to be filling the arena and helping to bring in more acts with Tom Dundon and the Blazers. So they're going to have to get it done.
Well, Chad doing Rip City, so when you say they're going to have to get it done, is this the city of Portland? Is this Multnomah County? Is this the state of Oregon? Like, back in the day when Paul Allen bought the Seahawks, he said, look, I'm buying them, but only if the state of Washington chips in to help me fund the stadium. The guy was worth $1 zillion, and he was smart to get the state involved. If it was only Seattle or King County, I don't know if this passes. So is this going to be a Portland thing, a state of Oregon thing? Where's this money coming from, and is it going to take a referendum to make it happen?
No, it's already been approved. It's coming from 3 different areas. It's coming from the state, the city, and the county. The state and the city have already approved the funding, so now it's just only the county, which is a smaller portion of the total package that's going to come in. And so now the only thing that's left is the city council to approve their portion, and then once it's done, you'll have all 3, the state, the city, and the county on the same page. The governor's already signed off on it, as has the mayor, so now it's up to the council to get it done to improve the entire package. And so it's really close to being done, but we have an expanded council, I think, of 12 members. And of course, anytime bureaucracy and you got council members, they're trying to appeal to their constituents. So it gets a little bit messy and drawn out like you would expect the bureaucracy to do. But yeah, once the county approves, then you'll have all 3 on board between state, city, and council.
Why is John Canzano so negative then? I mean, we're hearing from...
That was going to be my question. That's
John
what I was just thinking.
The bald-faced truth, man, is up to like 50% that this team's going to win, and here we're hearing from you that, you're feeling pretty good about this. So where is the disconnect between one side of the argument and the other side of the argument?
Well, I think that's a good question, and it's not just Canzano, and obviously I respect John, but I know that Bill Oram, columnist for the Oregonian's been has attacked, gone pretty hard after Dundon. I just get the sense that maybe Dundon, because of the way he communicates and the way that he's communicated about the project from the get-go, I think he's turned a lot of people off. And my guess is he just doesn't really give 2 Fs about what people think about him. And so he doesn't have a PR team or people telling him what he should or shouldn't say. So when he comes out and says things like, hey, me buying the team is enough personal investment or putting enough skin in the game, I think he turns people off. And so that's caused people to take a run at him. But I mean, and I know people who have talked to members of the council, and even though they're walking through it slowly, everyone I've talked to, I mean, I think this deal is going to get done. So I'm not concerned, even though there's some outcry from some people in the media. I just think that it's a process that's going to get done, and I expect the Blazers to sign at least a 20-year lease once that funding gets approved.
Okay, well, Chad doing with us, Rip City Radio in Portland. Hey, by the way, how much longer is left in your interview with Jerry Allen that you're running right now on the air? How much time?
I have exactly 3 minutes and
3
40
minutes.
seconds.
Perfect. Okay, so how pissed off would Portland Blazer fans be if the Blazers left Portland and moved to Seattle?
It's the worst possible scenario. If the Blazers were to leave town, I think there are Blazer fans that would be really pissed off, and they would mourn the loss if it went to like Memphis or some other whatever town. Pick your town, Kansas City. But if it goes to Seattle, people who have lived here their whole lives, they don't like Seattle. They feel like we're in the shadow of Seattle. They look at Portland as being their own, with their own culture, their own unique personality. So losing the Blazers to Seattle is like the worst case scenario. And it's always been a fear because of the Seattle connection with the Paul Allen family. So just knowing that that's a possibility drives people bonkers.
Last thing for me, the basketball side of things. Portland's in a different situation than the Sonics were in 2008. You got a good basketball team. But you just brought John Morant in, and you mentioned Bill Oram, the name. He said it was an affront to the fan base that John Morant was brought to the Portland Trailblazers. Do you agree with that? And furthermore, do you think it's Dundon trying to drive a wedge between the fan base and the franchise, or was it a savvy deal because you got him for nothing, basically?
Yeah, it's a savvy deal. The idea that it's the worst trade in franchise history is insane. They had a Jeremy Grant contract, which was an albatross. They were able to unload along with Chris Murray, who's a non-factor. And a lot of people thought to get that Grant contract off the books, they were going to have to attach a pick. So to get those guys out and bring in Morant, who's got a potential high value because he's only 26 years of age, I think it's exciting. But honestly, right now, the move by itself makes no sense because they have 5 guards plus Denny Avdia, who was their primary facilitator last year. So everyone believes this is a precursor to a bigger move, possibly for Jaylen Brown, possibly for take your pick. There's a number of guys out there, but everyone believes it's a precursor to a bigger move that they're positioning themselves for that should come hopefully in the next couple of days.
All right, Chad, go back to your on-air conversation with Dante Moore that you're running now for the 18th time in the last 2 weeks on your show. And by the way, I'll tell you this, that we did do a segment a few weeks ago talking about if we do take the Blazers from Oregon, we're not stopping there. We're going to take the Tillamook Ice Cream Factory, every Voodoo Donuts you have. We're going to take the A-Crop and restart it up here.
Tualatin Valley, too, for the wine.
Yep, and we're also taking the Oregon coast, too. You got nothing. We're going scorched earth, dude, if we take the Blazers, so you people know. So you better buck up.
Hey, let me tell you something. The only way people in Oregon could hate you more, Softy, is if the Blazers go to Seattle. That would be the one thing where they would just be done with you completely.
Am I the most hated person in Oregon, by the way, you think? Me?
As far as I know, yes.
Good. I like it. Let's keep it that way. All right, Chad, you're the man. Great stuff. Go back to your interview with the Timbers head coach.
I'll never forget it when I said, hey, one last message you want to give to Duck fans before the game on Saturday, and you're like, yeah. Kiss my ass.
That's an oldie but goodie. All right, go back to your interview with the WNBA head coach, man. We'll talk soon, bud.
He actually just dropped off. I think
he's gone.
Done.
Yeah,
he's out of here.
He's got to get back on the air for his interview with who's the all-time Timber star, Diego Valeri, whatever the hell his name is. Is that the guy? Yeah, he's got to go back to that conversation on the air. See, you guys may not have noticed. I'm trying to think of a different Portland kind of sports figure every time I mention this because he is the king of replaying interviews on his show. The absolute king.
Well, we need to take advantage of that strategy.
We really don't, man. We really don't. Anyway, yeah, I mean, there's a sick, twisted part of me that hopes it happens, that we get the Blazers. I mean, can you imagine on that day, you'd be like, holy hell, look what we just, dude, they've got nothing on us. No matter what we do on the football field, on the basketball court, Big Ten, whatever, Oregon, UW, they will never, ever be able to get back what we just took from them.
If we weren't...
yeah, Jackson, you feel it too, don't you?
And we don't have to rebuild, guys. That's already a good basketball team we get.
That's exactly it.
That's a good team.
Right. That's right.
Now, if we weren't 99.7% of the way down the expansion road...
That's 0.6, don't exaggerate.
I would totally be with pirating the Portland Trailblazers.
Right.
But because we are 99.6% down the expansion road, I'm good taking the expansion team and letting Portland have their basketball team.
You don't want to just, you have the opportunity to put the knife in to those people down there. I don't know. I think it's different too because like Softy, you obviously hate the Oregon Ducks beyond belief. I obviously hate the Portland Timbers beyond belief.
That's right.
Like we have so much hate in our hearts for that state and that city. I don't know if you have that, Dick. Maybe you'll have that with the Storm versus their.
I do with the Ducks.
Do you hate the Fire?
No, I don't hate the Fire.
Well, you should.
Elise is their play-by-play person.
The hell with her.
Why would I hate the Fire? We haven't had a game. We've had one game against the Fire since 2002.
All right, if Portland launched a expansion NFL team this September, I'd hate him right now.
Yeah, right. There's an automatic right.
That's right.
Like the minute Portland got the WNBA team, Dick, I think you needed once a broadcast at least crack against Portland every single time because it's just instinctual. It's who we are.
Yeah,
they view themselves as across every sport, across every dimension of life. They think that it's the little brother syndrome. But like you guys are little brother down there, and you better know your place, or else we're going to take your damn team.
You are the voice of the effing Seattle Storm. You should remind Elise Woodward every day that she's beneath you. How? Okay. As the voice of the Portland State.
I'm going to stay out of this conversation.
No, you don't.
No,
you
come
don't.
on.
I'm dragging you in it.
We have won 4 championships.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we won a couple with Elise on the call, though.
Yeah, you know what? She's gone, man. Just like the Bills are scrubbing OJ, scrub Elise.
Wow.
Okay.
All right, Elise, I did not say any of this.
That was Dick Fain and his idea. She should be scrubbed from the record books for her role in taking the Portland job. By the way.
Did she get any rings for those championships?
Oh, of course she did.
Then
Of course she did.
take them. Just
take them away.
Take
I
them
already
away.
got one. I don't
Take them
need
away,
her.
man. Take them away.
Somebody else to take them away from somebody else with the team.
She doesn't deserve them anymore, man. She's a freaking traitor taking the Portland job. No, I'm kidding. Kind of. I mean, there's going to be There's going to be a rivalry, obviously, and it's great. I mean, let's face it. Right now, outside of the Timbers and the Sounders, which is big, but it's. How do I say this without pissing Jackson off?
And you're not.
It's big, but it's not what a Big Four sport has the potential to be, I think. NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA, whatever. So there is also a part of me that wants to get the NBA back in expansion form and then end up getting a championship before they have one, right? Like the Thunder getting a title before we got our team back.
Yes.
That hurts. There's a scar there for that.
No question.
Right? So for what Chad said, it would be the worst possible outcome for the Portland Trail Blazers to move to Seattle. How about if they stay in Portland, continue to be mediocre, we get a team back, and we win a title before they get one. Another one. They won in the 70s. I know that.
That's
Bill
the
Walton.
best. That would be the best
Let's
case
get a
scenario.
title back before them.
No, absolutely. And they're not going to win a title. It's what Portland has done is they have given themselves respectability with the roster they built.
Right.
They're a 48 to 50 win team.
Yeah.
They're a 6, 7, 8 seed in the Western Conference.
Right.
They're a good team. They are nowhere close to the Spurs or the Thunder, so they are light years away from a championship.
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, if you hit the lottery and you get the right guy,
That's right.
You never know.
That's right. But they're not going to be in the lottery.
I don't know, man.
Because they're too good.
Yeah.
They're going to be in the. They're going to be
Purgatory.
in that. Yep. They're going to be in that no man's land for the next 4 or 5 years, where they're winning 45 to 50 games and not getting any lottery picks.
Well, it's just, look, I mean, the whole sports landscape has changed so much in this city, right? Like, I mean, you got so many options now for people that we didn't have, Dick and I, Jackson did, growing up as kids, and it's great, right? It's great that we have this potential, budding WNBA rivalry. We're going to have, hopefully, an NBA rivalry. We already have the MLS rivalry. We might even get a baseball rivalry one day down the road with Portland. That seems to be a little bit, I think, kind of pie in the sky that they would get all that down there. I don't think Portland's getting a baseball team, but, if they keep their NBA team, then obviously we have the rivalry there with the new reboot of the Sonics. But it's just time for this thing to get taken more seriously in this corner of the country. I do agree with what a texter said earlier, the fact that in a 3-state, 4-state area, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, you've only got really you got 2 states that have a major professional sports team. And one of them only has one team, and that's the Blazers. That should change.
Would you agree with this statement that...
No, totally disagree with that. Oh, sorry.
The gap between Seattle and Portland as a metropolis is much greater now than it was when we were growing up.
I mean, it feels like it that we've skyrocketed past
It just
them.
feels like Seattle is closer to the Bay Area now,
Right.
and it was closer to Portland 30 years ago.
Yeah, I kind of like the old way, by the way.
Really?
When we weren't as big
When
as
all we
are
had
now.
was Boeing?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Nobody paid any attention to
I don't
us.
give a damn. I don't like people. I'm getting to a point where I'm
okay,
kind of like
that's-
Petros.
that's
Too
fair.
many people around here, man. Well, take the light rail. No, I'm not taking the light rail. I want to drive my freaking car. I don't want to take a bus. I don't want to take public transportation. And I don't want to sit in traffic for an hour. I'm getting crabby. And I don't give a piss who knows it or who criticizes me. I don't care anymore. I'm tired of people. There's too many people here. Too many.
Next contract, we do it all the shows from your house.
Yeah, I'm not doing the next contract. I'm tired of you, too. We're going to
wow,
break.
how about that?
See ya.
5:21. Wax and Welts. Is he coming in next segment? Jackson, you got a
Jackson
pee break
needs some
coming
tequila.
up.
He needs tequila.
All right, yeah, Jackson needs a shot of Hornitos and
All
a pee
right.
break.
All
We'll
right.
bring in Waxon to break down what happened today in the World Cup on 93.3 KJR FM. Boys and girls, Softy back here with a question for you. If you're planning a summer road trip like we are you a AAA Washington member? If the answer is no, then why not? Your parents were members, your grandparents were members, and it's time that you and your family have the same peace of mind that they enjoyed as well. We're not just talking about empty gas tanks and lockouts and stalls and blown tires. We're talking about discounts all over the Pacific Northwest at places like attractions, restaurants, auto repair shops, and a lot more. Being a AAA Washington member is a way of life, and they're not just a big national brand. They're right here in our backyard making decisions for our communities, supporting local businesses, and tailoring services for the unique needs of drivers and travelers right here in the state of Washington. Jump on the web and find out more about AAA Washington, AAAWA.com/join. That's AAAWA.com/join for AAA Washington.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Oh, I love it. I was going to ask you, where's the World Cup music? There it is. So dramatic, man.
It's good music. I
It's
like
great
it.
I had to take over
it.
for Jackson at the last second because he's drunk and couldn't play the bet himself. So,
well, let's
He
face
wouldn't
it.
know how to find the bet anyway.
yeah, he wouldn't. He really
I
wouldn't.
think we can say this behind his back, but I don't really know what Jackson does for the radio show.
I don't know either. Yeah.
So, Waxon, good to have you. Who knows where the hell Jackson is? You know, drunk,
Chug.
passed out in the hallway somewhere, pissing his pants like usual this time of the day. So, good to have you with us here, Waxon, on the radio program. But let's first of all go back and talk about last night in the World Cup before we talk about what happened today on the pitch. Just an unbelievable night of action, dramatic action all over the World Cup, man, from Mexico to America, Paraguay upsetting Germany. Morocco takes out the Netherlands, man. That was a hell of a night, and it shows that this tournament in some ways is kind of wide open.
It really is. God, that was such a great day of soccer. I mean, Brazil needing a last-second winner against Japan. That was, really great game. Japan so disciplined, and Brazil ends up getting a last second. You got Paraguay with a massive upset. I mean, Paraguay's done nothing in their World Cup history. They've missed 3 World Cups in a row.
Right.
Germany's been a mess since winning the whole thing in 2014.
Yeah.
So that was incredible. And then, Morocco, Netherlands. I mean, we could talk about that for centuries. That'll be what game that I think is remembered for quite a long time for what was probably the worst penalty kick shootout ever.
Why are these underdogs hanging in games to force penalty kicks and sometimes win penalty kicks, despite the fact they're hanging onto the ball like 22% of the time?
I mean, that's the game, right? I mean, that's the whole thing is we realize that we are a worse team. There's no other way that we can be in this except for to be very, very stout defensively, be very disciplined. I mean, guys, the Sounders in 2016 against Toronto, very clearly, Toronto, who had set the points record in Major League Soccer history, were the better team. They had Sebastian Giovinco, Josie Altidore, Michael Bradley, all of their stars. And the Sounders said, okay, we're in your house. We're just going to sit back. We're not going to have a shot on goal. We're just going to do what we can, and we're going to beat you in penalties. And I think that showed obviously by winning the title. You're seeing it. Japan nearly did a great job by getting to extra time against Brazil. If it weren't for that winner, Paraguay did it to perfection, and then Sweden tried it against France today and just got run over by maybe the best team in the entire tournament.
Right. Yeah, let's talk about that. Kylian Mbappe, 2 goals today for France. They thumped Sweden, as you said, 3-0, so they're moving on to the round of 16. I think you've always said, Waxon, since this tournament started, I mean, Jackson tried to deny it. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, but you've said all along that France might be your favorite to win the whole thing.
Yeah, Jackson's an idiot and shows Spain. He's a real dumbass. Here myself, France is absolutely, and I'm with Brian Schmetzer, we're the smart ones. France is absolutely the team to beat. I mean, they showed why you can't just sit back against the best teams. You can't do what Paraguay did against the best, because you have absolute superstars, and Dembele was great. Mbappe, obviously, now 17 goals. That entire team, it's going to be really hard, honestly, guys, for anybody to stop them. And now they get to go up against Paraguay in the next round. That's a cakewalk for them. They can almost already start looking ahead to the semifinals. I mean, it's that, I wouldn't say easy for France, but they have quite a friendly road, at least all the way through Morocco to the quarterfinals. But that'll be a decent test. But yeah, France is just, they're a behemoth.
Mbappe, unbelievable. What is he, 27 years of age, something like that? I mean, where will he end up in the greatest of all-time conversations, do you think, when this is all said and done?
It's a great question, Dick. I think.
Thank you, Waxon.
I think that he will find himself somewhere between, say, 10 to 15 when it's all said and done. I mean, at the end of the day, it really will come down to how many of these things does he win. When you play where he plays, you're not in the English Premier League. Does he eventually go join a Premier League team and take that to the next level? I don't know, but I'm not sure if he needs that. But how many World Cups will he win? If he wins it again this year, then suddenly in your first 3 World Cups, you've already become the number 2 and perhaps what ends up being number 1 World Cup scorer ever. And you have won 2 World Cups. You've got 3 finals if he wins it this year. Maybe he's already in the top 10 conversation after this year.
Right.
I just need to see him prolonged. I need to see him do it for another 10 years. The question is France going to be good enough for the next 10 years for him to continue with those numbers?
Well, let's talk about tomorrow, right? We're going to carry the game. Pre-match at 4:30, kickoff at 5. In L.A., is that right? SoFi Stadium with the U.S. of A. and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Waxon, you're actually taking tomorrow off because Mrs. Waxon Welts is having a little bit of a procedure, so you'll be with your lovely wife. This will be your final time to go on the air and break down tomorrow night. Tell us what we should be looking at and how concerned should we be about an upset like we just saw last night.
Exactly. It kind of fits in with the conversation we've been having, guys. It's like we know Bosnia, they're probably going to sit back. They're probably going to be disciplined defensively. They're going to wait. And then can the United States do what France did today? Do they have the quality to find those passing lanes, to find the opportunities, and to drop what they should on them? Because Bosnia is going to play defensively. They're going to play for the set pieces. They're a big team. They're a physical team. They're going to want to win 1-0 on a corner kick in the 89th minute. That's going to be Bosnia's whole game plan. Can the U.S. quality with Christian Pulisic, with their stars like Tyler Adams and Weston McKennie, can those midfielders find those lanes to get to Balogun and get to your attackers and find the goal? That's going to be the grand question that if we don't see it in the first 45 minutes and it's 0-0 going into halftime, Asafti, I'm real concerned.
By the way, just a quick correction on my part. The game is at Levi's in Santa Clara, not in L.A.
Right.
Tickets are going for $1,300 to get in the door for that game tomorrow. And the round of 16 game next Monday in Seattle, if they do make it, is now under $1,800. So
really,
I don't know. I mean, maybe it goes up and it skyrockets after a win, but feels like the market was a little fat, and maybe there's some value out there if people want to head to the game next Monday. By the way, is it Belgium and Senegal tomorrow?
Is
that right? Jackson in
Yes.
Seattle. You get in the door for that game tomorrow for under $500 at VenueKings.com.
Not
right
bad.
now. Yep.
Senegal is not a great team or anything, but they used to be a great team. That's a fun game. That'll be interesting.
Well, just to say that you went to a World Cup.
Yeah.
$400 to get in the door right now.
Wax, and last thing from me, there's a lot of talk about shootouts, and everybody's got their opinions on shootouts, right? We should, keep playing until the guys die. We should keep taking guys off the field until they get to one-on-one soccer, like all sorts of stuff.
How about that for an idea?
What do you think?
First team that loses a player.
First team that
Wins the
collapses
game.
loses.
That guy's now dead. Game over. U.S. wins.
So are any of those ideas good, or do you like it exactly the way it is?
I don't like it how it is. This is one of the few things that Drunk Jackson and I actually agree on. I don't like the penalty kicks. I think it's just too basic, too simple, too random. It's not a coin flip, but God, sometimes it does feel like that. I don't like any of the other ideas, though. MLS had this thing that they did where the players started a further ways out. They didn't start from the spot. They started a ways further out, and they ran towards goal, and the goalkeepers could actually come out of their goal and attack go against the attacker and come out and go one-on-one and make it a true one-on-one battle. And that added a lot of elements of strategy and different things to it. It was very fun to watch. I would love to see that get adopted, if anything else, because at least that gives the goaltender a little bit of, choice and strategy in the matter of, am I going to come out? Which way am I going to come out at? All of that. And I don't know. I just don't like the way it's set up right now. It's just too simplistic for me.
Waxon, great job.
Way to go, dude.
Enjoy your time off. Best to the wife of Waxon, and get Jackson back on the bus. He's got to come back and run the show next segment. So go find him down the hall.
Okay.
Right? Pick him up, pick him off, get him a new pair of pants, and get him on the air. We're going to break. We're at the 520 Bar and Grill in Bellevue. Our Cockamamie Hardball pregame show set the lineups tonight for game 2 of 3 against the Angels. Hear from the skipper, Dan Wilson, next on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, boys and girls. It's Softy back here. A couple cool things happening at Taco Time I want to tell you about. First of all, we are at the 520 Bar and Grill in Bellevue. Right across the street is Molly Moon's Ice Cream, by the way.
Oh.
Okay, you can also get Molly Moon's now at Taco Time, by the way. They are selling Molly Moon's melted chocolate and churro ice cream at every Taco Time store. And with the weather getting nicer, great time to grab a chicken Caesar salad or a chicken Caesar soft taco, both made with romaine lettuce from the Carpenter Brothers farm right here in the Kent Valley. Jump on the web and find a Taco Time near you at tacotimeandw.com. Looking for a great deal on a certified used car? Well, my friends at Beery and Toyota got you covered. Softy back here. So many people buying new cars with a 0% financing rate going on right now at Beery and Toyota. That means a lot of certified cars are showing up. And GM Johnny Chong, Al and Dean Anderson, the owners, my buddy Dick Lanning down there. We call him Big Dick Lanning. You got no choice but to get rid of these cars on the lot. Something for everybody and every budget. And not just Toyotas. We're talking Hondas, Chevys, Fords, Subarus, and a hell of a lot more. Looking for a low, clean, one-owner, low-mileage vehicle, gold standard certified car. Check out the website right now and peruse the entire inventory at BeeryandToyota.com.
Welcome to Softy and Dick's Hardball Pregame Show, presented by PEMCO, the insurance you get. Learn more at PEMCO.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Imagine if a station went off the air right before the word ball made the radio, by the way. Welcome to Softy and Dick's Hardball.
Oh, yeah.
We got to be careful, guys.
Well, I still think hardball is fabulous.
Cockamamie
Hardball
Softy
pregame.
and Dick's Hardball Cockamamie pregame show. Brought to you by our friends at PEMCO, helping make insurance less challenging. Get a quote today at PEMCO.com or call 1-800-GO-PEMCO. PEMCO, the insurance you get. PEMCO Mutual Insurance Company, Seattle, Washington. All right, game 2 of 4. 3. I keep saying 4 because the game's on Thursday. No game tomorrow with the World Cup. Game 2 of 3 tonight. M's got the win last night, by the way, 6-2 over the Angels. J.P. Crawford, Julio Naylor, 1-2-3, at Rose Arena hitting cleanup tonight. You'll like this, though. He's playing DH. He's not in the field tonight.
All right.
Cal Raleigh, after a 2 RBI single last night, getting promoted to the 5-hole, by the way.
Hey.
Cole Young at second base. Emerson at shortstop. Victor Robles in left. Who's playing right field tonight for the Mariners? Some guy named Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
That's the new guy, right?
Mookie. Remember
Mookie?
Yeah.
Mookie.
I can't remember what his first
Brian
name is.
Wu is on the mound tonight, and it's good because it's at home, where he's got a 5-0 record and a 2.01 ERA, as opposed to his 1-6 and 6.38 ERA on the road. So we get the good Wu versus the bad Wu tonight. Hopefully at T-Mobile Park. Here's Dan Wilson before tonight's game 2 of 3 against the Angels.
Yeah, game 2 before the off day. Just a good one last night and building momentum from that. And, Brian Wu on the hill for us today. Do want to take a minute to mention that, Brian, anytime our guys do stuff, in the community, it's important. I think particularly with Brian today on the day of a start, feeling, the compassion that he has for the kids here at Children's Hospital and doing a reverse signing, and I thought just really cool, and all the support he got from his teammates as well. So just a really cool moment, I think, for Brian and for the guys who we're kind enough to go down there. So just a really cool event for everybody, and always great to see that. And the way these guys can impact the community, I think, is ultimately the importance of what they do. So really cool. A little bit different lineup. Dom and Rails just need a day here, I think, to be able to get today and then the off day as well, and hopefully, get them some really good rest here as we pick up towards the end of the week.